Good morning, everyone. My name is Gustavo Rivera, State Senator for the 33rd District in the Bronx, and Chair of the Health Committee in the Senate. I am joined today by I'll just read the names really quickly of the senators who are here with us today. Chair of the Investigations Committee, James Skoufis. Ranking member of the Health Committee, Patrick Gallivan. Acting as the ranking member of the Investigations Committee, Senator Steve Chan. We're also joined by Senators Leah Webb, Senator Chris Ryan, Senator Rachel May, Senator Robert Jackson, and Senator Natalia Fernandez, as well as Senator Steve Rhodes, who's also going to be in attendance. This hearing today is on the CDPAP, or Consumer Directed Personal Assistance Program, transition. And I'm going to just ask everybody to bear with us for a couple of minutes on the rules of engagement, if you will, on what the hearing will be like today. As I discussed a little bit earlier before we went live, there is limited capacity in this hearing room for attendees, with an overflow room available for folks that is right across the hall. There are bathrooms available, both accessible and non-accessible, around the corner. Signs have been posted for folks who are here. During the hearing, there will be no signage or props that will be allowed in the hearing room, and attendees are asked to remain quiet and not interrupt the hearing with applause or other noise. We want to make sure we have a lot of stuff to get through, so we want to make sure that we get through it. Before each panel, Senator Skoufis will be reading an oath, and each person who testifies will be doing so under oath. As far as the times that each panelist, both the first and the second panelists, or the commissioner who's with us, will introduce in a second, as well as a representative from Public Partnerships Limited, will have 10 minutes each to give their presentation, their initial testimony, to then be followed up by questions. And for the rest, each panel will be comprised of various folks. Each one of these individuals will have 5 minutes available per individual. As far as members who are here today, the chairs will get 15 minutes in the first round and 5 minutes in the second round if they so choose. Minority rankers will have 7 minutes in the first round and 5 minutes in the second. And committee members will have 5 minutes in the first round and 3 minutes in the second. Now, we are planning to take, after panel 2, there will be a 15 to 20 minute break, and the chairs may decide on additional breaks through the hearing. And all witnesses who have been invited to provide oral testimony will be called up by panel. With that, I will pass it off to Senator James Skoufis for an initial statement, and then we will get going with the hearing.
Thanks so much, Senator.
It's
is this
on.
on?
Do it over
Yep.
there.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thanks so much, Senator. Good morning, and thank you all for being here, including you, Commissioner. I want to start by extending my gratitude to our co-chair for today's hearing, Senator Gustavo Rivera, and his team for all their work, not just on today's hearing, but on this issue generally for the past now number of years. We have a comprehensive set of testimony ahead of us, and I'm looking forward to the discussion over the next many hours. As we all know by now, in the 2024-2025 state fiscal year budget, a proposal was advanced and enacted to transition from over 600 fiscal intermediaries to just one statewide entity overseeing administration of the CDPAP program. What ensued, a procurement process, a truncated and then delayed enrollee transition, bitter fights in court and in the media. I think it's fair to say the process was tumultuous at best. The transition and issue generally was a complex undertaking. And while there's been a lot of discussion about the projected savings, an important topic that no doubt we'll dig into as part of this hearing, at the heart of this issue are people that I heard from in my district, and no doubt every legislator heard from in their district over the past year and a half. Folks like my constituent Marjorie from Middletown, New York, in Orange County, who left her job, apartment, friends, and community behind to move in with and provide full-time care for her mother, who has Alzheimer's. Marjorie wrote, "I've spent hours of my time trying unsuccessfully to enroll when I really needed to focus on the care of my loved one." Or folks like Susan from Monroe, also in Orange County, who wrote to my office, "This entire process has been upsetting. I'm concerned I will not be able to afford to go to the doctor or get my medication, and I can't even look up the health plan." Over the next several hours, we'll hear from others providing and receiving care. We'll also hear from stakeholders who've been involved in this transition from the very beginning. Our hope today is to identify whether any impropriety took place, the impacts associated with the move to one fiscal intermediary, and to establish a record of what transpired. As Senator Rivera noted, I'll be administering an oath to every witness that provides testimony, and I'm sure all of the senators here, no doubt, look forward to their testimony. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Senator Skoufis. And I should mention that I truly apologize for this, I also forgot Senator Sila Bino is with us, so thank you for that. And first, the first panel will be the Commissioner of Health of the State of New York, Dr. James McDonald. Senator Skoufis.
Yep. So if you can please raise your right hand, Commissioner, and repeat after me. Do you solemnly swear that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do solemnly swear I'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead. Your witness.
Yeah, please. You have testimony you'll be sharing?
Is it okay if I start now?
Yeah, please.
Yes.
Great, thanks. Right, well, good morning, Chair Skoufis Rivera, as well as members of the Senate Health and Investigations and Government Operations Committees. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the Consumer-Directed Personal Assistance Program. I appreciate this opportunity to speak directly to you and the public to dispel rumors and avoid misrepresentations about this transition, which is designed to strengthen the program and protect home care users and their caregivers. In 2024, the legislature and the governor courageously confronted a significant challenge facing our state: the lack of appropriate oversight on the Consumer-Directed Personal Assistance Program, fueling both skyrocketing costs and allegations of fraud, waste, and abuse. Utilization of the program grew by 1,200% since 2016, and state costs were expected to continue to escalate at unsustainable levels. Spending is estimated to have been $3.1 billion in 2018 and ballooned to $11.2 billion in 2024, far outpacing comparable growth in the Medicaid program during those same years. The Medicaid program reached a point where the money that was so desperately needed for hospitals, nursing homes, physicians, clinics, and other safety net providers of care was swallowed up by these program costs, which were not tethered to care, but rather were solely for administrative services. The bold and decisive action taken by the legislature and the governor to amend the statute through the 2024 enacted budget to implement a new model that featured a single fiscal intermediary allowed the state to dramatically reduce administrative costs without changing program eligibility or compromising care for the many New Yorkers who depend on the program. Prior to implementation of the statewide fiscal intermediary, there were approximately 280,000 consumers receiving services in the program. As of today, more than 230,000 consumers have successfully registered with the statewide fiscal intermediary, and approximately 80,000 consumers have chosen to receive their home care services through a licensed home care services agency. As a result of the transition, New York has already succeeded in reducing the administrative cost per program consumer from a range of about $150 to over $1,000 per member per month to around $68 per member per month, which is below the national average around $75 per member per month. By eliminating these excessive administrative costs while not changing eligibility standards, we are confident that we will achieve the estimated Medicaid savings of $500 million per year. The Consumer-Directed Personal Assistance Program is a New York State Medicaid program that allows chronically ill and/or physically disabled individuals receiving home care services greater choice and freedom in obtaining such services pursuant to Social Services Law 365F. This program is an alternative to another New York State Medicaid program, Personal Care Services, which also provides direct home care services to eligible consumers. The CDPAP program allows consumers to select their own caregivers who are often family or close friends. The model promotes trust, continuity of care, and improved health outcomes. By contrast, the Personal Care Service program is a more traditional home health service featuring caregivers employed and trained by a licensed home care service agency. Consumers who select CDPAP are responsible for selecting, retaining, and scheduling their own personal assistants. To support those responsibilities, consumers partner with a fiscal intermediary, or FI. This is an entity that performs solely administrative functions such as wage and benefit processing for personal assistance, processing all income tax and other wage withholdings, and maintaining employment records on behalf of the consumer. At the time the legislature and governor acted, New York was a significant outlier when compared to other states in both the number of fiscal intermediaries and the cost of administrative services provided by those fiscal intermediaries. By the time the law was amended, there were more than 600 fiscal intermediaries operating in New York State, far more than the rest of the country combined. By contrast, most other states had 3 or less fiscal intermediaries statewide. The extraordinarily high number of New York fiscal intermediaries did not result in better services. Audits of the program alleged poor compliance with federal electronic visit verification requirements, which is an important tool for accountability and program integrity. The proliferation of FIs also limited the state's visibility into usage trends and its ability to conduct vigorous oversight over the program's usage. As the program quadrupled in size, it became increasingly difficult to ensure that spending was being used to support the consumers most in need of assistance in accordance with program rules. The lack of visibility and accountability made the program ripe for fraud, waste, and abuse. In fact, just within last few weeks, an owner of an outgoing fiscal intermediary pled guilty to conspiring to defraud Medicaid in connection with a $68 million scheme involving CDPAP and other services that were not provided or were induced by the payment of illegal kickbacks and bribes. On April 20th, 2024, the New York State Legislature passed and the governor signed into law an amendment to the law to address the above concerns. The amendment borrows from and builds on existing models in other states, wherein a state's Medicaid program contracts with a single statewide fiscal intermediary, which performs the requisite administrative functions for the entire program, thereby reducing administrative cost growth, strengthening oversight over the services provided, and ensuring overall program integrity. In June of 24, the department issued a request for proposals for public bid following the procurement process prescribed by the legislature. The department received 136 responses and reviewed each proposal based on the qualifying language as per state law. At the end of the process, the department selected Public Partners Limited, PPL, the highest scoring bidder. The contract began with the department, and PPL was effective December 24, 2024. PPL began registering consumers January 6, 2025. Many incumbent fiscal intermediaries who profited under the old system launched a misinformation campaign that was designed to frustrate the transition. Many incumbent fiscal intermediaries took other steps to slow the transition by refusing to cooperate with the state and by declining to provide necessary consumer data. Many of these efforts were illegal, blatant violations of the law. By law, fiscal intermediaries were not permitted to take action to prevent a consumer from moving to a new fiscal intermediary, nor may they require the consumer or the personal assistant to switch to a personal care or home health care program under this section. When the fiscal intermediaries and their trade association decide not to abide by this law, the department and PPL suddenly face the challenge of having to get this information from other sources, including from the consumers themselves, all while the misinformation campaign was telling consumers not to register with PPL. Many of the incumbent fiscal intermediaries also resorted to litigation. They filed numerous lawsuits seeking injunctive relief challenging the transition. However, as courts have consistently held, the allegations underlying these challenges amounted to nothing more than conjecture, speculation, unsubstantiated assertions. They have been uniformly rejected. But while these suits were meritless, they distracted consumers from personal assistance and delayed the transition process. The misinformation campaign litigation put the department in a difficult position. By law, only one fiscal intermediary was authorized to pay workers to provide services on April 1st, 2025. Nevertheless, to address concerns that some consumers and personal assistants may not have enrolled with PPL by April 1st, 2025 deadline, the department implemented a 30-day retroactive pay period. This allowed for workers who had not yet completed the transition to retroactively receive payments for hours worked in April upon completion of their registration with PPL. This retroactive pay period was meant to ensure consumers will continue to receive care even if they or their workers require additional time to complete the transition. Today, the transition is essentially complete. According to PPL, since the transition began, more than 230,000 consumers have successfully registered for their services as fiscal intermediary, and approximately 210,000 of those remained in CDPAP, with 80,000 consumers who previously participated in the program have chosen to transition to New York's personal care services. Consumers have always had the choice to move between CDPAP and personal care services programs, and that has not changed. The Department of Health recognizes there are hundreds of thousands of personal assistants who provide diligent care under this program. The department is committed to supporting these workers. The department continues to maintain a hotline dedicated exclusively to CDPAP to assist consumers and personal assistants. Any complaints of personal assistants not being paid may be directed there for prompt assistance. The transition to a single fiscal intermediary was crucial to ensuring CDPAP's long-term viability for New Yorkers who rely on this care. The legislature and the governor deserve tremendous credit for tackling this difficult issue and advancing much-needed reforms, even in the face of controversy. Despite efforts from self-interested parties who oppose the transition to one statewide single fiscal intermediary and continue to push false narratives based on disinformation, The Department of Health has undeterred in faithfully executing the legislature's mandate requiring the transition. Indeed, this law strengthened the program and prevented a fiscal crisis by eliminating fraud and wasteful spending and reducing unnecessary administrative costs to taxpayers. The Department of Health is committed to ensuring that every single eligible consumer receives the care they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Leading off questions, Senator James Skoufis.
Thanks very much for being here, Commissioner, and for your testimony. I'm going to be focusing on the procurement piece of this conversation, not just with you, but with many of the other witnesses as well. So let me start by asking a baseline question. Why was the state comptroller explicitly carved out of the procurement review in the enacting language? You know, when I or any senator advance a grant for $50,000 to fund a school playground, let's say, that has to go through a state comptroller review process to ensure the integrity of that grant. And here we're talking about billions of dollars, public dollars, exchanging hands, and yet the state comptroller was carved out of this process. Why was that?
Yeah, so Senator, that's what the law requires. And in this law, there's language that specifically addresses that.
I know that, but it was advocated for by the executive in negotiations and the Department of Health.
Yeah, so Senator, I wasn't part of creating this law. In other words, you were, and the governor was, but I wasn't. So since I'm not a lawmaker, I can't speak to why that provision was put in place. I don't have direct knowledge of why that provision's in place, but it's clearly there, that was something that...
Do you have indirect knowledge of why it was put in place, if not direct knowledge?
Yeah, so Senator, I'm not here to speculate on anything here. What I'm going by is this is what the law says, and you folks who are part of creating the law, I would hope you would have better knowledge of why this language is in there than I would, because you're lawmakers.
Yeah, I wish we had a better understanding too, but it was never explained to us in negotiations why the executive was pushing for this carve-out. We were hopeful that maybe you would. It sounds like you don't.
I don't. You know, I got here in 22. I know there were efforts before to reform the program. You know, I know it's been a challenging program for several years.
I'll move on
do
to my
know
next
that.
question.
Okay.
You've made it clear you're not aware. So let me ask, did you have any conversations with PPL prior to the RFP going out?
No.
Did anyone on your team have conversations with PPL prior to the RFP going out?
I don't know. I have no way to know that.
I would imagine you'd be aware if someone on your team was talking to a prospective bidder on this massive contract, wouldn't you?
Well, so there's over 5,000 people who work at the New York State Department of Health. You
Right,
asked an
but
honest
you know,
question.
middle management's not going to pick up the phone and call PPL CEO. This would be someone
Yeah.
at the highest levels of DOH, presumably,
Right.
if a conversation
Right.
did take place.
Yeah. So this was a procurement. You know, my understanding is we followed the procurement rules. The staff know you can't talk to a prospective bidder ahead of time, but just your question was direct. Do I know of anybody who had a conversation? I don't know of anyone who had that conversation. I have no knowledge of that.
So you're not aware if the bid scorers at DOH had any conversations prior to receiving those bids with PPL or any of the, at that time, prospective applicants,
So-
bidders?
There's a request for proposal process. There's a question and answer period, and there was 1,000 questions, if I vaguely recall correctly.
I'm not talking about the formal Q&A as part of the RFP process. I'm talking about in advance of the RFP being put out, not after the RFP has been put out.
No, I don't have any direct knowledge of anybody in the department talking to any bidder ahead of time in this regard. I don't have any
Okay.
knowledge of that.
My understanding is that as part of the RFP and as part of the procurement process, there needed to be effectively an attestation, a document signed underscoring that there were no real or perceived conflicts of interest. Is that correct?
Yes.
With the awardee?
Yes.
Is it true that PCG owns a significant minority share of PPL?
I don't have a great deal of granularity on who owns PPL.
Well, you'll have
I
to
don't
take
know.
my word for it then that they do own a significant minority share of PPL. PCG, I believe, is paid hundreds of millions of dollars by the Department of Health for contracts, including some related to Medicaid administration and oversight. Is that correct?
So we do contract with Public Consulting Group, and I don't know how much money we pay them every year off the top of my head, but for example, they're part of our early intervention program, and that, I don't know how much they get paid for that, yeah, but I'm familiar with them.
Do you think it's at least a perceived conflict of interest that a firm that's paid hundreds of millions of dollars by DOH is a significant minority shareholder, or minority owner, I should say, of PPL?
So, Senator, I understand why you're asking this. So, we do a vendor responsibility questionnaire. PPL had to submit that. Then we do a vendor responsibility profile. So that addresses conflicts of interest. It's a very rigorous process on their end. Everybody who
There's
did
a very
this had to do it.
specific form as part of this specific
Okay.
procurement action that PPL, I assume, signed. I haven't seen their signature on the form, but I assume, given that they were awarded the contract, they did sign the document that attests they did not have any real or perceived conflicts of interest. It's a yes or no question. What I just described, do you think is at least a perceived conflict of interest that a significant minority owner of this company is paid hundreds of millions of dollars by DOH, including for Medicaid work?
Yeah, so, Senator,
It's yes or no. I have a lot of questions, if
okay,
I may.
we did a responsible procurement. We did the vendor responsibility questionnaire, the vendor responsibility profile. So we know how to do procurements. I don't think there's conflict of interest here,
Okay.
no.
I'll move on. I'm not going to get into any of the lawsuits. Maybe some of my colleagues will, or the merits of those lawsuits. But I do want to raise one document that was submitted as part of one of those suits. This was an attestation by the executive director of an independent living center in Rockland County. And he attests, under penalty of perjury, that on or around April 9th, he attended a Zoom meeting with the state's chief disability officer and other staff to address this CDPAP transition. And he attests, and I'm now quoting from the attestation, during the meeting, a staff member from the office of the CDO informed us that the state intended to choose PPL to take over as the statewide fiscal intermediary. As you're well aware, April 9th, 2024 was not only before an RFP was put out, before an award was issued, it was before the budget was even enacted. How is it that chamber staff, folks presumably that you're interfacing with at the Department of Health, with the chief disability officer and their staff, was projecting to stakeholders that PPL is going to be granted this award?
Yeah, so Senator, I'm not aware of the conversation you're referencing. I certainly wasn't there. What I do know is that the chief disability officer had nothing to do with the procurement. I never had a conversation with the chief disability officer about PPL. So I don't know what to do with that information, quite frankly. But I mean, it didn't influence my decision. When you look at how the procurement is done,
Were you involved in conversations at DOH? Let's put aside the CDO. Were you involved in any conversations at DOH that the nature of those conversations spoke to PPL being granted this award prior to the scoring of their bids?
no.
Okay. I'll now refer to, this is a Capital Confidential article. It's an Albany-based publication. Multiple sources told me, the reporter, the entity under consideration is Public Partnerships LLP. That's a company that provides intermediary financial services at a larger scale. Also, there was, and this is, by the way, this is dated in the spring before the award was issued, I believe in April. There's also a New York Post story, similarly, April 11th, again, before the budget was even enacted, over half a dozen sources confirmed that the firm PPL Inc., which describes itself as a financial management services company on its website, is being seriously discussed as a candidate to take over as the loan FI. How is it that everyone's talking about PPL being granted this award, including the CDO and her team, before an award is issued?
Yeah, so Senator,
You didn't hear any conversation like this at the Department of Health? It just happened to be that all these other places within state government and all these other sources that reporters were talking to was projecting PPL being granted this award, but you heard nothing about this at DOH.
I don't know the articles you're referencing. New York is a big state. You hear a lot in New York all the time. I don't know what to do with what you're sharing with me. What I will say is,
I don't know what to do with it either. That's why I'm asking you.
we did an honest procurement. We did a request for proposal, based very closely on the law, vendor responsibility questionnaire was submitted. We did the vendor responsibility profile. They were vetted. When you look at the bid,
Bids were scored.
right, there was 136 bids. When there's only 4 qualified bidders, and I think, there's only 4 qualified bidders because the statute's pretty specific. But really, when you look at it, it's like they had the best value, and that's what happened.
Okay. The last question I'll have on this particular piece of my line of questioning. Do you believe that if there was a bill draft as part of budget negotiations that specifically cited PPL as the awardee of a no-bid contract for this work, that could reasonably lead some people to be suspicious that the bid was steered? Is that a reasonable suspicion if there was a bill draft that actually named PPL, not even going through a procurement process, not even going through a bidding process? If there was a bill draft that named PPL and just gave them the award for billions of dollars of work in New York State, is that a reasonable cause for suspicion that there was bid steering?
Yeah, so, Senator, I really don't know how to comment about a bill draft, quite frankly, because I never saw that. What I can say is...
Happy to give it to you. There's
Okay.
a bill draft from early April that names PPL. It wasn't in the enacted version because the Senate pushed back on a no-bid contract, but the executive came to us naming PPL in a no-bid contract. Then, miraculously, PPL gets the award a few months later, after all these other reports I just mentioned, and after the CDO mentioning PPL is going to get this award. Is that reasonable cause for suspicion that this was rigged?
Well, Senator, when I look at who made the decision on this, though, it's, I was the one who was presented with the information from my staff. I was the one who was presented with the results of the request for proposal, the scoring. I was the one to present with the recommendation. I was the one who made this choice. I have no knowledge of what you're speaking about, so
You didn't score the bids, though, did you?
I beg your pardon?
You didn't score the bids, though, did you?
My staff scored the
Your
bids.
staff did,
My
yeah.
staff are expert in a lot of things that I'm not
Did
expert
you have any
in.
conversation with them about anything that I'm talking about here? Certainly, you all read Albany-based journalism. You get the same newspapers as we do when we're in Albany in session. Certainly, your staff, if not you, I'm surprised you haven't seen these reports. Certainly, your staff did. You had no conversation about anything I'm talking about with your staff, including the scorers.
No, I don't remember any conversation that did anything like what you're talking about. What I remember is my staff working diligently, trying very hard to meet this deadline and trying to answer as many questions as possible and try to do this the right way, and they did it the right way.
Okay, I'll move on. You mentioned value and you mentioned savings in your testimony. Now, I'm someone who's always been very interested in finding savings of taxpayer dollars, no matter what the issue is. I want to ask, so certainly, clearly, the administrative costs that PPL is offering are significantly lower than the administrative costs that were being paid out prior to this consolidation. There is no dispute whatsoever there. My question to you, the $504 million in state Medicaid savings, about $1 billion total if you include the federal savings, is that number exclusively derived from the administrative costs savings? Or are there
Yes.
other factors that lead to that $504 million number?
No, the $500 million estimate is exclusively on administrative savings.
Okay, so my next question then is, do you agree or do you disagree? It's my understanding that the MLTC reimbursement rates to PPL are meaningfully, arguably significantly higher than the MLTC reimbursement rates that were being provided prior to the consolidation. Is that an accurate statement?
So I don't have direct knowledge of managed long-term care rates. I really can't speak to that in particular. Like, I don't know what they were before, and I don't know what they are now. I don't have that
But the
specific knowledge.
504, let's assume that I'm correct, and I believe I am, that the reimbursement rates are significantly higher than what they were previous to PPL taking over. Don't you think that increased cost to the state should be factored in to the projected savings that you all have been talking about for a year and a half? It's part of the same process. It's part of the same consolidation that we're all talking about here.
Yeah, so there's a lot that goes into factoring how much any particular program is going to cost, and I can't get into the granular each
Can
part
you
of it, though.
guarantee that once what I'm talking about is factored in, that there are still taxpayer savings from this consolidation?
Absolutely. I'm telling you, we expect to see a $500 million savings over a year. That's what we
On
expect
administrative
to see.
costs.
Yes, and I think when you look at what we're paying, it was $150 per member
What
per
are
month
the,
over
what are the
$1,000 per
costs
member per month.
associated with the increased reimbursements? And
Oh.
was there any conversation when PPL came in through their bid with this very low administrative cost? Was there any conversation at DOH about sort of backfilling and giving them a higher reimbursement rate on the other end?
So let me just make sure we're on the same page in something here. PPL is the fiscal intermediary. They're not a managed long-term care company.
I understand that.
So I don't have any direct knowledge of any conversations, but they're not benefiting. Where they get from us is they get roughly $68 and change from the per member per month. I mean, that's what they get. I don't know what other sources of revenue they have from us off the top of my
My
head.
time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I will follow up. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
All right, I want to focus on the transition itself. How frequently was because obviously after the process where the contract was issued or was granted, how frequently was the Department in communication with PPL leading up to the April 1st transition?
Oh, multiple times every day, and I mean every single
Okay,
day. And can I
bunch of
say
times.
I was
And as
involved
part of-
multiple
that's
times
fine,
every
a
day,
bunch, a
every day
bunch,
as well?
right? So as part of these regular communications, was PPL able to provide the department with information related to how many people were making, both enrollees and workers were making the transition?
Yes, we got information.
All right? And what did you estimate before the transition on April 1st? What was the estimate of how many workers and consumers existed in the program before the April 1st transition?
Yeah, so at the time, we were estimating around 250,000, somewhere like that, as far as
250,000.
consumers go. But as far as workers go, I don't know
That's
if you're-
250,000 would be your
consumers.
The consumers.
That was a
at this-
ballpark, right.
Okay.
But as far as workers go, you might remember this came up at the budget hearing. We didn't know how many workers there were. No one did. In fact, I remember at the budget hearing, someone thought there might be even 600,000 workers.
I
This
remember
is
it
part
well
of the
because it was.
challenge.
Yep. No, I remember.
Right.
And I
So in other
remember
words,
this-
we didn't know how many workers there were. This is part of the big problem with all this.
Right.
We had
so
no line of
moving
sight
on,
into any of this.
I have a lot of questions, so we got to move on. So on that, initially there was the PPL actually and the Department of Health both were sharing numbers regularly with us. There was a period of time when the decision was made to no longer provide us with information, regardless of how many times we asked. Do you remember that?
So I actually don't remember. I was not involved with the decision not to share information with you. That
I'm going to get to that.
Okay.
It was on March 7th. So between January and March 7th, there were regular communications that existed between the Department of Health, my office, as well as PPL and my office. And there might have been some other legislators as well, but as the chair of the Health Committee, I kind of had
Sure,
a
of
kind of
course.
following up. On March 7th, however, these communications ceased from PPL, and we were informed by them that the Department of Health had told them to no longer share information with us. Were you aware of that?
No.
So you did not participate in telling them that they no longer should communicate with us after March 7th?
I have no direct knowledge of anyone telling no to you about anything, to be quite honest with you.
Gotcha. All right. Now, there is, as far as what was publicly shared, why did DOH and PPL chose to only publicly share information related to those who had begun the transition? Because there was, as you probably remember, there was a beginning of they said these people are beginning the transition, so whatever the number was, right, and we're going to get to numbers in a second, but whatever the number was, you said these have begun the transition, but there was no breaking down of that information further. You're aware of that?
I remember that, yeah.
Okay. Why was that decision made to not distinguish between folks who had finished the transition and folks who were in the process of the transition?
I don't know that I can give you a very specific reason about that. I think it was just how we decided to portray the information. In other words, the process was supposed to be, straightforward for people to enroll as a
Right.
consumer.
So we'll get to whether it was, and spoiler alert, it wasn't. But okay. As it relates to this, and it's important. So you chose, but there was a choice. Because as you said, you just testified that you can't tell me a reason. Bless you. That you can't tell me a reason, but there was a decision made to choose to share a number saying these are the number of people that are in the process or have finished. And there was no distinction of those two. So there was a decision made to not separate those two numbers.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding was it was just a way of just portraying the whole activity going on. I thought
Gotcha.
that
So
was
you
being
did not.
transparent.
So you did not participate in saying like we should only talk. We should talk about all the numbers. We shouldn't just say we shouldn't differentiate between who's started and who's still ongoing.
No, I mean, that's what the staff presented to me is how we're talking about it, and that made
Cool.
sense. It was fine with
All
me.
right. Furthermore, the PPL or the Department of Health have a granular breakdown as far as geography of where the enrollees were, where the consumers were, et cetera?
So in other words, do we know
In other words,
where-
you'd like the counties, the zip codes, like could you
are you
say
talking about the consumers or the workers?
both?
So when they're registered, we would know that, but prior to that, we would only have known the consumers. We
When
wouldn't
the
have known the
process,
workers.
well, let's talk about those who are in the process of making the transition, whether it's workers or consumers. Did you have a local breakdown of that, as far as zip code, counties, like locality?
I'm sure we did. I didn't look at it, but I'm sure we did.
Gotcha.
It makes sense that we would know that.
All right. So let's actually talk about what happened once the transition, because obviously there was a lot of calls, including for myself, to actually delay, and y'all didn't. So April 1st happened, boom. Now let's talk about what happened immediately there. Let's talk about the first week following the transition. Do you know how many unique workers were paid?
I don't have, I don't know the number off the top of my head, no.
Gotcha. You should, just as a parenthesis, there was plenty of time for you to prepare for this hearing, extra time actually. It is more than a little frustrating that there are many of these questions that, in all honesty, sir, with respect, you should have answers to. And it's a little frustrating, and I'm not even halfway done. It's a little frustrating that you don't have something to refer to, or maybe a staffer with you to be able to give you these numbers. But we're moving on. So you can't tell me the first week following the transition how many unique workers were paid.
We have the number at the department, but I actually didn't, quite frankly, know you wanted to know that today, so
Very well. Okay. So the answer given by PPL on the 4th of April was that 76,000 unique workers, and we are working off the number that you said. We didn't know how many workers we had. We had 250,000 enrollees, so consumers, right? And there certainly would be at least 250,000 workers, right? We can assume that.
well, I don't know that we can assume anything, because quite frankly, I wouldn't know that one worker might not
Sir.
be taking care of multiple
Sir,
people.
okay.
But we do know
So
that
so you don't think that it's a reasonable assumption to say, based on the numbers that you've given us yourself just a couple of minutes ago, that you felt that there was a calculation that there were 250,000 consumers before the April 1st deadline, right?
Right.
And you don't think it's a reasonable assumption to assume that at least there's one worker per person that requires services?
So there are times even now we see where there's one worker for more than one person.
So the answer is no. You do not believe that it's a reasonable
so
assumption to say there's 250,000.
In other words, I don't know how many workers there were.
All right. 76,000 people, according to according to PPL on April 4th, were paid. And if we assume, because I believe it's a reasonable assumption, maybe you don't, but if I believe it's a reasonable assumption that we have at least 250,000 workers, the number is probably much, much higher than that. But 76,000 paid on the first week of April. On the fourth day, so after that, 4/17, the number given by PPL was 110,000. Certainly trickling up, but still hundreds of thousands of workers not paid. And in the month of April, do you know how many unique workers were paid according to PPL?
I know there were challenges with payment. We actually worked quite closely with PPL to
Gotcha,
solve
but
these
I'm
problems.
I need the numbers.
I didn't bring those numbers with me.
All right, so I'm going to move on from the numbers, but I need you to understand this. And sir, seriously and with all due respect, I'm not sure why you thought that numbers of this kind were not necessary to the discussion that we were going to have today. If the issue is how the transition was managed, which is what we want to do, we want to get to the bottom of that, it seems to me that you should have access to the numbers internally that the Department of Health and PPL, the one that PPLs were giving you, and we're going to get to PPL when PPL gets here, but that the numbers are important. So you do not believe that the numbers are important?
Of course, the numbers are important.
Then why don't you have them accessible to you?
Because we were working closely, and I mean myself and my staff, every day to solve the payroll problems.
I mean today, basically considering that you've had a month and a half to prepare for this meeting, for this hearing, why do you not have the numbers today?
You know, Senator, I appreciate that you're asking that. I just didn't know you needed that kind of granularity. But one of the things
Okay.
that concerns me, though, is why were so many people having a problem getting paid? So what we were focusing on
Okay,
was
so let's
helping
actually
people
go.
get
So let's
paid.
actually go forward because I needed to get to that, and it's okay. Did the state's RFP process and contract with PPL require that the transition happen by April 1st of this year.
That's what the law required.
That's what the law required, and is over there as well. Now let's talk about some of the provisions within the contract. Are there provisions within the contract that that allow the state to hold PPL accountable for failing to meet its obligations under the contract?
Yes.
Okay. And has PPL failed to meet any of these obligations under the contract?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of. And so at this point, so the next question to follow up was has the state held PPL accountable for any of these contractual breaches? But you're saying that you are not aware if PPL has violated the contract or has been held accountable for violating the contract.
What I'm aware of is PPL has been working very, very hard to make this transition successful.
Sure.
That's what I'm seeing.
Sir, are you the person responsible for, at the executive level, of managing this contract on behalf of the state?
I'm in charge of the executive, but I have staff who manage the contract specifically.
Okay, but you are in charge of those staff, are you not?
Absolutely.
So ultimately, you are responsible for the actions of your staff.
That's right.
Okay, so do you not feel that if there was a violation or having failed to meet its obligations, and we're not talking about any criminality or what have you, we're just saying, hey, you didn't meet the standard that was in the contract, we need to talk about that because you are a contractor. Do you not feel that if those conversations are occurring, that you should be aware of it? And if none have occurred, then you would be like, they're working perfectly fine, and PPL has perfectly operated another contract.
So what I'm very aware of is my staff are talking to PPL quite often, myself included. When we have a problem, we try to solve it as close to real time as possible. We have been working on solving individual people's problems from the beginning of this.
Okay, and so we're gonna get to, I'm hoping that I'm gonna get to that. I have a lot of other stuff. Let me figure out what I can get through still. Let's talk about the savings, because the savings are important. Now, one of the things that you said earlier is that the state expects to, right? As anybody who's been around budgeting for a while in the state knows that the executive has a way of just promising certain things are going to happen and then never giving us the math for it. So this proposal was intended to reduce the amount of spending in the state was paying for CDPAP by $200 million in fiscal year 25 and 504 thereafter, right? So how has the state achieved the $200 million in savings in the current fiscal year?
Yeah, so what my staff tells me is we are on target to achieve the $500 million savings for next year, and we are on target for this year as well. That's what I'm
So
told.
the answer is yes, you've
Yes.
received the 200. Can you tell me how you've achieved that?
Because of the administrative cost being less. Like, in other words, when you just think about it from $150 per member per month, over $1,000 per member per month, going to a little over $68 per member per month
Right.
and change, that's the clear savings.
Okay, so you're willing to provide us, obviously, you don't have it with you, you already covered that, but are you willing to provide us, are you willing to commit now to providing us in black and white how these savings have been achieved? To be able to look at it as a legislative body, to be able to say, we voted for this because it was going to save money, show us how the money has been saved. Are you willing to do that?
Well, let me see what I can give you. I mean, I'll go back and see what I can
Is
give
that a
you.
yes, sir?
I'll do my best to give you whatever you want. I'll try my best.
Okay. Let's talk about, I only have a couple of minutes left. We will have a second round, sir. But, okay, so I have a few questions related to reimbursement rates under the CDPAP program. So do you have a breakdown between the administrative component and the services rendered delivered of that cost?
In other words, what the salary is for the staff?
No, so if you have the reimbursement rates, have a breakdown, do you have a breakdown of the administrative component and the reimbursement rates would have administrative and would have cost of care?
Right.
I guess they're baked in. Do you have a breakdown of that?
So I know PPL's paid out over $2 billion in salary so far. I know that. And like, we have these numbers.
But do you have a breakdown, yes or no, of the administrative, of that, between the administrative and the services rendered and care delivered?
I'm sure the staff can find that. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. So, I only have a minute and a half, and it's just, I'm gonna have to recharge and refocus and then figure out the second round, but I'll take not the whole minute and a half. To say I'm more than a little bit disappointed. It seems that this is none of what we're asking for is crazy off-the-wall information, and all of it is absolutely essential for us as a legislature to understand whether this program is working or not. the numbers of the transition, how well was it done or not done, whether the company that we're paying billions of dollars for their service is actually performing correctly, and you are sitting here telling me that you don't have these numbers. Maybe it's like, oh, my staff, et cetera. It's more than a little bit disappointing, sir. I would have thought that these are things that would be commonsensical that are required for the conversation that we were going to have today. I am going to have more questions following up, and my colleagues have a lot of questions, but I just wanted to just get that one off my chest. I'm sure I'll have follow-up. I am done. We're going to go first to the ranking member in the Health Committee, Senator Gallivan. No, don't worry about it. He'll get it over there. He'll get it over there. Just
Okay,
talk.
got it.
Well,
Okay.
now you have to turn. Talk. Talk. Just talk.
Thank you, Chairman.
He's got it over there.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
I'm a little confused, so bear with my questions. I will try. I had a whole series of questions. A number of them have been asked. I'll try not to ask the same thing, but I don't think I'll be able to help it as we go through. And hopefully we can clarify some of these things. At the beginning of your testimony, you talked about what led to the transition back in 2004, and you testified the significant challenge facing our state was the lack of appropriate oversight on the Consumer-Directed Personal Assistance Program. Who had this responsibility of oversight?
Yeah, so this is something I think it's really important to know, is like the Department of Health didn't have direct line of sight or oversight over the legacy fiscal intermediaries. They had oversight from the managed care organizations or the local district of social services. Now, over 95% were covered by managed care organizations, but that's who had oversight. We didn't even know for sure how many legacy fiscal intermediaries there were. There is no registration list of them. There's no license for them. So this is one of the big challenges. The department didn't have oversight of this.
Do you know who did? Or whose function in state government was that oversight?
Yeah, I think this is really core to why this law was changed, because when you really look right down to it, it looks like no one had oversight that was meaningful, because the managed care organizations had some level of oversight, and although we tried to get information from them, that was often not successful. Local districts of social services had some, but again, we always couldn't get information from them. So this is part of the problem, is why this ballooned as much as it did, is there didn't appear to be any clear line of sight of the legacy fiscal intermediaries. Now, what you have now with
Oversight delineated by law,
There was-
or just it was out there and nobody knew who was supposed to do it, or the law didn't distinguish who was supposed to have oversight?
I don't think there was any ability there was no ability for the Department of Health to have oversight of the legacy fiscal intermediaries. We couldn't do that. It was just unwieldy. We have that ability now. We have a great deal of
That was
oversight
my
now.
next question. So now, we forget the past. Under the new law and the new program and the new way of doing this, Department of Health has clear oversight responsibility for this program.
We have very clear oversight over PPL, very much
Okay.
so.
All right,
yes.
thank you. I'm not going to, get specific about the numbers. All the numbers seem to be a little bit different. The numbers that are in a lawsuit, the numbers from your testimony, numbers that we've seen different reports on. So I'm not going to get into the minutia of the numbers, but what people generally agree upon is that we've had a number of people that have transitioned over, but we also had approximately 80,000 people that have transitioned to licensed home care, right, instead of the CDPAP program. Is that accurate? Approximately
Yeah,
accurate?
yes, 80,000. That's the number I testified to.
For those individuals, is there a greater cost to state taxpayers for them being enrolled in licensed home care as opposed to the CDPAP program?
There is a greater cost for licensed home care, but I don't know off the top of my head how much it is. It's a little bit more. I don't know how much it is, though.
So we have those 80,000 that went into licensed home care at a greater cost.
That's right.
Doesn't that chip into the savings?
That's right, it does, but we still anticipate we'll save $500 million a year. I've talked to my people about this very same question to kind of understand this, and there's not a simple answer to what a licensed home care service urchin gets paid. That's in the world of rate setting. But yeah, we still anticipate $500 million a year is what we're going to save.
For the CDPAP program.
Yes,
But we'll have a greater cost over in this category
Right.
of licensed home care
Right, but
So the net cost, or the net savings, can't be 500 million.
We still think it will be. In other words, we know that there's an additional cost, but we still think it will be in the end. That's what my people tell me.
Okay, I have a hard time understanding that, but we'll
I'm
move
sorry.
on.
I'm trying to give you the best way I understand it, but like that's the way I understand it.
Did you anticipate that this many people would transition to licensed home care as opposed to staying in the CDPAP program?
You know, it's a consumer choice program. People could choose. I mean, and it was up to them. I really don't know why people chose. I've heard some.
But
from
did you
my staff.
anticipate?
You know, I didn't know what to anticipate. You know, this whole transition, I as much as a doctor, I wanted to be smooth, and I was hopeful it would be a smooth transition. You know, it was clear there was so many challenges with the transition, and really what the department was focused on, myself included, was just trying to help everybody get transitioned over to what they wanted to get to. And if they wanted to get over to personal care services, I was happy for them.
To your knowledge, now, as of today, has every consumer transitioned over either to the CDPAP program, the new program, and stayed in it, or licensed home care?
So we still add members to the program every day. You know, we still add people over. So
But the people that were in the program before?
either they've transitioned over or they've been contacted. You know, I mean, one of the things we've done is contact people who didn't transition over. We could never contact the workers because we didn't know who they were.
Yeah. So sticking with the consumers, do you have any idea of how many of the consumers that stayed with the program were able to keep their personal care assistant, and how many were not? The same individual.
Yeah, so I don't have direct knowledge of that. I mean, that was up to them to decide if they want to keep the same worker or not. There was no change in choosing your worker. Like, in other words, all that changed was the fiscal intermediary. There was no reason for somebody to change their worker. They could keep the same worker if they chose to.
All right, let me jump to reporting, because if we ultimately have proper reporting, maybe we'll have answers to so many of the questions asked. But the 2024 request for offers that went out indicates that the Department of Health will require regular reporting from the statewide fiscal intermediary with frequency, format, and content to be delineated after contract award. Has this been determined yet? Have you directed PPL on what type of reporting they should do? And if so, have they started the reporting? If not, when is it going to start, and what'll be in it?
Reporting, in particular, reporting about what in particular?
Well, unfortunately, the law, which the collective we passed, only quote, requires regular reporting from the statewide fiscal intermediary with frequency, format, and content to be delineated after contract award. And of course, it puts that authority in your hands.
Yeah, so-
It puts that authority in your hands as to what should be reported, what's in that content. And while I am out of time, I want to know if you've made any progress in that area for all of those things. How
So-
much, what's in it, what's supposed to be reported, when are they going to start?
Yeah, so this is something my staff would have better granularity on than I would. My staff manages this with PPL, and I have a great deal of confidence in my staff. I'm sure they're all over this.
Thank you.
Can we switch the nameplate, please? Share the nameplate. Who's the nameplate person? Change the nameplate. All right. Acting as ranking member of the Investigations Committee is Senator Chan, and we're going to change the plate in a second, but Senator Chan, go ahead.
Okay, good morning, Commissioner. I want to thank you for being here.
morning.
And like Senator, the Chair, Senator Rivera was saying, and I'm equally disappointed that you didn't bring. When people ask me a question, I don't know the answer to that. I have a legislative director. I have senior analysts, and I think you should have brought an envoy of people in the know with numbers and statistics to this meeting so that maybe we can get some answers. Now, I know Senator Skofisk over here, who's a friend of mine, said he didn't want to get into the lawsuits yet, right? But I do. So given the given the governor's executive, given the governor and commissioner's promise that not one more consumer will lose their services as a result of this transition to PPL, can you tell us how many consumers exactly were originally in CDPAP under a different FI, but have not yet transitioned, like that number, quantity.
So as far as I know, everyone who's wanted to transition has transitioned. And whether they transitioned to the CDPAP program or to the personal care services program, they had that choice. They had that choice before this law was changed. They have that choice now.
And do you have, like Senator, to follow up on Senator Gallivan's question, do you have an analysis exactly how many consumers were not able to keep their personal assistants?
So everyone could keep their personal assistant. That didn't change. In other words, that wasn't a change in the law. All that changed was who was paying the worker. So the consumers could keep the worker. That was all that changed was who was actually paying the worker.
So you don't know how many people like failed to transition? Do you have that number?
So I don't know if anyone failed to transition. I mean, people could choose to go to personal care services or they could stay with CDPAP. That was up to them. That is their choice.
So, okay, next question is, if both chairs of the Senate Assembly Health Committee and the Senate Health Committee, along with numerous other members of the state legislature, all recognize the deadline as a problem with the transitioning to PPL, which it was, right? Why didn't the governor propose language to extend past the looming April 1st deadline and we had to go to court? Do you know?
So the April 1st deadline
Yeah.
was set in the law. When we really saw this, what we saw coming up was that people were transitioning and transitioning reasonably well up until the middle of March. What we saw in the middle of March is that's when we started seeing their call center at PPL getting backed up and people having wait times. Now, PPL added staff to address that, but we were concerned. So what we did is March 27th, we announced a solution, which was people could be retroactively paid until April 30th. That's what we came up with. We thought it was a reasonable solution so people wouldn't lose the worker. And it would incentivize people to do this. Why I thought this was really important is we were combating just an abundance of misinformation and disinformation, like nothing I've ever seen in my career before, all this misinformation. But we had managed care companies telling us and local district social services telling us, people were firmly telling them they did not need to transition. People were convinced they did not need to transition. People were confused, and I don't blame the workers, nor do I blame the consumers, but it just didn't make sense to perpetuate the confusion.
So the question was about the deadline, right? Why did it take a judge to step in and finally extend the deadline? Why didn't the executive branch just realize what was going on and extend the deadline?
Because, Senator, I don't think extending the deadline would have helped. People were still confused. When people are firmly believing this isn't going to happen, and I mean firmly believing, we heard it from multiple sources, then it's just not going to be successful. And although there was a judge that was involved, Judge Block, really that was a controlled situation, and we actually agreed to that. The judge didn't, we worked with the plaintiffs in that matter, and we agreed to all of this, and we came to an amicable agreement when all was said and done that the judge said was fair and reasonable for all parties.
Okay, so am I correct to say that PPL is an out-of-state company?
Well, they moved their headquarters to New York, so
But at the time that they were awarded the responsibility here to take over, were they an out-of-state company?
well, they were based in Georgia, but I don't know when they actually moved their headquarters to New York State.
You don't know when they moved their headquarters to New York State? Was it prior or after to being awarded the contract?
I think you should ask them that because I don't know the direct answer to it.
Well, I mean, yeah, okay, they will be here later. All right, so let's see. I do have more questions. I'm sorry. With specific numbers that. Okay, so have you done any analysis on the cost differential to Medicaid per patient for those that transitioning to home health care?
So,
Yeah.
do you mean from? I want to make sure I understand your question, Senator. Try and answer you
Yeah.
directly here. Have you asked us if we do an analysis of the difference between someone going from the CDPAP program to personal care services? Is that what you're asking us?
Yeah, and yeah.
Okay. So it varies because licensed home care service agencies get paid at different rates. And the rate setting is a very complex thing. So, I can't give you a specific answer about that. It's something I already just talked to Senator Gallivan about. It does cost a little bit more to go to a licensed home care service agency, and the care is a little bit different too, but it's the consumer's choice. So if the consumer chose to do that, that's up to the consumer.
Okay, so now I understand that the number was floated around earlier, $500 million to savings, right? Has any savings on the CDPAP program been realized to date?
Yes.
What's that number? Do you know?
So we're on target to meet the savings we projected because the savings doesn't come from anything more than lower administrative costs. So when you just think about, we're paying $150 per member per month, over $1,000 per member per month, and now we're paying a little over $68 per member per month. That's the savings, and when you multiply that over all these people, that's a lot of savings.
Okay, I'm almost out of time, but can you tell us right quick, do you have an idea of how much it's costing the state in resources for the Department of Health to set up and staff the DOH transition team hotline?
It's not much. It's less than 10 people who manage the hotline.
Maybe that's why people have such a problem
No,
transitioning.
sorry, sir. We only get 55 calls a day on that hotline, and we only get 35 emails a day on that hotline.
When you say 55 calls, is that
That's for the
55
Department
people
of
who-
Health.
Right, who stay on the line? or-
No, they're calling our hotline. They're getting questions
Okay,
answered
my
right
time
away.
is
In
up.
other
I'm
words,
sorry.
it's a
Right.
small group of people.
I thank you for your time, so I'm sure we'll talk again. Thanks.
Thanks, thank you, Senator Chan. Thank you, Senator Chan. Next, Senator Leo Webb.
Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. I want to go back to the accountability measures that DOH is doing with PPL. You mentioned in your testimony that, and also in previous comment, that DOH didn't have a means to have oversight with the CDPAP program. So now that we're into this transition, what accountability measures has your agency put in place to hold PPL accountable?
So that's exactly right. We had no accountability about legacy fiscal years, but now they're all, not just we have them, they're in the contract, so they have to meet them, and there's many of them.
Can you give a couple examples?
You know, it's in the contract, and I'm not sure if that part of the contract is public, so I'm not sure I can give those examples right now.
Okay, I'll move on to my next question. It has been very public that concerns about the integrity of PPL as a company. And so when you were doing the RFP process, were there any of the other entities who responded to the RFP, did they have similar operational issues in history that PPL has demonstrated, such as lawsuits, numerous leadership changes, other challenges?
So of the 136 that submitted bid, only 4 were qualified. But of those 4, we did what's called, they have to submit to us a vendor responsibility questionnaire, which is a very long questionnaire. We then do what's called a vendor responsibility profile. So we analyze everything about the vendor. And really what we're trying to determine is the vendor vetted, and can we trust the vendor with state money? And so PPL passed that requirement. So we did a vendor responsibility profile, we did the review, and we've done that.
So again, my question is, were there any other entities that put in a bid? Did they have the same type of issues like PPL that's been quite public?
Yeah, so I'm trying to answer this directly. When we do the vendor responsibility review, the 4 that were qualified bidders all passed the vendor responsibility review. So in other words, all 4 were considered qualified bidders. So I can't speak to whether or not anyone had other issues, but when I get to allegations about a vendor, we do a thorough vendor responsibility review, and that was done.
Okay, I will move to my next question. Has PPL provided proof of their financial solvency? There have been they've been awarded a significant line of credit from DOH and have also demanded upfront payments from MCOs when historically previous FIs paid their personal assistants and were reimbursed by the plans. They are also diverting reimbursements back to themselves by not fully utilizing subcontractors. So again, has PPL provided proof of their financial solvency?
So this was required in the request for proposal. So if it's a requirement of the request for proposal, then it was done.
But how is that being accounted for? Is that also an example of something that's in the contract that may not be able to be discussed publicly?
So I don't have any knowledge of PPL not being financially solvent. Quite frankly, the opposite to me is they paid over $2 billion in salary. So obviously they're getting money and paying money.
In that same vein, it was publicized back in March of this year that the DOH had asked for staff to volunteer to assist with the transition with a big company such as PPL. Why did you ask staff to volunteer to assist with the transition?
Because I wanted to help people transition over. I wanted people not to lose the care they needed. And so I asked some of my staff to help out with the transition. We were facing a situation where we were doing well, PPL was doing well, but what I saw toward March, middle of March, was they weren't meeting what I expected, and I didn't want people to be left out here, so I asked my staff to volunteer. When I think about what PPL was getting hit with, though, was there was this massive misinformation campaign. There was all this misinformation out there, and people weren't transitioning. So what we did was try to help people. Now, we filled out papers, we helped move papers, we helped people. We did what we could to help PPL, but that's what we do when anyone needs help. We helped out so we could help our people.
So, in that vein of communication challenges, how long has PPL been aware of the October 1st benefits deadline, and how did they share that information with their providers?
Sorry, I think.
Yes, so how long has PPL been aware of the October 1st benefits deadline, and how did they communicate that, to your knowledge, to organizations who are part of this program?
So, Senator, I think that's a better question for PPL. I can't give you a direct answer on that.
I would imagine that would be a part of any accountability measures with respect to communicating to providers any deadlines or issues, but I am out of time. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator Webb. I should mention that we've also been joined by Senators Kavanaugh and Gonzalez, although I'm not sure if they're in the room right this second, but they are around, and Senator Gonzalez is a member of the Health Committee, so she might be asking questions a little bit later. Next, Senator Sila Bino.
Thank you, Senator Rivera. Good morning.
Good morning.
I was going to go down the line of questioning regarding reporting and oversight, but I have to tell you that I'm already frustrated because it seems as though you can't answer questions. My Caribbean grandmother would say, it seems as though you came here with two long arms, meaning empty-handed. But I'm going to ask anyway. Can you tell me what structure is in place for the oversight of this program as it relates to compliance with PPL's contract and the state?
Yes. In other words, we oversee them. They're our vendor, so we have a great deal of oversight over them. In other words, we can track everything they do, quite frankly. We can make sure that they're complying with the federal audit requirements. One of the things, for example, we didn't see going on in the past was legacy fiscal intermediaries weren't doing electronic visit verification. We know PPL is doing that. We also can make sure that people fill out timesheets. We know that people
I
actually
want
are
to know
doing
what
timesheets.
structure.
It's our
you-
structure.
I want to know what structure
It's
the
pursuant to
Department
the
of Health
contract.
has in place
Yep.
for the purpose of the oversight. What is the structure? Tell me what that looks like. How many dedicated staff you have? What exactly are they reviewing in terms of performance evaluation? I find it hard to believe that there are portions of a contract that would be confidential as it relates to evaluating the performance of a firm, a vendor who's responsible for services to our residents who are highly dependent upon them being successful. I want to know what that looks like. What do you have in place?
So we have people in the Office of Health Insurance Programs who oversee the contract. We also have people in the Bureau of Contracts who oversee the contract. We also have people in the Office of Health Insurance Programs who facilitate any day-to-day problems with PPL. We also have people throughout the entire department in different settings who interact with PPL to solve any myriad of issues. But there's a great deal of accountability with the
How many
single vendor.
people are dedicated to that on a daily basis for the purpose of ensuring that they are in compliance with the contract, making sure that they are evaluating the payroll process, the process that requires the fingerprinting, the onboarding? Tell me what that looks like.
So in other words, I don't know the exact number of people I have working exclusively on PPL. Well, I have people who do other things but PPL, but we have infrastructure and people work on this, so we manage the contract. One of the things that's really important about this is we can actually manage this contract we couldn't manage the other ones because we had no oversight over them.
Right.
That's a vast
So
improvement of the
who in your
situation.
department is responsible for, there should be some level of a framework that that you could tell me, top down, my deputy of X, Y, and Z
Okay.
is dedicated to the oversight of this program. His team includes, 5 analysts. Like, you should be able to articulate that today. And
Amir
if you
Basiri-
can't do that today, then I think you're just continuing to perpetuate the misrepresentation that you claim was bestowed upon this program, because you're not giving us numbers, you're not giving us data, you're not giving anything to refute the fact that this contract was not, in fact, transitioned properly to start, and that you have any type of guidelines, protocol, and a process in place to ensure that they're maintaining what they are actually contractually required to give us. Tell me who in your department is responsible.
Yeah, so-
Top down.
Yeah, so Senator, as far as the numbers go, I actually didn't know you wanted them to. We published them twice a week, 3 times a week. We were very transparent about the numbers. I just thought since they're a matter of public record, I didn't need to bring them today.
I
But
asked you about the
Amir-
structure of your
I'm sorry,
department.
Senator, I'm getting there. Amir Basiri is in charge of Medicaid. He oversees all that goes on in Medicaid. Amanda Lothrop is the Chief Operating Officer. She's next in line. Mike Ogborn is the Chief Budget Officer, followed by Jackie McGovern. And then over all of administration, I have Andy Ruby, who's my Deputy Commissioner of Administration. He oversees the Bureau of Contracts. I have Aaron, who's in charge of the contracts. Those are a few of the names of people, but then there's a host of people who work for them. And when I look at my org charts, it doesn't tell me how many people, but there's a host of people. I know their names, I know what they do. They work and they're accountable to me.
I'm out of town, but I'm going to just say you should have come here with a few of those individuals that are on your org chart that are responsible for the daily oversight of PPL, because perhaps we would have received some of the questions, we would have received answers to some of the questions that we posed today. And I don't think that would have been hard. Thank you.
Senator Bynum. Followed by Senator Rhodes. Excuse me.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Sorry we're playing musical chairs here. Thank you for your testimony. I wanted to get into a little bit of the, and I know Senator Skoufis touched upon this, specifically the bidding process. Obviously, this was put out through an RFO process, the selection of the single fiscal intermediary, right?
It's a request for it's a request for proposals. It wasn't an RFO. It was a request for proposals.
It's an RFP proposal? Okay.
Yes, it was.
Who was the one that crafted the language for the request for proposal?
My staff did.
Okay. Was there anyone from the governor's office that was involved in the RFP drafting?
I don't know that. I mean, generally, my staff is the one who drafts RFPs. This is really a type of work that's rather quite expert. Like Sue Mantica at the time was the one who oversaw that. Michael Lewandowski was the person who is still here who does that. Sue went on to work somewhere else. But there's a whole team of people who put together RFPs for this. So it was that staff that did this work.
Well, we did have some concerns, obviously, over the fact, and there have been allegations with respect to bid steering and bid rigging, which I'm sure your office is aware of, right? In fact, there's been
We've been
litigation.
litigated about this. In fact, the judges have ruled consistently this was just conjecture and speculation. There's no evidence of this.
Well, of course, it would be very unlikely that there would be evidence of it if it was done correctly, right?
Senator, I think that's unfair. In other words, my team did an honest RFP and an honest bid and did an honest evaluation, and they did a good job with this. We did what we were supposed to do, and the courts agreed with us.
Well, we had concerns that were brought to light actually by a member of Congress, Richie Torres, concerning the fact that you had PCG, who was the consultant for the governor's office, that there was a 25% ownership interest of members of PCG in PPL, right? You were aware of those allegations, right?
I don't remember the media report you're talking about, but it was brought up earlier from Senator Skoufis. I don't know what share they owned of this. But it would have been something we would have noticed in our vendor responsibility questionnaire, because that's something you get that. The vendor responsibility questionnaire is quite thorough. You have to disclose all the owners. And then when we do a vendor responsibility review, that's when we vet anyone. That's why there was only 4 qualified bidders. There was other reasons why there's only 4 qualified bidders as well, but we would have vetted that.
Okay, then why wasn't that uncovered?
I'm not saying it wasn't uncovered. I'm just saying we did a vendor responsibility questionnaire, if they did, and we did the vendor responsibility review. We vetted the qualified bidders. They were all vetted.
But when PCG is the company that's being used to help the governor, right, to consult, that the governor's office was going to consult as to the single fiscal intermediary that was going to be chosen, didn't you find it odd or problematic that you had 25% ownership interest in the company that was ultimately chosen by members of PCG?
Yeah, so Senator, I'm aware of PCG being a consultant that we use at the New York State Department of Health. I don't have visibility on consultants used anywhere outside of government. That's not something I would see. What I know is we did an honest procurement, and we did the procurement the right way, and we did the procurement in accordance with the law. That's what we did. And this was
But if
quite
I
a
can ask,
significant work that we
and I
did.
apologize, Commissioner, how can it be an honest process when the company that's choosing, right, the company that's assisting your department in choosing whoever was going to be the single fiscal intermediary had an ownership interest in the one that was chosen?
Yeah, so
How could that be an honest process?
Senator, there's no consultant who had a role in selecting who was chosen. That wasn't what happened here. In other words,
Then what was the purpose of the consultant?
we didn't hire a consultant to do this. Our staff did the request for proposal. Like, in other words, PCG didn't work for me for this. PCG worked on early intervention, and they might work on other stuff. But in other words, when I say that it's an honest procurement, it's like we follow the standard process. And the department does procurements quite regularly. This is something we do all the time. This particular procurement was exempt from controller review because that's what the law required. So that's what we did. We followed the law.
Well, one of the ways that, and again, I'm not suggesting that that happened in this particular case, but I think one of the things that gives rise to the concerns that there may have been bid steering with respect to this is the fact that so few vendors actually qualified. Now, you've told us that only 4 out of 136 applicants that actually submitted a bid was chosen. That's 97% of the applicants weren't deemed to be eligible. Doesn't that provide the least bit of a concern to you?
So not if you read the law, because what I saw of the 136 proposals, many were incomplete by law. But one of the provisions in the law, which is 365F, it's for Section I, Section B, talked about that. If you're going to be successful, the law required that you have experience as of April 1st, 2024, in providing services as a fiscal intermediary on a statewide basis with at least one other state. I don't know why that provision was put in the law, but that's a very specific provision. And since that provision's in the law, I think that's one of the reasons why you don't see many qualified bidders. So no, it doesn't surprise me that there were only 4 qualified bidders.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Rhodes. Senator Rachel May.
Is this on? Or do I have?
Don't worry, he'll
Okay.
get it
All right,
later.
thanks. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. I have one kind of overarching question that I think ties into a number of my colleagues' questions, and that is this. In the whole process, from deciding that there was a need to save money in the CDPAP program, to pushing language into the budget, and let's be real, this wasn't a legislative initiative, to the RFP, to the selection of PBL, how much of the discussion or the underlying intent was to reduce the number of people who were taking advantage or who were able to participate in CDPAP?
Yeah, so, Senator, if you remember going back to the 2024 budget, I went into the budget with a $400 million unallocated savings. In fact, that's something we knew. And I remember Senator Rivera saying, I feel like this is cutting off my right arm, my right hand. And I said, well, we're looking for is partnership. What came out of that budget was this initiative. And I'm not convinced. I was told this came from the legislature.
I'm
This
not
initiative
talking
came from the
about
legislature.
where the language came from. I'm talking about in your discussions, in the discussions behind the scenes, how much of it was about actually reducing the number of people who would choose or could choose to make use of the CDPAP program.
So I don't remember having any conversation about trying to eliminate anybody from the CDPAP program, and that's one of why I make this really clear. The eligibility for the program didn't change. All that
No.
changed was the infrastructure of who pays the folks.
Well, but I know there were FIs in my area of the state in central New York who were playing a role of actual outreach to let people know that this program existed. And it's especially important in the New American community. We have a lot of refugees from all over the world who live in central New York. The traditional forms of medicine in America are kind of bewildering to them, and this particular program, which really allows very specific culturally competent care, is really important. But they're not going to know to go out and find that if somebody isn't coming and telling them this is an option. And I feel like one of the things that's happening is that infrastructure is gone now, and PPL isn't going to be out there like going into the Afghani community in my area and letting people know about this. So was that part of the plan to try to scale down this program over time?
So, no, in fact, one of the requirements for this single statewide fiscal community was cultural competence, and this is one of the things that we thought would be helpful here, from what I can see here. I mean, it's in the request for proposal. So, no, this was really about lowering administrative costs. There was not about, I mean, if you look at the master plan for aging, home care is going to increase in New York State and increase over time. And I think what we did here, what you did and what the executive did was actually help us for the future with a fiscally responsible program. And in light of what I see going on in the federal government right now, I think it was more important than ever that you did this hard work of getting this done. Because now we have much more fiscal oversight over this, and we can actually exercise appropriate stewardship over what we're doing here.
Well, I will just say I know of there were FIs that were created by and staffed by New Americans with incredible cultural competency, and I don't see any evidence that PPL has that kind of really on-the-ground ability. They've you know, you're having to reach out to somebody over the phone in another part of the state in order to get this kind of care. And it feels to me like part of the whole idea of it was to just ease people out of this program.
PPL offers over 300 languages, and you know, I really feel like with the master plan for aging, if we read that closely, when you look at home care needs in New York, it's only going to increase. And what I see is we keep adding people to the CDPAP program, and we're going to add people to the personal care services program. I think it's wonderful that people have choices in this regard.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator May. We have also been joined by Senator Cordell Clear. Next, we have Senator Robert Jackson.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for coming in. And normally in budget hearings, besides the top person in there, you have staff there that can guide them regarding more specific information. Do you have staff here today that could have advised you on some of the information that was requested as far as numbers and stuff like that?
Yeah, so
You don't have to identify them. I have just a question, whether or not you came by yourself or you came with others to give you support, the information, the stats in essence.
Yeah, so Senator, it was me who was invited. I do have staff here, but I have what I have here. In other words, part of why we didn't have numbers about how many people are getting paid every week is we put it out in the press multiple times a week. I thought we were very transparent about that. As far as elements of the contract that I just don't remember what's redacted or not, that's me just being honest. It's a very long contract, over 400 pages. But I did bring staff here, but it's me who you invited to testify.
Okay, now I'm just saying what the normal situation that I see when you're dealing with budget hearings. And obviously, this is a multi-billion-dollar program that you're talking about. So my question then I have is, I'm more concerned about the consumers and the employees, because those are the ones that need this program more so than anyone else. So how many are you covering overall, considering the fact that you had over 600, or some people say 700 intermediaries before this happened?
Right, so there's right now 230,000 people registered with CDPAP with PPL. 210,000 stayed in the program. So 80,000 went over to personal care. As far as workers go, we have 230,000 or so workers right now. That's what the program is like today.
So I heard from someone about the language. You indicated just a few minutes ago, somebody can call in. There's so many languages. I think you said 30 or 40?
300 languages PPL
300
offers.
languages. Is that working fast enough in order so that when people are communicating in English and that they're trying to get the translator to translate, they ask to translate everything that they're saying, and that just takes so much time to have a translator ask a staff member of my office who's talking in English about what this is to help someone get the information that they need.
Yeah, so the requirement is that they be culturally competent, but what you're asking is how is PPL performing in that regard? They'll be here today. I would ask them directly how they're doing with that.
Well, let me just say that from my perspective, as someone that's new with the Health Committee, this is if I was down on the sidewalk, I would tell you, this is a mess. And that's my 2 cents. Not blaming it, I'm not blaming you, I'm saying that overall, this is a big mess that you're trying to, you and others are trying to unravel to give the clients, the consumers, and the staff that are working and taking care of their mother, their father, their sister, their brother, their nieces, their nephews, giving them what they need. One, the consumer is getting what they want, and number two, the employees that are working with their families are being paid and being paid appropriately.
Yeah, so Senator, it didn't have to be this way. The transition could have gone much smoother, but there was so much opposition during this transition, it really became a problem. This is why the Department of Health was so involved in helping as many people transition as possible. Our job was to implement the law that the legislature and the governor enacted. That's what we did. But it worries me that so many people were such a fierce opposition that tried to interfere with people's health care. And that worries me, that people were comfortable interfering with people's health care. We've been committed to trying to solve this, and we do this. I mean, if someone has a problem, we help them as close to real time as possible. Even people who still contact me, we try to help solve their problem as close as possible. I know my staff does as well. We're very committed to everybody getting the care they need and workers getting paid.
Do you owe workers money now, or are you up to date in paying money, or CDPAP, or whoever's going to pay them?
So PPL is the one who pays the workers, and they've paid over $2 billion worth of salaries so far, and they've paid nearly every worker. Not every worker submits a timesheet every week, but they are the ones who are responsible for paying.
And if in fact someone's not being paid and they call you, meaning the Department of Health, that you're going to look into that?
We
right
help
away?
them. We have a toll-free number they can call. We have an email address they can use, and we will help them. And I've certainly had that. I've helped people do this myself, and I know they've gotten the help they needed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator. Thanks, Senator Ryan.
Thank you.
Just keep talking. They're over there.
All right, thank you. Just a follow-up with Senator May. We did have a provider that did a really good job with our, new American population. And it's difficult, right? Not always just getting on the phone, roadblocks to be on the phone, which a lot of times was backlogged. I definitely am looking forward to figuring out how we can do to re-enroll or increase that population, the participation rates in that population, because it's a really big problem. And, I know that PPL doesn't have a true presence, I guess, if you were, in central New York. I think they have a presence in Rochester. It's neither here nor there, but I think looking forward to seeing how we can work together and what the DOH is going to do to go out and actually sign people up and try to get more people participants, specifically in the language barrier space. But second, I want to pivot a little bit, talk a little bit about health insurance, and you probably don't have these numbers, but I'm going to ask if you could possibly get those for me. Obviously, the health insurance that PPL is providing. And I'm going off of one of your documents, FAQs. If I have health insurance coverage like New York's Essential Plan or a qualified health plan with financial assistance, how an offer the PPO Anthem Bronze plan affected. Obviously, and then it goes on to say that if you do take that plan, that health care coverage, you would then not be eligible for the essential plan. So do you know how many people that's affecting, the numbers? How many people, because they now have the inadequate health insurance from PPL, are no longer eligible for the New York Essential Plan? And I guess the same question for the Medicaid managed care health care plan as well.
Yeah, so if people want to sign up for health insurance, they can go to New York State Health still. And, there's an income requirement. If they make less than 138% of the federal poverty line, Medicaid might be an option, and then they can see. But, one of the things about PPL is they are offering health insurance. Now, in the legacy system, not every legacy fiscal intermediary offered health insurance, but I've spoken to Mickey Kapoor, their chief executive officer, about their health insurance. I've been very direct about my feelings about their health insurance. They can come in and talk about the health insurance they offer. But I know there's concerns about the health insurance they're offering. I get that.
But my specific question is, how many people are ineligible for the New York Essential Plan, which is much, much better because they're taking the health insurance through PPL,
Yeah, so
which
that's
is woefully inadequate at best.
Yeah, and so I understand the concern about PPL's insurance, and they can explain why they offer the insurance they have, and they can talk about what they're doing about that. And I've had a conversation with them about this more than once about this. But when you look at applying at New York State Health, if you have employer-offered insurance, this works for anybody, then you have to go with the employer to offer insurance. This is true for anybody here. So I think the challenge on PPL is to address the insurance concern, because I think it's a very legitimate concern.
Correct, and when PPL's here, I'm going to ask those follow-up questions specific to that. But do you have the numbers? How many people are now disqualified for the New York
So-
Essential Plan because of the health
Right, when
plan?
you apply for the essential plan, if you have employer-sponsored insurance, you have to go with that. So in other words, you were eliminated from the essential plan. What I'm saying is, there are people who were on the essential plan who now are not eligible for the essential plan because now they have employer-sponsored insurance. So, but you can't get
Correct.
the essential plan, right?
I understand that, but do you know how many? I'm just wondering how many New Yorkers lost their health.
So
better
here's
health
the
insurance.
thing. We don't know how many workers. We don't even know how many had benefits. We had no visibility of the legacy system. We don't have any visibility if someone was a worker in the past. This is part of the opaqueness of the past system. Now, at least, we know a lot about the workers, but I think PPL will talk to you about what they're going to do about the health insurance package.
Okay, but lastly, so do you know how many? It's something that you track. We're paying them.
So in other words, we know how many workers there are, but how many have health insurance, I don't know the direct number off the top of my head.
Okay.
PPL will know that.
Thank you. That's all I'm asking for.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Next, Senator Fernandez.
Okay. Hi, Commissioner.
Hi,
Thank you
good
so
morning.
much. You mentioned that anyone who is a current CDPAP enrollee could transition to become a personal care assistant, a CPA, but that's not accurate, as we've seen and heard. Right now, CDPAPs of any immediate family member or person sharing the same household are barred from becoming CPAs. Would you support eliminating these restrictions and allowing family members providing care to become CPAs, multiple family members?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I lost some of the question a little bit. In other words, to be a worker for CDPAP, you have to, really, it's a very low bar to qualify as a worker for CDPAP. That's one of the wonderful things about the program. In other words, you, as a consumer, get to pick your worker. Very little in the way of qualifications. There's no real qualification. For a personal care service worker, you have to meet the minimum qualifications. There's 40 hours
Did these
of training.
qualifications change from what it was before to now
No,
here?
that didn't change. So the criteria to become a personal care service worker was still 40 hours of training. Now, keep in mind, what a CDPAP worker can do is a little bit different than what a personal care service worker can do. A CDPAP worker can actually do more, like administer medication and some other things, whereas a personal care service worker, whether it's a 1 or a 2, really can't do the same. Like personal care service worker 1, mainly doing housekeeping, personal care worker 2 doing a little bit more, but there's a different scope of practice for them. So the consumer needs to really decide and learn what is best for the consumer. That's part of the
Thank you. I'm going to go to
flexibility.
another question. You mentioned before that you do have concerns about the insurance benefits. What is Department of Health doing to address that these benefits are not substantial and are leaving people in worse positions than before? What are you doing about that?
Yeah, so I've had a conversation with their chief executive officer more than once about my thoughts about the health insurance. I think they'll come in and talk to you today and explain why they're offering what they're offering and what their plan going forward is. What we can do is we can talk to them and relay our concern, because I'm the health commissioner. I want everyone to have health
Have you
insurance.
given any suggestions, recommendations?
I do have a recommendation for them, and I've given it to them. But, you know, I think they should tell their story in that, because they can explain to you how they got to where they got
I'll
to.
ask them. Another question I have before my time is up. There's been surveys done, outreach, of course, by many advocates, and one of the surveys mentioned that about 40% of caregivers are considering leaving the field because of the struggle that it's been. And it's been a bad struggle. We all agree to that. What is the Department of Health doing to make sure that we don't lose healthcare workers? Because as we know, in many areas, we are losing healthcare workers and it's continuing a crisis. Is Department of Health doing anything to outreach to make sure that people are aware, able to connect, and getting into the transition if they want?
Yeah, so we've done a lot with the transition. Like, in other words, we've helped authored webinars. We've put a lot in the media. We've done a lot with the earned media as well. So we do try to make sure people understand. We still advertise the CDPAP program on our website. In other words, we are trying to make sure people know there's two options here. And the CDPAP program is still growing every single day. It's still a very popular program, and I'm thankful for that. Because really, I like that we have two different choices for consumers in New York, and I'm glad that people get to pick what they want. Because you can see where people are
Didn't
going
we
to
have
have
more
different needs.
choices before?
You know, they did have both choices before, but I think that's a great thing they still have that, because that didn't change with the
Yeah, but now
legislation.
just two as opposed to the many.
Well, no, you have
No.
being a CDPAP worker or a personal care service worker. There's always private duty nursing. That was there before too, and that still exists as well. It just depends, because really when you get right down to it, part of what you need to evaluate when you start the process, you have that New York Independent Assessor process. They help you determine what's better for you, because really not everybody who wants CDPAP can self-direct. Now, they could have a designated representative, but part of the Independent Assessor program is determining, one, do they qualify for the program, and two, which one makes sense for them? Because really you want people to be in the program that makes the most sense for them.
Thank you. If anybody doing the training does qualify, and again, two people in a household qualifies, can they, well, I think I'm asking if you support if two members of a household can be CPAs in the case of, you know, specific need, depending on the family member that needs the care. Is there criteria that is considered?
So the criteria for personal care assistance, you know, it hasn't changed. In other words, if you're going to be a personal care assistant as opposed to a personal assistant, like in personal care services, that criteria hasn't changed. So that criteria is the same before the law and after the law.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator. Next, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you so much. Great. So I want to go back to a few of the points made earlier. One, we know that there is an incredible amount of concern from diverse communities about the quality of care and cultural competency. And we also know, based on your answers, that we do not have clear transparency and oversight. And so as a government entity with the responsibility of representing and ensuring that marginalized communities are getting quality care, is there any oversight or tracking on the part of the Department of Health that when instances of language access or cultural competency are brought up, that they are being resolved in a timely manner?
So, you know, Senator, the consumer is the one who picks the worker. So the consumer has full choice of who is
Right.
actually their personal assistant. So the consumer can pick whoever they want. They can pick as diverse of populations they would like to. They can pick a family member. So the consumer has all the power in that relationship. So I think that's actually what it was and what it still is. That hasn't changed with this law.
And yet, that's not what many of our offices are hearing. We're hearing a lot of concern from our diverse communities that they aren't receiving continuity of care. And earlier, you said to ask PPL about how they're resolving these cases, and I do not think that's an acceptable answer as the Department of Health, because ultimately the oversight piece is our responsibility. So again, what is the specific way that the Department of Health is ensuring that cultural competency, language access, and other ways of reaching marginalized communities are actually happening in timely ways?
All right, so Senator, just to be clear, the consumer picks the worker.
Right.
Is your question more about how is the Department of Health making sure PPL advertises
working with
this
their
service
consumers
to the community, right?
Or advertising or any, yes,
Right,
yeah.
all right, so now I'm on the same page as you right now. So that's something that PPL has to do. One of the requirements of this RFP was they had to be culturally competent. This was not a requirement in the past, but it's a requirement now. So this is an element of their contract and something they have to do.
But I think that's the tension we're hearing again and again today, is that parts of their contract are clearly outlined and yet not being met. And not only is that on the cultural competency front, but of course, part of their contract is timely payment of their workers. And that is not being met either. And so I think the answer that we're all looking for is, again, what is the oversight mechanism and how is the Department of Health working to make sure and hold PPL accountable on multiple parts of their contract?
Yeah, so we have oversight of the contract, and as far as people being paid timely manner, you know, there were some problems in the beginning, but my understanding is most of those have been resolved. That's what I've seen. Like, as far as the numbers go, people being paid, we were transparent about those numbers going up every week. We put that in the media. Right now, you know, if you submit your timesheet on Monday, you get paid on Thursday. Today's a payday for PPL. So people are getting paid today. You know, but this is what we're seeing. But people had to learn how to do a timesheet, which I think is a legitimate question I had, is why was filling out a timesheet new for workers? But this is something we learned, that they weren't familiar with the app. They weren't familiar with submitting timesheets, which I think that's just interesting to me that that was such a thing. I don't know what that's all about.
While I certainly believe that, of course, there's some upskilling that can happen, and I'm not saying that that isn't true, what I'm talking about is responsibility. And I think it's an abdication of responsibility on the part of PPL and the Department of Health to not ensure that they are in full compliance with their contract, whatever the issues may be at any given moment. So I think you've acknowledged that they are currently not in compliance, but we're working towards that. Is that correct?
No, Senator.
Yeah.
They're in full compliance with their contract, and we provide very strict oversight of the contract. So
Right.
that is what we're doing here, and that's what we're supposed to do. We're administering the law, and we're following the law. We're administering the contract, and we're following the contract. We have oversight over PPL.
Yeah, I would love to hear more again on how you are overseeing and what the specifics of that look, how we are looking at success metrics, and how as a legislature we can have some transparency on what those metrics are so we can track success and growth over time. I know a lot of documents are public, but I also do not think it's an acceptable answer to say because they are public, we simply should have had them in front of us today. You should have those for us. So I look forward to working with you more on this
Okay.
in the future.
Yeah, I mean, Senator, it's a 400-page contract. I've
Yeah.
read it. I was part of it, but I don't remember what parts are public and what parts aren't. But quite frankly, I'm trying to be as transparent as possible here. You know, we're holding them to the terms of the contract. They want to meet the terms of the contract. That's what I've seen with them. They're very committed. You know, they're a company that survived a lot of opposition so far in New York. We have too, and we're the ones who've been working like crazy to make sure every consumer gets the care they need and every worker gets paid on time. That's something Department of Health is committed to doing.
Right, and again, I'm hearing on both fronts, we are not meeting that goal. So looking forward to seeing how we can work on the oversight and accountability piece between the legislature and the Department of Health to ensure that we do that as soon as possible. Thank you. Thanks.
Right. Second round for me. Back in February 11th, do you remember where you were?
Was that the day of the budget hearing?
It was indeed.
Okay.
And do you remember that in 4 different occasions during that budget hearing, you told us on the record that the process was ahead of schedule? Remember that?
At that time, it was.
Okay. So therefore, between there and the 50 days afterwards, everything fell off a cliff, I figure.
No, it wasn't until the middle of March
Sir,
when we saw
it
it wasn't happening.
Okay. So until the middle of March. So February 1st was fine, and then by March, around maybe March 7th, when somebody in the Department of Health told PPL no longer to talk to us, maybe around then?
No.
Moving forward, on April 1st, the numbers that were reported by PPL were that 76,000 workers, remember the number that you didn't have, that you should have? 76,000 workers were paid, right? And although you didn't think it was a reasonable thing to say, let's say there was at least 250,000 workers. There's many more, but let's say it's 250,000. A whole chunk of them weren't paid. Do you not, first of all, what happened between March 7th, let's say, and April 1st that made all of these folks not actually make the transition?
Yeah, so I didn't see a problem until the middle of March. And what I
Okay.
saw was they weren't meeting the numbers we were expecting. That's when we came up and tried to figure out a plan B. That's when we offered the retroactive pay option to the end of
Gotcha.
April, and we
I
offered
also-
that March 27th.
There's also a series of questions that I wanted to ask you about the number of people from the staff in the health department that actually were put onto to augment the capacity of PPL to be able to get the job done, which they still didn't get done, and how much that cost us, and maybe that caught into the savings that the state claims. But moving on, 76,000, do you not believe, and I want to follow up because I was more than a little frustrated, again, a little bit more than before, because the conversation that you just had with Senator Gonzalez was a little bit frustrating, because I'm not sure if you heard yourself. You were both saying that you have the ability to provide oversight, and you just repeat that, but you can't tell us any time that you've actually acted on it, which, and I don't know, wonder what contract to say that a fraction of the workers that you're responsible for making the transition for, between January and April, your job, and all of us insisted, and everybody told us before the thing happened and during the thing was happening that it wasn't possible to actually transition everybody. Y'all insisted that it was. Obviously it wasn't, because by April 1st, 76,000 workers got paid, a whole bunch of other people, and we're not even talking about the consumers that didn't make the transition. So is that not a violation of the contract? And if it is, then why didn't you actually tell us today or then that what were you doing to actually hold them to it?
Yeah, so in order to get paid, people had to submit a timesheet and had to get
Got it,
this
but
done.
that's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking about the actions of the health department. You have repeated a bunch of times that that you have the power now. Before, and I'm going to ask you about fraud in a second if I have the moment, because I would love to see the numbers that you have that told us that there was rampant fraud and that made it necessary to transition this entire thing and throw the program off a cliff when you said it was absolutely necessary. Okay, you have the ability to do it now, right? You have oversight
Yes,
now.
yes.
So if you have the oversight now, what have you actually done? Because earlier you said, I am not familiar with anything that they have not done.
Right.
And between the cultural competence, which you insist, yeah, we're making sure that they do it. But are you? And if our people are telling us, meaning the consumers themselves are telling us we can't get somebody on the phone that speaks our language, do you want us to call them liars? What's going on?
So this is the first I've heard that there's a problem getting someone to speak their language on the phone.
Bro, wait. Sir. With all due respect, that is impossible. You know why it's impossible, sir? Because many of us were consistently telling, both privately and publicly, of all the different calls that we were getting. So I'm not even sure if I want to go on asking questions, because I'm not sure how useful this has been. It is incredibly disappointing. You've had a month and a half on top of the day that this hearing was supposed to happen initially, and you had an extra month to prepare. Obviously you didn't, or maybe this is exactly what you meant to do. You are not providing information that is required by us as a legislature, and we're not asking for anything crazy. We are saying, if we as a legislature, as an example, gave you the authority as an agency to be able to take oversight over this contract, this enormous contract that we insisted should not have been handed over to one person, but y'all did it anyway. So once that happened, then can you hold them accountable? And you're like, I'm not familiar or I'm not aware of anything that we've done to hold them accountable. And then we are telling you about instances, and you cannot possibly tell us. It is not possible for me to believe that between January 1st of this year and today, that you have not heard before that there were individuals who had problems getting somebody on the phone, period, or getting somebody on the phone de habla su lenguaje, that speaks their language. It's impossible for me to believe that.
So I definitely know there's been a problem getting people on the phone. I've looked at call center reports even recently. Those
Right.
are much better. But this was one of the data elements I looked at in the middle of March when I saw the call times were getting too long and the hold times. What I was saying is, I am not aware that there's been a problem with translation. I will take that back and look
Gotcha.
into
All right.
that.
So
I'm happy to do that.
Since my time is run out, and I don't want to abuse the thing. There's a couple of my colleagues who still want to do their round two. I will just say, please expect that there will be an official follow-up to this conversation in which the questions that you did not provide answers for today and a whole set that I still had will be provided, and we will expect for there to be a public response to these questions. Okay? Thank you so much. Next, Senator Rhodes. Oh, you wanted a second round? Yeah. Senator Bino, and then Senator Rhodes. I'm sorry. Oh, Chan. Senator Bino, and then
Yes.
Senator Chan.
Thank you. So, one of the main reasons why this transition was sought after, I'm told, was to reduce fraud, waste, and abuse. While you were unable to answer a lot of the questions regarding data earlier, I am going to still go down that line of questioning. How many cases have you and PPL been able to uncover related to falsifying caregiver information?
Yeah, so PPL just published data on that, and it was, 60-some thousand, and I think that's important. We just released some data recently that talked about that PPL found out that people were billing for services for people who had passed away, that people were billing for services where people had been in a different country or were in a different part. In other words, we just published data about that a couple weeks ago. One of the things we also talked a little bit about is the $68 million guilty plea from people who are fraudulently, doing things with CDPAP they shouldn't have been.
Commissioner, 1 second, I'm sorry. Falsifying caregiver information, how many cases, to what extent we think we were saving from the time they've onboarded people back in April?
As far as, I don't know of PPL doing anything fraudulent, period. As far as I
Not
know.
that they've done anything fraudulent, that they've uncovered that either caregivers or consumers were involved in any level of fraud related to falsifying caregiver information.
Yeah, they just published data on that yesterday morning. It was 60-some thousand cases they found that they.
60,000.
60-some thousand. They just published that
Do
yesterday
you,
morning.
do you know what that translates to in dollars?
No, I don't.
Okay.
But I don't want to tolerate any fraud. And one of the things that's important to say, Senator, is we had so little insight into what was going on in the legacy system, we couldn't see what was going on.
Right, I understand that. So I'm trying to see how much money we're saving, because you said the $500 million was savings based on administrative. So I'm trying to see how much with fraud. So falsifying timesheets.
Yeah, so
Your department should be working directly with the oversight in this process.
Yes.
So I would expect that you know the answer to that.
But here's the thing about timesheets now. PPL meets the federal requirement of using electronic visit verification. So when a timesheet's submitted,
can we move
it has to
forward?
be accurate.
Good. I just want to know the number. So whatever you can't answer today, I'm hopeful that you'll go back over the questions that were asked today,
Okay,
and then
Senator.
you'll respond with data. Billing for unauthorized services.
Yeah, so right now, we know that services that are authorized by a managed care organization or by a local social service district are being appropriately billed. This is one of the challenges that
How
they
about
had in the past.
exploiting vulnerable individuals?
Well, I have no reason to believe PPL is exploiting any vulnerable
I'm
individuals.
not saying PPL. This was the reason why we wanted to streamline in order to uncover those type of things. I'm asking.
Right.
I'm gonna not abuse my time, but I'm asking that you go back over these questions that we've asked
Right.
and provide us with
I
the
will,
data.
Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bynum. Senator Chan.
Okay. Once again, Commissioner, couple more questions. Earlier, you mentioned that, some of those savings that supposedly, of that $500 million has been realized. Did you ever actually seen any documents pertaining to that? I mean, you're just saying that, yeah, we did save $500 million, or we're on track to saving $500 million. Did you actually see any evidence of that?
I've spoken to my staff about this. In other words, I meet with the chief financial officer of the Office of Health Insurance Programs twice a month. We have these conversations, so I'm tracking this. But if you're asking if he's actually shown me a spreadsheet, the answer is no. But I'm talking to my staff to make sure we're realizing the savings. Of course I am.
Okay, so there's nothing black and white about this. It's just a matter of somebody saying, yeah, we are saving the $500 million, or we're on track to saving it.
Yeah, Senator, the administrative savings is quite substantial here. Like, we are saving money here. We're doing what the legislature and the governor asked us to do. We're implementing the law.
Okay, so, all right, let me move on. Going back to what Senator Rivera here was saying, right? The governor's office, the executive branch, has been bombarded with warnings from everybody involved about the deadline being too soon to ensure a smooth transition. Now, why did the governor ignore this?
So the law said April 1st, 2025, and really when you look at why there wasn't a change in the deadline, there wasn't a bill submitted that was approved by both houses and signed by the governor. That's why the deadline wasn't changed. When you look at whether I thought it was a good idea or not, I didn't think moving the deadline was a good idea, because what I saw was people just getting confused and firmly convinced this transition was never going to happen. And the reason I know that is because people were telling us they don't need to transition. And to me, perpetuating that big lie was not helpful at all. That's why we came up with the retroactive pay solution.
So you had mentioned that you didn't think it was a good idea to extend the deadline, but you thought that you did mention that in March, when you realized that the problem was showing itself, that that's when you made a Plan B. You think that's a good idea to make a Plan B in March in regards to an April 1st deadline?
Yeah, my firm belief was just to make a consistent message. The law goes into effect April 1st because the law didn't change, Senator. Because the law didn't change, I was in this very difficult position. So I worked with my team to come up with a solution so we would protect people. And this was the solution we had, and I think it was a good solution. In other words, we made sure we were complying with the law you and the governor passed, because that's what we have to do. We have to follow the law. And then the retroactive pay solution was a viable solution. That's what we did.
Right. Actually, for the record, I wasn't a senator at the time the law passed, and I would have voted no on that. So I don't think any. Well, I'm sure that many of us senators in our districts is greatly affected by this transition. I think my district of South Brooklyn is greatly affected by this transition because Brooklyn has always been a very ethnic area. Right? We have Hispanics and Chinese and Eastern Europeans, Italians. I think each of those groups of people would prefer to deal with a company that can understand their situation, their background, and their needs. It's more like custom catering to our clients, and that's very, very important to my constituents. And how is PPL doing in regards to this? What do they know about the Polish man living in Bensonhurst?
So
They're from Georgia, right?
So PPL did hire 20 facilitators, and this is part of what the facilitators are supposed to do. Now,
Supposed to do.
yeah, but I this is part of why there's 20 facilitators here. But I really think it's right down to it. It's like we're enforcing the law, and then PPL did hire all these facilitators. There's 20 different facilitators. So I think that's really a workable solution for many. And I don't know what they know about a Polish person in Bensonhurst, but I do think it's important to be culturally competent. I really do. People want to see that. I agree with you.
Yeah, okay, so how do you have any idea how many lawsuits have been filed against the state in regards to this transition?
We've dealt with 19 lawsuits, and we've
19
prevailed
lawsuits.
on all of them and recently achieved a settlement.
Okay, and can you confirm whether or not how many federal investigations into the CDPAP transition are still ongoing?
Yeah, so Senator, as a longstanding practice, the Department of Health doesn't comment on any state or federal inquiry.
Okay, I think that's all I got. I'm almost out of time, and thank you once again. All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, Senator Chan. We just have one more member, a couple more things. Senator Clear. Just keep talking. It'll be.
Very quickly, I'm New York State Senator Cordell Clear. I'm chair of the Aging Committee, who this CDPAP arrangement does affect that population greatly. And forgive me if this has been asked, but I wanted to know what are the measuring metrics? What exactly is in place to measure how well this drastic change has been working? How are you monitoring that? How is DOH monitoring that?
Yeah, so there's specific elements in the contract that it's true for every contract, but every contract has requirements that a vendor must meet. What I've said earlier is, I don't remember if that was public information or not. I will say if it is public information, I'll get it to you. But every contract we do has requirements, has metrics and things that have to be done.
Yeah, well, how you're monitoring what we're spending our money on is got to be public information, and we should get that information. You know, I think earlier it was said that DOH brought in volunteers to help with enrollment.
Yeah, we did have some of our staff help out, that's right.
Right, and that's a red flag to me, that we have to send in volunteers to help someone. You paid $9 billion. That is a red flag because they couldn't meet what they were supposed to do already. And I believe our consumers and our clients, I believe them when they say that people were not getting paid, people are still not able to get through, people are not getting the extent of care that they deserve. And I just want to know this metrics and these measures are very important because here it's not just a mistake. These mistakes cost lives.
So Senator, just to be clear, we aren't paying PPL $9 billion. They have a contract with us, but it's $68 and change per member per month. I think what's important to know, though, is of course I mobilized my staff to help.
How much are you paying them, if I have it wrong?
We're paying PPL $68 and change per member per month.
How much
so
is
they
that?
have 210,000 members per now, but that number will change. Why I'm not giving you an exact number is that number will change depending on how many members they have. If they do all 5 years at this number, it's around $870 million. That's how much PPL is getting paid. But part of why I mobilized my staff is I wanted every consumer to get the care they need. I wanted every worker to get the paperwork done. What we did was we stepped in like we would in any public health problem and helped the public. That's what we do. And there was about 200 of my staff who helped out.
But it wasn't a public health problem before then.
But but Senator, we had so much opposition. People were so confused.
Well, we asked you to wait. You know, this was a very serious decision. Why couldn't we have waited and look at it, and you could show us more clearly what all these problems were that we still don't know what they were?
So, Senator, the law said April 1st, 2025. If the legislature in both houses had passed the law, the governor could have looked at something to sign. The law said April 1st. The reason we couldn't wait as New York State Department of Health is we have to follow the law. The solution we came up with was retroactive pay because I didn't want anybody to get hurt by this.
I'm going to, like everyone else, I'm going to move on, but I really need to know what those metrics are that we have in place because we can't afford to wait. We've already got red flags and we've already got complaints about the program. I believe the people that are making the complaints. So I'd like to know what the metrics are and how DOH is monitoring it.
If I can share them with you, I'm happy to.
Thank you.
Commissioner, you told us that you, if you were going to go over 2 hours, and we're going to go over 2 hours
I'm fine.
just a little
Please
bit.
keep going.
Are you good?
I'm good. Thank you
Just
so
a
much.
few-
I'm happy
few
to.
more.
Thank you for asking.
Yep, a few more members. Senator Webb for a second round.
Commissioner, I just want to go into the personal assistance and that the experiences that they're having. So my first question is, does the authorization of personal assistant hours lie with the Medicaid client or with the personal assistant? And the reason why I ask that is because I have received several complaints from constituents that their PAs are not getting paid for hours actually worked if they work more than their typical schedule, even though that the constituent has not exceeded their number of authorized hours. And so that's my question, and then I have a follow-up.
Yeah, so, Senator, the hours are authorized by the managed care organization or by the local district of social services. That's the hours that are authorized. Now, if they submit a timesheet and they're there for the work, they should be getting paid.
But they're not being paid, and so my question to you is, what will be done to compensate these workers who have not been paid for the actual hours that they worked?
So if any worker's having a problem getting paid from PPL, I'm happy to have them call us or email us. We have a toll-free number. We have an email address. It's statewide.fi@health.ny.gov. We're happy to help anybody, and we have helped people, and we help people almost in real time as best we can.
Okay, well, I'll circle back to that offline. My next question, due to time, is with the subcontractors, the ILCs. And so my question is, why haven't the ILCs and other community facilitators have they not been fully utilized? I, again, have gotten numerous reports out of my district where consumers have reached out to a specific agency that they want to work with, only to be assigned to another facilitator that is not able to meet their needs, or that a facilitator successfully enrolled an individual only for them to be assigned to a different entity once the process is completed. So why is PPL kind of obstructing the consumer choice, which is kind of the basis of the program?
Yeah, so I'm not familiar with PPL obstructing consumer choice. There are the 20 independent living centers, the facilitators. They're positioned across the state. That's what's in place here. So I'm not aware of any obstruction going on. If people are having a problem, though, and they call us or they email us, we're happy to help them. We do this every day. We aren't getting as many calls or emails as we used to, but we're happy to help anybody.
Commissioner, I have to say to you, as in a region that was part of the first portion of the rollout, we get calls quite a bit in emails, and we have directed them. Here's the problem. When people have reached out to get answers, they're not getting the answers they need. They're getting misinformation, creating more confusion in a system that was already flawed with respect to how this transition happened. And so to say that all you have to do is just call, if it was that simple, with all due respect, Commissioner McDonald, we wouldn't be sitting here.
Well,
And
it-
so I think that we have a much higher obligation to the consumers, to the workers, and to their families to make sure that we're not just oversimplifying, just give a phone call or an email, when we're presenting multiple examples of when we have in fact done that, answers aren't still being remedied, and in fact, more gaps are happening. But we can most certainly follow up offline.
Please,
on
happy
that.
to help.
Thank you.
Senator Webb. Senator Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just following up on my earlier line of questioning with respect to the RFP that was issued, who within your staff made the determination that they were going to prohibit statewide fiscal intermediaries from being owned or controlled by licensed home care service agencies in New York State, but decided not to impose that same restriction on entities like PPL that are based in other states?
So our staff determined it was a conflict of interest, and it makes sense it's a conflict
Well,
of interest.
why was it a conflict of interest for companies that were within the state of New York, but not a conflict of interest for companies like PPL that were existed outside of the state of New York?
So
Wouldn't it be the same?
the request for proposal said, what the request for proposal said was.
Well, I just read you what the request for proposal said, right?
I-
So
I-
what's the reason for the discrepancy between the two? Why is it a conflict if they're within the state of New York, but not a conflict if they're outside of the state of New York?
So
If
I,
the-
I don't remember the language specifically saying where it was located, but the conflict of interest is clear. In other words, if you have a licensed home care service agency and you're doing the consumer-directed program at the same time, you can just move people back and forth through the program. That's not transparent, and that's clearly a conflict of interest. That's why it was in the
But
request
why
for
would it,
proposal.
why would it not be a conflict of interest for entities outside of the state of New York that own those
So
agencies?
I'm not sure, I'm not following the language you're saying. Like, I don't know that that's what the RFP
Well,
said.
I'm representing to you that that's what the RFP said. Is there a justification for that in your mind? If you could explain to me, and it's an honest question, if you could explain to me what the rationale would be, why in-state and out-of-state companies that own home health care providers or agencies, why one would be permitted to do something while the other wouldn't?
It's a clear conflict of interest no matter where the company is located, and PPL doesn't own
Then
licensed
why,
home care,
then
as
why
far as
was
I
there
know.
a discrimination within the RFP between in-state and out-of-state companies?
So I don't know that that was true. The RFP, to me, the biggest
So if
distinction.
in fact it was true that there was a discrepancy, you would consider that to have been a mistake?
It's something I'm going to look into and find out about, and
Well,
maybe
it's
I can
kind of
get
late
back to
now,
you.
right?
But I don't believe, I believe there's clearly a conflict of interest, and the RFP, as far as I can tell, was done correctly.
Okay. Licensed home care agencies, right? You indicated that you have 210 members who are part of the CPAP, residents who are part of the CPAP program now. You started at 250,000. Would you consider 40,000 people leaving the system as a result of this transition as being a success?
So people leave for whatever reason. I'm just,
Well-
people can leave. It's a consumer choice program, but it's possible that some of the licensed home care service agencies, they like them. In other words,
Well, isn't it also
but it's
possible?
possible they just went over and stayed with
Isn't it
them.
also possible that the transition and getting through the PPL process was such a disaster and nightmare that they simply gave up?
So as far as the signing up to be a worker and signing up to be a consumer, they had
Just
to go
talking
through the
about
process.
consumers right now.
For as far as being a consumer, it was a pretty straightforward process. What would have been a lot easier is if the legacy fiscal intermediaries followed the law and simply transferred the information, but that didn't happen. And I think that's one of the things that's being lost here is legacy fiscal intermediaries, if they had followed the law, this would have been much smoother for everybody.
And both sides, last point, and both sides of the aisle submitted letters, requests to the governor to delay this transition, to allow people more time to be able to negotiate through the system. To come in here and say that it's because the legislature didn't act in the middle of the budget process, which the governor participates in, obviously, is absurd. We have a bill in the legislature, a bill in the Senate, as a matter of fact, carried by Senator Rivera, which is co-sponsored by over 80% of the Senate to repeal the single fiscal intermediary. So the notion that we didn't speak on our displeasure with the way this transition was taking place was an absolute absurdity. And to hide behind the calendar and to hide behind the law as being a reason why the governor didn't act doesn't pass muster.
Thank you, Senator Rhodes. I've spoken with the chair, who's not going to take his 5 minutes in the second round. I'll take 2 minutes of his just to ask a quick question as the final one. There was a statement that was put out by the Department of Health on March 17th, and it reads partly as follows: "The transition, quote, the transition is proceeding on track towards the April 1st deadline," unquote. So that was March 17th. So you testified earlier that you had not, that you were seeing everything was fine, and then late March, so I guess it's later than March 17th?
Yes. Every press release we put out was honest. We were trying to be as transparent as possible, but to me, which was a challenging transition, and it concerns me deeply, the behavior of the legacy fiscal intermediaries on this and others who just really, quite frankly, made this as hard as possible for people to just achieve good, honest health care.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner.
You're
We're good.
welcome.
Yes.
Have a good day.
All right, next, we will have, there will be, as I stated earlier, a break after the second panel. So hold on, we're going to do a second panel, and then we'll do a break, then the rest of the panels. The second panel will be Patty Burns, who is Vice President of Government Relations at Public Partnerships, LLC. Is Ms. Burns present? She's coming in now. So how about we take a 2-minute break for people who need to go to the bathroom or whatever, because I kind of do. 2 minutes. All right, folks, we are doing a second panel, and again, we are joined by Patty Burns, Vice President for Government Relations for Public Partnership, LLC. Senator Skoufis.
Thank you for joining us. Ms. Burns, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please proceed with your testimony.
Hold on one second.
Oh.
We can let the lady come on by. Okay, and you may begin.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Patty Burns, and I am the Vice President of Government Relations for Public Partnership, LLC, known as PPL, and will be representing the company here today. Thank you to Senators Rivera and Skoufis, members of the Senate Health Committee and Investigation and Government Operations Committee, for inviting PPL to participate in today's hearing on the Consumer-Directed Personal Assistance Program, or CDPAP. I would also like to thank the Senate and Assembly staff who have worked tirelessly on behalf of constituents to address the questions and concerns throughout this process. Over the last 10 months, PPL has been highly engaged with CDPAP stakeholders, consumers, designated representatives, personal assistants, advocates for the elderly and disabled communities, fiscal intermediaries, and community-based organizations to understand what works and what could be done to improve the program as the program evolves. With the benefit of the stakeholders' input, PPL successfully executed one of the most complex transitions in Medicaid program history, guided at every step by our mission to improve service and secure the sustainability of this vital program for years to come. With 25 years of experience operating more than 50 consumer-directed programs in 20 states, PPL was well-positioned to guide the CDPAP transition while incorporating New York's unique requirements and stakeholder input. We are honored to serve the CDPAP community, and we are proud to work to ensure New Yorkers continue to receive the care and peace of mind that CDPAP affords. PPL has enrolled 233,000 consumers, 236 personal assistants, and PPL has paid wages of $2.3 billion to date. Since the start of this transition, we have been committed to transparency, accessibility, and responsiveness to ensure CDPAP participants have all the information they need to continue to receive the care and services they depend upon. During their transition to PPL, consumers, DRs, and PAs engage with PPL through our call center, in person at our offices found around the state, and through our facilitator partners. To support this transition process, PPL invested resources into surge hiring, providing extensive staff trainings, issuing detailed guidance and FAQs found on our CDPAP webpage, and expanded language access to ensure clear communication and support. Our webpage is updated regularly and contains comprehensive tutorials, guides, and videos to support CDPAP participants. In November 2024, we launched an extensive consumer and PA engagement plan, which included numerous in-person registration events, daily webinars, and extensive coordination with community-based organizations. We understood that change could create uncertainty with consumers and PAs. So proactive outreach was a top priority, including direct outreach calls, emails, and placement of radio, TV, and newspaper ads in multiple languages. This transition has been challenged by an unprecedented barrage of misrepresentation and misinformation, much of which was driven by a well-funded opposition campaign aimed at preserving the old system. PPL worked with DOH and stakeholders to combat this misinformation, which did result in a cease and desist letter sent from DOH to outgoing FIs that were accused of spreading the false information to undermine the transition to a single FI. Throughout it all, our primary focus was doing everything we could to ensure that no consumer experienced a lapse in care. To better understand how program participants felt about implementation, in May 2025, we initiated a survey with over 52,000 participants responding. We are encouraged by these ratings and scores, and we will continue working hard to maintain this high satisfaction score. Finally, when the governor and the legislature decided to move to a single FI model, it was to ensure CDPAP's long-term sustainability. PPL has implemented measures to ensure adherence to New York City CDPAP rules and federal Medicaid requirements. Through our customer service representatives and escalation teams, PPL continues to educate and engage with CDPAP consumers and their workers to ensure their experience in the program is seamless and that their questions and concerns are addressed in a timely manner. I am proud of PPL's work to provide a high level of service to those most needed in our communities. Like many of you here, our team represents a personal connection to these services. Many of us at PPL have been the caregivers, have family members who are supported by and rely on consumer-directed programs, or have personally received such services. It's this connection to PPL's mission that drives us to approach our work with empathy and compassion. PPL is honored to support the more than 400,000 consumers, designated representatives, and PAs currently registered in CDPAP.
To lead off, Senator James Skoufis.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Burns, for attending and your testimony. Just for my own awareness, before I get to my questions, is there anyone else from PPL in the audience here with you, or are you the only PPL? And who are you, if I may ask?
My name is Bonnie Vaughn.
And what's your title?
I'm a Senior Vice President with PPL.
Got it, okay, thank you. You're welcome to join if you'd like to participate in answering questions as well. I'm curious, Ms. Burns, this is a long-awaited hearing for many legislators. Senator Rivera in particular has been very engaged and vocal on this issue for a number of years at this point. And I appreciate the role that you have at PPL, but where is your CEO, Mickey Kapoor, today?
Well, in all due respect, I was the one who was asked to be here today.
Well, PPL was invited.
No, it was
And
actually the invite went specifically to me.
That's my understanding is that we were looking for leadership of PPL to be here today. And we don't have the CEO, we don't have the president, we don't have the CFO. Where are they today?
Again, I would say that I was the person who was invited. I also
Are they at the office? Please answer my question.
I've been focused on me being here, and so that is where my attention is. But again, I was the one who was asked to be here. I also, throughout this process, have been the appointed individual to represent PPL in front of legislators.
I do know that. And so, can you? If there is a follow-up needed, whether it's a hearing, an interview, document requests, can you guarantee that your top leadership will be made available to these committees?
Yes, actually, Senator, we have had a plan in mind with our new CEO, Mickey Kapoor, to meet with the legislators in the fall. And so we will be working with your teams to make that available.
I suspect you're referring to private meetings. Can you guarantee here today that they will be made publicly available at our request?
I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay. When was PPL's first conversation with the Department of Health or the executive branch last year?
Can you be more specific as to what you are talking about with regards to that?
When was, the executive budget process begins with the introduction of budget bills in January. The consolidation of FIs didn't really, at least to our knowledge, begin in earnest until April. So when was the first outreach made to PPL? When was the first communication between your company and state government
For the
on this matter?
For the purposes of the RFP process, we did not have communication with the DOH or the governor's office.
That wasn't my question. Not necessarily specific to the RFP process. When was the first communication between your company, your executives, and state government officials about consolidating fiscal intermediaries in New York?
There was no conversations. We were just following the legislative process.
So you and your peers, you're telling me you and your peers at PPL, the CEO, down to you, down to every other employee at the firm, did not have one single phone call, email, text, any conversation prior to enactment of the budget in May?
Correct.
Okay. And so were you aware that PPL, as I mentioned earlier to the commissioner, in a bill draft was actually named in a no-bid proposal to consolidate fiscal intermediaries? You were completely unaware that that was happening?
Correct.
That's astonishing. Can you talk to me about the reimbursement rates you receive from MLTCs for your work, your company's work, relative to what the rates were prior to you becoming the sole FI?
No, because what I'm here to speak about is our role. I'm not involved with the MLTC program before or after. We are here representing what the CDPAP program is and our administrative role in that respect.
All due respect, you are here to answer questions that we pose to you. You don't get to dictate the contours of which questions are answered. And so I'll ask again, are you familiar with, are you aware of your reimbursement rate relative to the what are called legacy FI reimbursement rates?
Then the answer is no, particularly on the basis that we never received the information from the previous FIs.
Are you aware that your reimbursement rate is higher than the previous FIs?
Again, with not having the insight from the previous FIs, I cannot identify that or
So you're not
stipulate.
aware that there was a process by which the rate was increased once you took over?
I am not aware of that.
Would your CEO be aware of that?
I'm
Or
not.
CFO?
I cannot speak to what my CEO may or not know.
Okay. I have a PPL training bulletin here that was shared with your call center staff on July 11th, 2025. And in the bulletin, one of the points reads, if a caller states that they're going to the media, legislature, or an attorney, create a case to account management per the CRM Q guide. So someone calls and they offer that they're going to be in touch with their local state assembly person or state senator. How is that case handled differently than the, I assume, large majority of other calls that were received at the center?
I can't speak directly to that. I can speak with regards to my role as I got legislative inquiries. There was a special team, our escalation team, that I did engage with to help facilitate those answers and questions on behalf of legislative offices. I would say that it is not any different than those individuals who may have called our customer service line, worked through DOH channels, and just made their own personal inquiries via phone or email. What I would say is if answers were not able to be adequately addressed by customer service or via email, we would have the escalation team also get involved in that.
Well, so you noted that they're not handled any differently, but at the start of that response, you noted that if a caller tells the employee, your employee, that they are going to their state legislator, it is immediately escalated.
I said I
So-
could not. I actually said I could not speak to that document that you have. I specifically said with regards to inquiries that came in to me from legislative offices, that is what I could speak to on how we addressed it.
So you're not aware that there was this directive to your employees to escalate or to handle differently in some way callers who have been in touch or would be in touch with a state legislator?
Correct.
Seems like something you should be aware of.
Again, I had my responsibilities of working with the legislature, and again, our customer service team addressed those
Okay.
issues.
I just have concern that some callers were treated in a more generous manner by your team if they threatened to go to a legislative office. In your testimony, you spoke to how your company works with, quote, empathy and compassion. I want to, and I know Senator Ryan spoke about this to the Department of Health Commissioner and may well speak to this with you as well. I want to talk briefly about your healthcare plan that you offer employees. Specifically, I'm looking at your wellness plan. Can you give me a sense, rough estimate, ballpark, to your knowledge, someone who's in the wellness plan who works for you, how many roughly primary care physicians for primary care would be in network within, let's say, a 50-mile radius and covered by this plan?
Well, again, I think the wellness plan is offered across the state, so I think getting into those type of specifics is a little hard to do. What I think is important, though, in talking about the insurance issue is that prior to coming to PPL coming in and providing services, there was not a requirement for FIs to provide care and health insurance for the PAs.
Yep.
And as such, there was not information that was available to the total number of PAs, but also with regards to that, not understanding of the risk pool associated with them. As such, as we looked at health insurance benefits that we would be able to provide, without that information, we had only select choices as to who we might be able to provide care and services for our PAs.
Putting aside, I don't understand why the risk pool would be dramatically different than the general population. These are not your consumers. These are your employees we're talking about. And I assume the very large majority of them are able-bodied. I don't know why the risk pool would be different. That said, you have no sense whatsoever how many in-network participating providers for the average employee there would be within the wellness plan.
The insurance plan that we brought in, the Anthem plan, is the largest in the state of New York, and therefore the expectation was that those individuals would be able to get their care. Again, whoever the personal assistant has as their provider ultimately is their choice, so that is not a direct relationship to our insurance plan.
Well, so I didn't really hear an answer, so I will answer the question for you. The answer is 0, and that is because the wellness plan does not cover primary care for your employees. This is not even specialty care. We're not even talking specialty medicine. Primary care is not covered by your wellness plan for your employees. And so how do you reconcile that? I can give one of your employees a packet of Band-Aids, and that's better primary care coverage than they're getting from PPL. How do you reconcile that with your statement that you work with empathy and compassion for your employees?
So again, we are providing preventive care, and that is what we are obliged to do under law to be able to do that. We are in the active process of looking at what we will be able to provide in the upcoming year. We are in that process now. Again, I appreciate your concerns and what you have stipulated. Again, the issue that we had in looking for what we could provide our PAs in this first round was due to lack of a number of PAs as well as the risk. And again, I will grant you that the risk may be that of the general public, but without that specific data, there was no one who would work with us. So what we have is based on what we were able to provide as general information to be able to provide the care that we could at this time. There is a commitment, and I will say, as I've said to some other Senate staffers, as we go through this process that we are currently undergoing, that we will be happy to brief the senators on what we are coming to the table with for our PAs in the next open enrollment period.
Okay. There was some discussion with the commissioner about which I understand he wasn't really privy to, but the relocation of your company's national headquarters to New York. That commitment publicly, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe was made after the award was issued. Is that correct?
Yes.
When did those conversations begin?
Our decision to move to New York was based on the fact that we have had a presence in New York. We have been under contract with the Department of Health, providing services on such things as the traumatic brain injury waiver program. So we've had a presence here. As part of our RFP proposal, we did state that we would make a commitment to the state of New York, given the size of this program and our existing program services that we were already doing, that we would move to New York should we be awarded this contract.
Were there conversations with anyone in state government prior to the submission of your bid
No,
on this issue?
no,
None?
no.
Okay. That's all I have for now. I may come back for a second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Skoufis. I'll take my first round. Ms. Byrne, who is Vincent Coppola?
He was our previous CEO at PPL.
Right. And you probably remember, or might not remember, that on June 20th, there was an email sent to Mr. Coppola, and the invitation was made directly to him as CEO. Are you familiar with that?
Yes,
Because you were CC'd on that email.
yes.
Right. So would it not follow that since you were in the process, we were informed on June 23rd that Vincent Coppola was no longer there? Apparently there's been, not apparently, there's obviously been many more folks leaving, and there's apparently more folks leaving, but let's just stick to this one. Would it not have been, when was the decision made? Because I don't recall necessarily sending an invitation directly to you.
Okay.
There was an invitation sent to the CEO of the company at the time on June 20th, and there was follow-up that was made on June 23rd by one of your lobbyists letting us know that Mr. Coppola was no longer the CEO. When was the understanding that it was you and not the CEO? Would you seem like a perfectly fine person, but would it not make more sense if we invited the former CEO for the current CEO at this moment to be sitting here with us?
So I believe the timeline of that, you are correct with how the CEO, but we had already made the decision for what was initially going to be the July 9th hearing, that it was going to be me that testified. And that was a decision that we had did notify your team about. And again, on the basis that I have been the point of contact for PPL with regards to the legislative aspect of things. I would then follow up with the rescheduled hearing invite. The invite did come directly to me, and I will appreciate the fact that at that time you knew the CEO had left.
Okay. And there was no current CEO at that moment. They were still in transition.
Correct.
Right. Let's talk about March 7th. I spoke about this date a little earlier. This is the date before that, between January and March 7th. January, not sure exactly what date, but between the beginning of January and March 7th, there were regular communications between my staff and your staff. I'm not sure if it was directly with you, but certainly between senior staff and your members in your company and mine, in my office, related to the numbers as the transitions were happening. On March 7th, it was communicated to us that those would no longer be occurring. When was that decision made, and why was that decision made?
I think that there's a misrepresentation of that conversation. If I could remember correctly, I believe what the conversation was, we were trying to address the misinformation of the numbers that were out in the press. So what we had told your staff, if I'm remembering correctly, was that we were going to be providing the information in conjunction with DOH, and that we would be putting out information on a weekly basis. Our call with your office was before DOH put out that press release, so we were notified by DOH to wait until the press
Which
release.
press release?
We do, I believe it was that March 7th, we would have done a release that afternoon, if I remember that correctly.
We'll have to go back and look at it. So I'm speaking specifically about, you're incorrect, and maybe you're misremembering it correctly. But we're in constant communications, my staff and your team, about the numbers, and we'll talk about the numbers in a second. Hopefully, you're a little bit more helpful than the commissioner. But there were communications between us, and after March 7th, those communications ceased, and we were no longer provided with updated numbers on a regular basis.
Actually, Senator, I meet with your staff every other week, and we do go over the numbers as well.
And with the numbers, and referring to a conversation that I had earlier with the commissioner, was there a breakdown of the numbers between the individuals who had started the process and the individuals who had finished the process? Was there a breakdown like that?
Yes, we were having that information, and that was part of press releases.
So maybe I'm a little lost. There was at one point, and this is based on what the commissioner told us a little earlier, related to the numbers that were made public. There was not a breakdown, at least publicly, of what he testified, was that, and we didn't see it because we consistently asked for it, and we said, how many folks are in the process and have finished, and they were just a conversation about starting the process, not about how many have ended it, and how many people were in the middle of it. So there was never a breakdown that we got. Did you have that?
We did have that, Senator, and I will have to say that I will get back, if I can, get back to you on that aspect of things, just on the basis that we did have ongoing conversations with your office. So I'm just trying to remember all the information.
So the numbers were, so the numbers were lumped together, and we consistently asked for differences between them to see if they could be broken down, to have a better understanding of where we were. Now, it is true, based on the same numbers that you gave us on the 4th of April of this year, that 76,000 unique workers were paid for that week, which is many, many less than the actual number of workers that they actually were.
Can you say what date that is again?
That was April 4th.
So if I could say with regards to that, Senator, that particular payroll and that number, we only had 3 days of people working under the PPL.
Fair. 4/17, there were 110,000. And 5/2, I'm sorry. So now we're talking about May 2nd, there were 165 unique workers. So based on the conversation that I had earlier with the commissioner, and I figured that you were in the same ballpark, that there were 250,000 total consumers, and I asked whether it would be a reasonable assumption to say that there was at least one worker per person, and we know that the number is not that. The number is much higher than that, but the commissioner insisted that even that wasn't a reasonable assumption. Would you agree that it is a reasonable assumption to say if there's 250,000 people who are part of the program as consumers, that at least we have 250,000 workers?
The way that I would say is that we have been running under the assumption of, for the consumers.
This is a yes or no question. Do you believe that it is a reasonable assumption to say if you have 250,000 consumers, you don't know the exact number, but you think it's 250,000, that at least we have 250,000 workers? Would that be a reasonable assumption?
We were running under the assumption of 1.1 for consumer to PA.
1.1 what?
1.1 PA to consumers.
So the answer is yes. then.
Yes.
It would be a reasonable. You could just say yes.
Yeah.
So a reasonable assumption.
I was just going on the basis that
that's
it wasn't
fine.
250.
So 250. Let's say there's just one per one. 250,000. So as of May, which we're talking April, we're a month in, and based on your numbers, you had 165,000. So we're talking, my math is terrible. We're talking a whole crap load of people, working class folks who were not getting paid, who hadn't gotten paid.
They might not have gotten paid under PPL, but we don't know if they hadn't gotten paid because they had that ability at that time due to the preliminary injunction to be getting paid by their former FIs.
Okay. Do you not feel that if your responsibility after April 1st, and we asked for many delays, but were not granted for whatever reason, but it was the responsibility after April 1st for you folks to have the responsibility of all these workers. If you have 165,000, there's a gap. Do you know how much of a gap was that you claim are folks that might have gotten paid elsewhere, but there's at least, 50,000 plus 35, 85,000 people who had not made the official transition to your system? Ooh, maybe that person should be sitting right next to you as opposed to behind you.
I think what they have just given me is one, we would have DOH has that information as they have the information coming in. But I think what we are saying also is that you see this tick that I got right now? It's like the dude that was here earlier was saying that he didn't have that number, but you're saying that he does have that number. That would be information that would be with DOH, but I would also say that we were also running under the assumption of...
Let's move on. Let's move on.
Okay.
We're talking about specifically the process of tracking complaints and a resolution. So could you explain briefly the process for USPPL to deal with complaints and resolutions, particularly from workers who are all sorts of issues that they might have?
Well, I'm not trying to be contrary here, but is there a specific thing that you would like me to focus on with regards to that? Like, is it
how many
wages?
Complaints do you receive monthly? And what are the trends that you're seeing in those complaints? Because if you get 100 complaints, and probably there's more than that, but let's say there's 100, 60 of them might be about language, 40 might be about pay, et cetera. Do you have trends of that?
So I don't necessarily have the trends there. I can give you with the call center. So our call center in April was receiving about, 1,666,000 calls. As of July, it is 824,800.
Okay.
And so that-
hundreds of thousands of called millions of calls. So what is the trend for so first of all, that would seem to suggest, and do you communicate those numbers to Department of Health?
Yes.
Okay. So do you feel that you would get millions of calls if the program was hunky-dory?
Well, I would say the millions of calls was mainly on the basis of people trying to register with the program,
Okay.
people that waited to the last second. But as you talk about trends and we see those numbers, I think as we had different actions within the courts that became finalized, we had people that had to start having their consumers sign off on payroll. And so that was something that has been an increase in uptick on some of our calls. As PAs have submitted their timesheets, the consumers need to sign off on that. And therefore, that there has been, some training that has needed to be done on that aspect of things.
Let's go back for a second,
Sure.
just because there's something I wanted to revisit for a second. As far as the total number of people who were registering or transitioning into the program, did you have a breakdown of that, like a granular breakdown by geography, zip code, county, that sort of stuff?
I believe we do.
You did.
Yes.
You did have that. Did you provide that to the Department of Health?
I believe we would have, yes.
Okay. Never provided to. Did you ever provide it to the legislature?
I personally did not, as all the information and data was given to DOH, as they are the ones that are our client and to which we provide that information. So
So they were the ones that would have decided not to share it then.
if they have not shared, I can't speak to whether or not they shared
They
it to
didn't.
you.
Spoiler alert, they didn't. But there was that information, it just didn't share it. They didn't share it,
Again.
okay. Let's talk about the NDAs. So PPL has contractual agreements with subcontractors. Does it include any language that would limit or restrict the subcontractor's ability to discuss ongoing operations of CDPAP with any other third parties?
No. What it was, I see your face.
Yeah.
That is not what had happened. What we had said is that they would have to talk to PPL first so that we could understand what their issues are and try to resolve it.
So you're saying that you do not have language in your contracts that restricts who can be spoken to?
The language is that the individual who would like to go talk to somebody else first has to speak to PPL.
So there's no language that said they're restricted from who they can discuss CDPAP with?
Again, other than what I've just said to you, I'm not aware of any other language on
Gotcha.
that.
You're also aware that that even though the contract is technically made public, there's whole chunks of it that are blacked out. So there might be language in there that specifically relates to non-disclosures.
Again, the redaction is customary in any type of government contract to be able to protect proprietary information.
Gotcha. So what you're saying is that whatever's been blacked out is strictly proprietary, and there's nothing in that part that has been blacked out that relates to non-disclosure agreements, particularly referring to the legislature, who is, this is public money after all, so we should have the ability to be able to talk to folks who are actually providing services to our constituents. And the not the claim that I'm making, but the question that I'm asking, based on conversations that I've heard, is that there is language in the contract that specifically bars subcontractors from communicating with the legislature. You're saying that that is not the case.
That language had been amended as
When was it amended?
I'm not sure when, but I do remember as we were getting closer to the April 1st deadline that we did get inquiries from you as well as some other
Yes.
members of the legislature
So
who
you're
had
saying,
concerns.
so your testimony here today is that the current contract that subcontractors are operating under does not include language that bars them from discussing CDPAP with the legislature.
Again, on the basis that they need to talk to PPL first, and then they can.
So the language is, okay. So the language is just check with us. The language is not, you can't talk to them, just check with us and we're going to tell you not to talk to them?
Again, it's more to understand what the issue is so that we can address those issues.
Okay. I might have some follow-ups on that, but you've already been asked about the health insurance, and I do think that it is that, and I'm sure that my colleagues will ask about that as well. So just in the last minute and a half, it is clear that there have been a lot of changes in the corporate structure of this organization in the last couple of months. So between us sending that email and getting that, June 20th and June 23rd, there was a CEO that's no longer there, president that's no longer there. Now there's like CFO, all sorts of folks. What's going on over there? Are you all right?
Yes, we are financially stable, and the leadership changes have been in the works for a number of months. That includes our CEO and CFO and president working on transitions with the individuals.
Hopefully we'll be able to ask them directly at some point in the future. What is the current total debt burden of PPL?
I am not privy to that information.
How about the current debt to equity ratio?
I'm not privy to I'm not privy to that.
How many days on cash on hand does PPL have?
Again, I'm not privy to that information. I don't
Gotcha.
think you would want me to have that information, but fair
But the
enough. We
CEO
can
would.
Well, again, I would I would also say that as a private company, we would not make that available in this public setting. We can follow up with you.
Gotcha. And we certainly would love that, particularly because it relates to the ability of a program that is only managed by one fiscal intermediary. If you are not healthy, economically speaking, financially speaking, then that is concerning to the program that serves hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers. I might have a second round, but for the moment, that is all from me. We're going to go next to Senator Natalia Fernandez.
Hi, Senator.
Okay. You mentioned in your testimony that, yes, you led with compassion, that your transition process did consider language access, and I want to question that, and if anything, say that that could be wrong. Since the start, actually, let me go back. Your leadership team, is anybody from your leadership team from New York when PPL took over?
Yes, our president at the time, Maria Perrin, is originally from New York.
Okay, because it seems that there was a lack of understanding about who New York is made up of and how we are made up. The language barrier has been one of the biggest problems that I've seen as a state senator. My own staff members trying to get their family enrolled had so much difficulty, and it took months for them to get, at least a month, to get some sort of answer of assistance from PPL. There's been requests from other legislators to have PPL come into our offices to provide that one-on-one service to get people transferred, and we were denied. Why would you say that denial was given?
I'm not aware of any office that asked for help and support that we would deny coming into the office. Because again, as a person who had that, was the direct contact to the legislators, that is something that we did offer up.
When the transition started, your website, how many languages were available to navigate?
I believe it was over 130 languages.
Okay, well, I know that it was on April 29th that Bangla was added to the website and that even the translations were not legible. And to this day still, with those that have made it through and are trying to give their monthly reports of hours, the language access and the ability to interpret is still not clear. It's not translating correctly. Have you been looking into this? What have you done to fix this? And are you aware that this was a big problem from the start?
Again, our webpage did and always has had the ability for languages. We work with the disability community and understand what is what expectations are for accessibility, including with the languages. One of the things that we were tracking to, and as people did make inquiries that the website was something that they were having difficulty, we would go through the process of how to do that. We believe that there was also issues depending on how the system was set up by the users, again, on the basis that they have the computer set up for their disabilities and their needs. That some of the cookies that were in place, those things that are a little bit more tech wonky, did cause some of those issues as well. But there is the ability for the languages to be addressed.
Okay, well, I would attest that that ability is not great. My other question regarding leading age, why did we choose them?
Sure. So, with regards to leading edge, as I stated earlier, part of the issue that we were faced with coming in was with the lack of data that we were able to have conversations to come up with a healthcare plan. We worked with our broker, which was Hub. And Hub brought us at the time, we were working with Hub and have begun interviewing brokers to learn about packages so that we could have the insight we did last year. We chose them because of their ability to bring in and having the experience working with many of the FIs that had previously been in the market. and they understood some of the PA issues, but again, they did not represent the entirety of the PA population in CDPAP. But they did have an understanding, and so working with HUB, we brought them on board and have had them working with the Anthem plan.
Got you.
We are
One
in
more
active-
question, I'm sorry, just time. You mentioned that you worked with the disability community in creating this website. Can you detail how and how often before the website was created?
So for our website, it is not just the CDPAP version, it is the full PPL website that we have. And to that extent, we have a national advisory board that has helped us in developing that information.
Okay, thank you.
Next, Senator Gallivan.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. Burns. Thanks for being here. We can talk about reporting for a moment.
Sure.
The RFO that went out indicated that the Department of Health will require regular reporting from the statewide fiscal intermediary with frequency, format, and content to be delineated after the contract award. What is in the reports that you give to the Department of Health?
I can report that we do give a report to DOH, and it does provide them the data that we are receiving as a centralized data information resource now. I think that, I'm not entirely sure what I am privy to be able to say at this point as to what we do provide, but I can get back to you on that. It's not trying.
That is my next, okay. Don't answer my next question. What do you give them, and do you give them what you choose to, or have they asked you for specific information?
So with regards to DOH, there is specific information that they have requested of us. But again, as we are also seeing the data coming in as a central database and resource of the information, and our experience in the marketplace as the larger provider in the country of such services, we are tracking for trends and issues that we may see that may result in us needing to do additional guidance, do education and outreach to consumers and PAs based on some of the issues we may see.
How often did you say you give them this information?
I believe it's at least a weekly basis. I'm not involved in the direct DOH conversations.
The independent living centers that have been designated as facilitators,
Yes.
what is your interaction with them?
I personally don't have them, but as
I meant PPL, not you personally.
So PPL, we have engagement with all 11 of the independent living centers that operated previously as FIs, recognizing there's over 40 ILCs, but we have under contract as facilitators the 11 that operate as fiscal intermediaries.
And what is PPL's future with them? How long will that interaction continue?
They are a part. We have had the facilitators. We have no issues or concerns with them, and therefore they will continue. And in fact, as part of this transition to PPL, they've nearly doubled their population of the people that they are serving.
They will continue as part of the services you're providing?
They will.
You anticipating that, okay, once we got this a year or 2 or 3,
They will
or
continue
whenever
to.
from now?
They will continue to serve as a facilitator partner. And again, since taking over, they have had their population nearly double.
Okay, thank you. So in your testimony, you testified that, among other things, that PPL has paid gross wages of $2.3 billion to date. When we take that and combine it with the information that was released publicly in this recent Ingesser versus McDonald settlement, which was released about 2 weeks ago, so this is data as of August 12th, that indicated that 77% of personal assistants have been paid, which means 33%, or 23% rather, have not. So we have a 2-week gap here from your testimony and when that information was out there. You paid out $2.3 billion to date. How much is not yet paid out?
Well, first, I am not going to speak to the Engesser case as we were not a party to that. But I will get to your point of the $2.3 billion. All of that has been paid. That $2.3 billion number that I noted is based on where we stand as of today, as today is payroll. So that was the most recent payroll number.
The only reason I bring that up is that the data that was released in that settlement indicated that 77% of the PAs had been paid for their work since April 1st. but yet 23% had not. So if I do the calculation, which I should have done, and I'm not going to, that means there's a significant amount that hasn't been paid. And do you know what that is?
Again, I'm not sure what that number is, and that's not me trying to be tricky. Again, we were not party to that. But to your question,
Understood.
with regards to payroll, any PA that has submitted their timesheets on time, which is by midnight on Saturday each week, and it abides by the rules of the CDPAP program, and that their consumer signs off on it by noon on Sunday, they are paid on time each week.
So let's talk about the ratings. The 52,000 participants that you testified to rated PPL, and you produced the average. And we might run out of time during this because I want to ask you about some specific things. But the average was a 4.04 out of 5. So we could calculate that out a couple different ways. A little over 80%. We translate that to a grade, it's like a B minus C plus. I mean, is that satisfactory for your loved one? I mean, I don't consider that a high rating, but it seems like that there's a ways to go. And so let me ask you about some things that have come to my office, about what some see as failures, systemic or not, ongoing or not. I don't know. You may or may not know some of these, or about some of these things. And then that, of course, could lead to some of the ratings that are not a 5.0. HIPAA exposure, unauthorized access to personal assistant information. That's come to my office as a complaint. Has this been addressed?
Yes, that issue would. I don't know what case you're specifically talking to, and again, in a public forum, want to be reminded of privacy. Happy to follow up with that, but again, any issues that have arisen, we have addressed and have appropriately addressed, and DOH is notified. But Senator, I would note the 52,000, as you made it a point to say where we are. I think it's important to know it was 52,000 versus some of the surveys that are out there that they only had 250 people respond to their surveys.
Noted. Exposure of private health information of the consumers through incorrect linkages. This was early in the process, in the spring. Has that been addressed and corrected?
I'm not aware of what you are talking with regards to that. Again, if any issue has been brought up on the security side of things, we would have addressed that on the PPL side as well as working with DOH to notify them as well.
Unfortunately, I'm out of time. I had a number that I had wanted to ask you about. I do recognize, though, the privacy issues that prevent talking about some specific things. My concern, though, is that the goal is not to just settle for the 4.04 out of 5, that B minus C plus. We should be working to achieve an A plus for everybody.
Understood and recognized.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gallivan. Senator Ryan.
Good morning. How are you? Is it afternoon?
I think we're in the afternoon,
It
but
is afternoon.
time's flying.
All right. Well, perhaps. Thank you. I want to pivot back to the healthcare issue here. PPL, your minimum essential coverage. It's the PPL Anthem Bronze plan?
That is, the MEC plan is the wellness plan.
Okay. Talk to me about the Anthem Bronze plan.
The Anthem Bronze plan is for those individuals that are full-time employees. That is over 130 hours worked a month.
130 hours. Now, is that a commercial plan from Anthem, or is that something that you negotiated directly with them?
That is a commercial plan, but in negotiations with them as well.
Okay, so it's a commercial plan, but you negotiated differently. Did you negotiate or did Leading Edge?
I believe it was Leading Edge that would have led that conversation.
So it's not a traditional commercial plan, because there's a difference, because it's important.
Yeah, and I'm going to say that I can get back to you on the specifics of how that's done, but I believe it was Leading Edge.
Okay, well then so can you provide us with the specific documents, SP-specific plan documents as to the extent of the coverage provided for the Anthem Bronze plan?
I will have to check with counsel on that, on the basis that we are a private company that does not have to make that information
Well, I'm
available.
paying for it, my tax dollars.
But we are a private company, and that would be a subcontractor. So again, I would have to get back to you on whether we can provide that contract information.
Do you think it's adequate?
I believe given where we were with the data information and having negotiations with health plans, is what we were able to provide. We are in the process, again, of working through and talking to brokers about what we can do to provide better services as we go into the next open enrollment period. Again, with the lack of information about the PAs and their risk pool, we were able to provide this as part of the package for this year. And we, again, are in ongoing conversations with our brokers to determine what we'll be able to provide. And as I stated earlier, we are happy to keep you all informed in that process.
Do you have that plan?
No, because I don't live in the state of New York.
Okay. Why do you mandate certain employees in certain geographic parts of the state have to have it?
Due to ongoing and active litigation, I can't go into details with that, but with regards to that specific question, it is a case where we are abiding by state and federal laws.
Okay. So, you don't know how much the plan costs per individual, do you, off the top of your head?
No.
Can you provide us with that information?
Again, I will have to ask counsel on that.
Can you talk to me about utilization rates?
We are just starting to get, if you're talking about the claims reporting, we have just started getting that information in as it went live in June.
Okay. So, and we can have that data too?
Again, I'd have to ask with counsel if we are able to provide that.
So here's my problem, right? I'm kind of going into this, but my issue is with this plan, in the plan that's offered, your negotiated plan through PPL with Anthem with the Bronze Plan. I fail to believe that many of these employees utilize this plan because of its inadequacy. So, and I think that that's an inhibitor of people working for you, for us, state, who are caregivers. I think we're already faced with this shortage. And I'm not going to get into it because it's not, I represent upstate New York. It's a different issue in New York City where there's additional wages. But, you know, I'd like to know the difference between, if that comes back, if I have another chance to ask that question, I will. But is there a cost between, what is the cost between having to pay wages in New York City or Long Island versus the cost of the plan?
Again, I can't get into that due to the ongoing and
never
active
mind.
litigation.
Thanks. Yeah.
All right. Next, acting as ranking member of the Investigations Committee, Senator Chan.
Hi, good morning, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for coming. Yeah, good afternoon. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting. We started in the morning. And
Yes.
Senator Ryan must have read my mind because I wanted to touch up a little bit. You mentioned that, leading edge is to administer the health plan for your PAs, right?
Yes.
How much do you know about leading edge? Like background?
Is there a specific question?
Yeah, are you
that-
aware that the leadership of Leading Edge has been revealed since the transition? For example, the New York Focus documented that LEA's owner has been convicted of insurance fraud. Do you know anything about that?
I've read the same article, and I believe that that is an allegation from 29 years ago.
I believe it's as recent as 2020. So, and they were deemed to violate wage parity. I just want to know, do you have any idea how LEA was vetted by PPL?
Again, it was in conjunction with working with HUB. We, again, as I've stated previously, we are working with HUB to begin an interview process. But I think going back again to just reiterate, the consolidation of PPL as a statewide FI is the first time we were able to holistically view the needs of the PA population. The outgoing FIs did not provide PPL with prior data, resulting in no visibility to the full needs of the population. Therefore, the current offering was the best option available at the time, given the lack of the full program data. Now, for the first time, we have a full view of the needs of the population, and PPL is committed to offering high-quality benefits to personal assistants working in and CDPAP. We continue to evaluate our overall benefit package, as I've mentioned previously, offerings with our brokers to determine whether and when we can provide enhancements to the current package. We are also keeping a watchful eye on broader events affecting the health insurance marketplace, and will strive to include in our offerings additional assistance to any PA who may be affected by the potential loss of ACA subsidies.
Okay, is there any kind of agreement as to any kind of rebates from LEA to PPL? Do you know?
There is none.
Okay, so now, you have mentioned in January, PPL had mentioned that. Hold on for a second, I have the question written down. I lost it for a minute. Okay, so PPL's own record said that there were approximately 400,000 PAs as of January. You boasted about paying just over 200,000 of these PAs. Now, I got a couple of questions, right? What happened to the other, let's say, 150,000 to 200,000?
Senator, I'm not sure where you're getting those numbers from January, as PPL did not overtake and become the FI in providing the services until April 1st. We got the contract in January, but we did not start providing that the services until April 1st, which is when we started to get the full insight of the total PAs.
So how many PAs have been paid to date?
As I noted in my opening statement.
You said about 260,000?
No, that is not the number that
All
I
right.
indicated. The total number of unique personal assistants that have been paid is 236,000.
Okay, now, would that include, what are you counting as being paid? If they got a paycheck of $15, does that count as being paid?
Again, everybody has different services, so if that is for the time that they provided work to a consumer based on their services and what the consumer had as their health authorization, that could be it. I don't know anybody that would be getting paid $15. I know I just don't know anybody that would have that. But again, we're not keeping or holding back any money. It would be based on, the services they provided to the consumers.
So have all the PAs have been paid correctly for all of the hours that they worked?
I can say that PAs have been paid, again, as they have submitted their timesheets on time and in accordance with CDPAP rules.
Right.
And the consumer has signed off, they are paid timely. There have been issues with regards to people's payroll, which we will address when they notify PPL. Some of those issues, however, are such things as people having overlapping of time, as the CDPAP rules stipulate that there can only be one PA providing services at any given shift time, and so there has been overlapping of time and shifts that impacts people's pay. But again, anybody that believes that their pay has been incorrectly done, we address that issue.
Okay, moving forward, right? Do you have any brick and mortar offices where people can walk in to register?
Yes, I believe we're up to 7. We have our Latham headquarters, and we also have one here in Manhattan, as well as other offices around the state.
Where's the other 5?
I can get you the states. I believe we have one in Rochester, but I can get you the whole
How many
list.
do you have in New York City itself?
We have one here in Manhattan, one in the Bronx, I believe, and I will get you that full list. That should not take up all your
what
time.
I'm trying to say is, 1 or 2 offices in the city of New York is just not enough. It's not enough in my own district. So
Senator, I would also state to that is that we also have our facilitator partners that also have brick and mortar who are helping to support, and oftentimes they have that direct relationship with the consumers and the PAs. So there is a broader network of people that can provide in-person services, not just at PPL brick and mortar, but also our facilitator offices.
Okay, quickly. I'm running out of time, right? So I had some constituents actually tell me who are PAs that sometimes when they log on to the computer, to their account, they actually link to the wrong consumer. Are you aware of anything happening like that, like mix-ups in logging on between the consumer and the PA? That they log on, they're getting somebody else's consumer and so forth?
I am not aware of that situation, and
all the
again,
information is being disclosed to somebody who they don't know.
again, I'm not aware of that situation. Everyone has unique login and passwords that are specific to their ID. Oftentimes, their personal email, phone number, and then a password. So that.
Okay, thank you for your time.
And Senator, if I could just add, we have over 100 offices in New York City, with between PPL as well, over 100 offices in all of New York. What?
New York
Sorry.
State.
Over 100 offices throughout the state.
Okay, Senator Clear.
Thank you and good afternoon. I was reviewing what was circulated, this Empire report that refers to a very small and loud group working hard to undermine. And I take particular offense to that because it's not a small and loud group. These are consumers and workers. And I'm understanding there are a couple of lawsuits about wage theft. One of them is Flanagan versus PPL. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but just for the record, the PPL moved to dismiss this case of wage theft on the basis that you're a joint employer and the consumer should be suing. The worker should be suing the consumer. So is what you're saying, personal assistants who are not getting paid should be suing the older New Yorkers and disabled New Yorkers they're caring for? Is that what they're saying?
Senator, due to an active and ongoing litigation, I'm not able to speak to that.
Okay. That's been kind of the gist of everything today. And I just really wish that to the Senator Rivera's question earlier, I think it's very important that in getting an invitation from us, knowing how important this issue is to people in New York City, that your CEO thought that they were not invited because they were not named, is unacceptable and really ridiculous. They should have been here today. This is critical and very important. And it's just like the tone of everything today has been so condescending, even from the commissioner. Like, we can't fill out timesheets. That's crazy, that most of these things were about timesheets, and there's all this fraud and this noncompliance, and it's really much more serious than that. I'm not going to ask any more questions because I doubt if you'll be able to answer, but I really wanted to say I'm very disappointed with the level of responses coming today, and I think it's an insult to New Yorkers, to the providers, and to the families in this program. And I just hope that this gets better in terms of responding to us and taking this seriously and taking our time seriously. This is not good. People didn't get paid. I have people who cannot take care of their own selves, taking care of other people, and we're not getting paid. And the answers are not good. And earlier, I think we talked about 825,000 calls being an improvement. That sucks, too. That's a problem. 1 million is a problem, 825,000 is a problem. So those numbers have to be much better than that before we can claim victory. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. We'll next hear from Senator May, followed by Senator Rhodes.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I do want to mention, I have a constituent here, Agnes McCrae, in the corner. She's been a relentless advocate for the CDPAP program. She's here with her son, Charles, who is her provider of services. And I hope you will take the opportunity to talk to some of the people who are here with us and really hear from them about their personal experiences with the program. I thought you gave a kind of flippant response to Senator Ryan about that you don't have this benefits package because you live out of state. Would you take a job with the benefits package that is being offered?
Again, it is based on what the employer would be offering. But again, I think it's also important to note that for many of the PAs, they did not have health insurance. And while there are people that have been vocal about the fact that they did have insurance, again, I have to state, again, for the record, that the PA's information was not provided to PPL. So we have no
Okay,
insights as to what
I'm
people
gonna
had.
Interrupt there, but they still don't have health insurance if it's only preventive care. It doesn't cover hospitalization, doesn't cover surgery, doesn't cover specialist care. But it raises a different question, which is if people, especially in the wage parity region, if people's wages are being used or these benefits are being charged to them out of that wage parity, and they're not using it because maybe they've got actual insurance somewhere else, where does that money go? Do you all make a profit on this? Does the money come back to you? Does it go back to Leading Edge, or does it go to the workers?
PPL is not keeping the money, but I cannot go into any further details due to the ongoing and active litigation on that issue.
All right. Well, let me switch gears then and talk about the cultural competency. PPL claims to have 300 languages that you are able to provide services in. Is that like Google Translate, or do you have actual people who speak those languages?
We have people and a service that helps support that, but specifically for PPL personnel, we have 78 that are bilingual staff. We have 9 specific language lines. And again, we incorporated into our services facilitator partners who are able and are active within their communities. They were longstanding provider of services under CDPAP, and we continue to work with them. They were chosen based on geographic needs, their religious and language competencies, as well as cultural competencies. So it is both PPL's activities as well as working with our facilitators. I know that there's also been questions about our ability to be out in the community. Again, we have over 100 offices around New York State. We also have community liaisons that are out in the community to support those that are in need.
So if, say, there's a family from the Congo and they were living in a refugee camp for years and they finally made it to the United States, and they've got maybe a grandmother in the family who is experiencing issues but has no idea how to reach out for the kind of care or this kind of program, couldn't even imagine that it existed. You have people who might be going into her family or her neighborhood and actually making sure she knows this is an option, or you're just waiting for her to call the number?
So I think that that is a joint effort. For that individual even to be part of CDPAP, they would have to be working with their MCO or the local district within the counties. And so they have to first be known to be eligible for Medicaid and then kind of work through that. But if they are eligible and are told that they are eligible for CDPAP, or the LICSOs as well, the reality is that they have to have that information. We work with the MCOs and the LDSSs to get them enrolled into PPL, and if there is help that is needed to get them through that process, that registration process, we will work with them, either PPL directly or with facilitator partners.
Okay, and one more specific question. In Syracuse, we have a critical mass of deaf New Americans who use a sign language that isn't the same as American Sign Language. Do you have competency to deal with other disabilities that might be necessary?
Yes, we do have facilitator partners that offer help in both the blind, deaf communities. So yes, we do have that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Here's the lineup that I've got so far. Senator Rhodes is next, followed by Senators Webb, Bino, then Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony thus far. Just a couple of quick questions. Am I correct in my understanding that PPL had actually posted a job listing for a director of market implementation for the build-out of the New York payroll infrastructure back in August of 2024?
I am not part of HR, so I can't testify to that, but we, as we do any type of procurement process, we do look at, looking at what we would need for hiring purposes. So knowing that we did submit a bid for this, very likely that we could, but I can't testify that I know that that happened when it did.
Why did, and for your information, the contract was awarded on September 30th, over a month prior to, after rather, that job posting. If PPL was active in soliciting employees for a contract that it hadn't yet received, why was it not proactive in securing health care benefits for its workers in the same fashion?
Well,
Why are
we
you
w-
doing that today as opposed to, why are you trying to find primary care coverage today for your workers as opposed to doing it back in 2024?
So, Senator, we were. That was part of the process. As I've stated previously today, the issue what we had with regards to insurance coverage is not having the full visibility of the PAs and their risk pool, their risk associated with them.
Okay.
Previously,
Thank you. Only because I'm limited. and
Yep,
I-
that's fair.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Did PPL have any written, oral, or electronic communications with the Department of Health prior to the release of the RFP?
No.
And did PPL have any written, oral, or electronic communications with the governor's office or any representative of the governor's office prior to the release of the RFP?
No.
And were there any communications between PPL or any of its representatives and PCG?
Can you be more specific with regard, can you repeat that, I guess?
Sure. Were there any communications between PCG and PPL prior to the release of the RFP?
With regards to the RFP?
Yes.
No.
Does PPL have any ownership or controlling interest in any licensed home care service agency in New York?
No.
And is PPL functioning, does PPL make any direct referrals to home care service agencies?
What do you mean by direct referrals?
Well, in other words, you have facilitators that are utilized, right? That
Correct.
are supposed to be making those referrals. Are any referrals made by PPL directly, or do all of them go through a facilitator?
You mean the consumers who are looking for services under CDPAP?
Yep.
It is up to the consumer to choose who they want as their facilitator.
Understood. They make the ultimate decision, but are there any referrals that are being made by PPL as opposed to it going through the facilitator?
Again, it's up to the consumer to make those choices.
I understand that the ultimate decision is made by the consumer. Is PPL making any referrals?
Not that I am aware of in making referrals at this time.
Okay. Since the transition began in January of 2025, are you aware of any cases where personal assistants attempting to log into their own PPL at home profile were instead redirected into their consumer's profile, allowing them to access sensitive health data and account controls?
I am not aware of specific cases to that situation, no. But again, as it's been stated previously, every consumer MPA has specific login information that is personal to them, so done by either email or phone numbers and having specific passwords.
If in fact there were access issues such as that, where sensitive health data and account controls were actually accessed by people who weren't entitled to that information, is there someone within your organization to whom that should have been reported?
Yes, that information would have gone to our compliance team, and that information would have also gone to DOH. In
And
accordance with our
your
contract.
testimony is that you're unaware of any instances where that's taken place?
Correct.
Incidentally, I know we had questions before as to why the CEO and CFO of your company were not here today despite the invitations. I'm going to ask the more basic question. Who is, with the changes that have been taking place at PPL and so rapidly, who is the CEO, CFO, and president of PPL right now?
So our CEO is Mickey Kapoor, and as I've indicated, we are going to have him interact with all of you in the fall. We will provide you that opportunity. We think it's important for you to hear directly from him in a more suitable setting than in a public hearing for meeting with him for the first time. I think it's important that he give you the vision, what he's looking to do here in New York. He has an understanding of what we have been doing, but more importantly, as we have been trying to focus a lot of our attention on what what we're bringing here to the CDPAP program for PPL. It is a case of really his approach to data and the collecting of information to be able to really drive this program forward into the future.
I just want to know who they are.
So it is Mickey Kapoor. We are in the process of replacing Maria Perrin. And I apologize, our CFO is Adam Thackeray.
Is there any particular reason why there's been such enormous turnover, especially in light of the allegations that have been well documented here at this hearing?
I'm not sure what allegations you are alluding to with regards to our leadership changes, but with regards to our leadership changes, they have been in the works. They have been planned. We are
Specifically allegations with respect to wage theft.
Again, that is not the reason for doing that, and again, I can't speak to the ongoing lawsuits.
It is incredibly odd, though, that you would lose your CFO, your CEO, and your president all within a matter of months. Especially after taking over, moving your headquarters and taking over a major operation here in the state of New York.
Understood what you're alluding to, but again, these have been transitions that have been in the process and are being adequately worked on and transitioned to the new incoming personnel.
With respect to PPL's financial security, I know we're close on time. With respect to PPL's financial security, clearly you entered into this agreement in anticipation that the 250,000 individuals who are registered with CDPAP would have continued to be registered because you're paid per patient, right? With a loss of 40,000 patients, in part, in my opinion, due to the poorly handled transition by PPL, how does that factor into PPL's economic solvency and their ability to fulfill the obligations of the contract?
Again, there is no solvency or money issues at PPL.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Next, Senator Webb.
Thank you for being here. So in that same vein of kind of administrative questions, so your new CEO has ties to Linden Capital, one of PPL's private equity owners. What policies are in place at PPL to ensure that there are no conflicts of interest arising from related party purchases or interlocking boards with any of Linden's or DWHP's other portfolio companies?
So first and foremost, we are a mission-driven company. Yes, we are partially owned by private equity, which has afforded us investments in technology for continued enhancement to the consumers and PAs who use our services. Again, our PA has had an impact, private equity has had an impact on hospitals and nursing homes. Neither of these are the CDPAP program.
So it doesn't sound like you have any accountability measures in place.
I am not part of the leadership team. Again,
Okay.
I can provide you that information as to that structure.
Okay, I'll go to my next question, and it goes to a comment you made earlier with regards to, I know when the program first came online, again, my region was one of the first regions where the rollout happened, and it was said at that time, and you've said today, that there's over 100 offices now in New York State. And so my question is, how do you justify having legislative staff, MCO staff, DOH staff, and the governor's disability office spending their time assisting PPL in enrolling consumers in the program? Is your staff not capable, or were they not capable of achieving that task?
We have been enrolling people, and I'm not sure to what exactly you are speaking to, especially the long
I mentioned this
list.
to the commissioner earlier that, and it was a public article back in March, that the commissioner asked for staff to volunteer their time to assist the facilitation of enrollment into the program. You all are a large entity. You also received a large contract. How do you justify having to utilize state resources via their staff in order for the transition to happen?
Again, I think that is a question for DOH, and I'm not trying
I
to.
asked them that question, and they said they did that because they wanted to ensure a smoother transition. But when you sat here and said you have over 100 offices in New York State, it just seems to me that in terms of cost savings and measuring in that regard, I'm not sure how that was rendered. But I'll go to my next question. I want to be mindful of time. So part of the premise that I hear from constituents is that communication issues with regards to PPL, and we most certainly reach out with regards to those issues. One issue that was brought to my attention is specifically the October 1st benefits deadline. How long has PPL been aware of this October benefits deadline?
So we've been aware of this deadline since we began implementing this program. We communicated that throughout our registration process, that individuals would have to have their health assessment done on behalf of PAs by the October 1st deadline. What we did talk through in the process is that we did notify them the information that is a requirement to be a PA, so we did discuss that. For some of the PAs that have had recent physicals and have met with their doctors, Mobile Health, who we are utilizing to help support this, what we have done is that they have engaged with the PAs to upload any of their most recent medical, so that as we get to the October 1st deadline, if there is information that is needed, they can be better adequate, but understanding some people had stuff done earlier this year.
Given the very public transition issues that we've been experiencing with this program, does that deadline seem realistic?
We have been working with Mobile Health, who has been actively engaged with the PAs. We are working with our LDSSs as well as the MCOs to make sure PAs are aware. We have been doing active outreach to that to help with the surge that we are anticipating as we get closer. We have hired, I will say that Mobile Health has hired more individuals to help support that, and we are utilizing telehealth services as well to meet that deadline.
With the remaining moments I have left, you know, the terms fraud, and have been thrown around quite a bit. What measures has PPL put in place to create more accountability in this system, given all the things that we've talked about today?
So I think that that is something, in the interest of time, I can also provide some additional information with regards to that. But I think at a high level, what we've been doing is seeing the data and the information that is coming in. I would say that it is a lot of education and outreach. So when we are seeing individuals that, for instance, are logging in and there's duplication of shift and services, we are doing outreach to understand that those aspect of things. It really has been seeing the centralization of information and then adequately going out and having conversations with consumers and PAs to address those issues.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Senator Bino.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, and in that same train of thought, how many cases has PPL been able to identify and appropriately, resolve as it relates to fraud?
I will have to go back to the team and get you that number.
Okay. So 800 calls, that's a lot of calls. How many dedicated staff are, dedicated to that process?
I think our call center right now is, I believe, 250? Okay, our call center, we have 800 people.
Okay, and what is the wait time?
It is, I believe, as of this week, 2.3 seconds.
2.3 seconds.
I'm sorry, 2.3 minutes, sorry, 2.3 minutes.
Again, we invite you to join us here at the table. So, in that vein, how many, what's your attrition rate like, given all of the challenges that people have accessing proper benefits?
Can I get you to define what you mean by attrition?
People leaving your organization.
So I think to that, I'm not sure we have a number that we can stipulate to that, but I think if you're looking at the difference of, some of what we have that have registered with PPL versus the active, some of the issues that we have with regards to...
I think that I'd love to know what your attrition rate is and what you're doing to retain folks, what you're doing to train folks. There's quite a few articles where there's mention that people felt that they weren't trained properly, and I think that is definitely, along with the benefits, attributing to probably a very high turnover.
Okay, and again, I would point you to the direction of our website that does have tutorials, videos, and training materials
I'm
on it.
asking for your attrition rate. Is it on the computer? Is it on the website?
It's not, but I will
Okay.
get you...
So if you could provide that, thank
Sure.
you. Quality control measures that are in place to ensure that your personnel is interfacing with our consumers and caregivers in a respectful manner. What kind of quality control?
So the quality control
And
is
providing accurate information.
the controls that we have in place is that our call centers and our calls are recorded, and they are reviewed by supervisors to make sure that consumers and PAs are being treated properly, but more importantly, that our call center staff is respectful and following procedures and protocols that are in place.
Are we engaging in retooling individuals, retraining?
Yes, that is an ongoing conversation with our team.
Okay. So earlier you mentioned high satisfactory scoring. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Sure. We did a survey that went out to consumers, DRs, and PAs, which we had 52,000 individuals respond, answering different questions. And I believe that we provided that to your office.
To my office?
Ahead of this hearing, we have provided that survey results.
I think an email came in at the 11th hour yesterday afternoon, or in the evening.
But again,
can you tell me specifically, did that document tell us what questions were asked? What were the indicators?
Yes, that has the questions.
Give me
of
some
overall-
examples. please.
Overall, I don't have the survey in front of me, but I know we asked questions about their overall satisfaction working with PPL call center staff. We talked about our technology and to
Okay.
ensure those issues.
So since you've sent that, I'll leave it there. Fraud prevention, what protocols are in place?
We have protocols that abide by the rules of the CDPAP program. For the PAs, we are tracking to make sure that there are individuals, that the PAs are one PA at a time for any given consumer. We are checking to make sure that they abide by the hours that are allocated under the health assessment.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to say and register a complaint that I think you've heard a few times already, that there's information that I would have thought that you would have come here with, because this is an opportunity to educate not only us, but some of the most impacted individuals who are our vulnerable consumers who are seeking answers in how they might navigate a very complex, challenging process and continue to receive services, and maybe even give you some input later on as to how you might improve your services. I'm disappointed that you didn't come here and the senior vice president sitting to the rear didn't think it appropriate to come here with the proper information so that you could answer as many questions as possible. Relying on sending us information to our email, I don't think was the appropriate way to deal with those type of questions. Thank you.
Senator Jackson.
I just have a couple of questions, if you don't mind. You talked about over the 1 million phone calls, it's down to 800,000. And I was just asking myself, okay, how many of those phone calls were from the consumers versus the staff? And so you could see, where it's coming from. Any breakdown as to categories in that?
I would say that we do have that information.
Mm-hmm. Okay, if you can, get that to us, it would be good to have. But also, you talked about you have 100 offices or 100 contacts, not 100 offices in New York State, right? Can you clarify that?
So the 100 offices are a combination of PPL offices as well as our facilitator partners.
Facilitator partners.
Yes.
And they may have all of those facilitators have offices, or just
Yes, when we're saying 100 offices, yes, they are physical locations to go to.
could be their home?
I don't believe any of them are their homes, no.
Okay. And that listed on your website?
Yes, we do have that information available on our
Oh,
website.
Okay, good. So you said that the call center wait time is like basically no more than 2.3 minutes.
Yes.
And I was just curious as to the languages, because in New York City, you have all of the languages that are spoken around the world, but primarily in my district, and I represent Manhattan and the Bronx, is English and Spanish. And do you have direct contact with how many people, as far as staff that are dealing with that are English and Spanish?
Yes, so we have 78 bilingual staff. We have 9 language lines that are available. And then within that, we do have the ability to bring on other translators as needed. I would say also with our outreach and contact as people are reaching out to us, they have made in their profile an understanding of the best way to communicate with them, phone call, email, but also any of the languages. So we address those issues as well as we do outreach.
And you talked earlier about the Anthem Healthcare program for employees. That one that you mentioned was the general one. Which one was that? Not the second one.
The basic wellness plan, which
Yeah.
is the preventive care.
Okay, and that's offered to every employee?
That is to anybody that is not under 130 hours, or is under 130 hours. 130 hours is a different health plan because they're considered full-time.
Uh-huh. So, and what is the cost factor for the, not the more than 130, but a basic health plan with Anthem?
I am not sure of those details, and again, I have to ask counsel if I'm able to provide that information to you.
Okay, but I would assume that an employee that's registered in it would know it, right?
Correct. Well, I'm good. Let me get back to you on what that information is that they
Okay.
have.
Because you're going to have people that's giving testimony a little later, and some of them may be Anthem, that's being offered by PPL. So if that's the case, I can just ask them, and they may give us that information. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for coming in. We appreciate this, knowing that the refocusing on making sure that service is there to the consumers and the employees, and that's really what your job is as your Vice President of Government Affairs.
Yes.
So thank you for coming in and giving the information that you could respond to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Krista Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thank you for being here with us today. Earlier, we talked a lot about the, of course, difficulties in transition, but one of the biggest difficulties being delay in payment for a lot of the workers. As elected officials, we heard a lot about the harm that caused those workers from not being able to pay for their bills, some folks losing, for example, their car or pay for rent and other necessities. Do you recognize that real harm was caused?
Again, there is ongoing litigation with regards to the wage issues. So due to the active and ongoing litigation, I can't go into details. What I can say, as I have said throughout this, is any PA that has submitted their timesheet by midnight on Saturday, has had their consumer approve it, and it abides by the rules of the CDPAP program, then we are.
Okay, I'll move to the next question. Do you understand that if there is a delay in payment for workers and that affects continuity of care for real New Yorkers, that there could be harm to the New Yorkers we're all here to serve?
Again, with regards to the delay, as long as they have met the requirements, they are getting paid in a timely fashion.
So a lot of our conversations have been about accountability and have been about understanding where responsibility lies between, of course, the Department of Health, our legislature, and you as partners in a process to deliver real care to real people. We've heard about data breaches today. Your leadership is not here. There have been cases of fraud, and even the changes of leadership show internal instability. All things given, I have 30 questions from my constituents and advocates, and I'm not confident I would get answers to all of them. But all of these things given, how can New Yorkers trust that you are the company to work with moving forward to deliver that care?
So we are the largest provider of these services across the country. We've made the commitment here to New York. We continue to understand and talk to stakeholders about how we make this program better and make it sustainable for the future. We have had ongoing conversations with legislators. You all have my phone number, email, have talked with your staff. We continue to understand what those issues are and do the outreach that is necessary.
Being the biggest is not what has proven to make you the most effective. Today, speaking with my colleagues, I can feel the frustration from them for not getting real answers or numbers to many of the questions they are asking. And certainly, there are gaps in transparency that we've been discussing and highlighting today. And so I, as a state elected, look forward to how you plan concretely in addressing that oversight, how you plan working with us to make sure that those things are changed. And certainly building that trust back, because trust is at the heart of what we should be doing today and what we should be building through this hearing, and has not been happening. I am the chair of Internet and Technology, so I do want to use part of my time to turn to the data breaches. Private information is incredibly sensitive and needs to be protected. So one, I want to understand the extent to which you've seen data breaches, and two, I want, again, concretely to know how your company is approaching privacy and approaching cybersecurity as well, because breaches aren't just internal. We know that there are external threats.
So I can say that we have protocols in place to address issues of data breach. There is a system that within our team to address those issues, and they are adequately addressed with DOH to address those issues. You're asking some more specific questions that, again, as a private company, we are don't have to. Oh, I'm not trying to say we don't have to, but in a public setting, it is not appropriate
Sure.
for us to go into details about what our protocols are with regards to that.
Sure. Would you consider working with the legislature and myself as chair to look at what those standards should and could be?
I think that that is fair, and I think that we've also offered to the senator, the Senate chairs of this, to also do an in-person briefing to go over our technology so that you guys can see what we're doing as well when you guys are back up in Albany.
Wonderful. I think that'd be incredibly important to help build that trust and, again, ensure that we're providing the best possible care. Those are all my questions. Thank you so much again to the chairs today of this hearing for doing a phenomenal job. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gonzalez. Second round, lead off by Senator Skoufis.
Thank you, Senator. In the interest of time, first one's a yes or no question. You've repeated a number of times in an effort to reassure the committees here that PPL is financially sound. Experian rates your PPL's financial distress as medium high. Yes or no, can you guarantee under oath to these committees that PPL will be solvent and sound for the full duration of the 5-year contract?
I'm not sure. I'm not the person to be able to make that decision or make that.
Okay.
More, I am not the one to be able to make that statement. But at this time, we are solvent.
Okay. When you had mentioned in our last line of questioning that you would take back the request, the significant interest that these committees have in publicly speaking with your senior leadership, including your CEO, can we expect an answer regarding whether they would be willing to publicly have a conversation with us within the next 24 hours? Not the conversation, getting an answer back to us within 24 hours.
I think that we can do that, yes.
Okay. I want to, actually, before I get to what I was about to ask, there was some talk before about NDAs or non-NDAs, not doing NDAs with subcontractors. I want to ask, does PPL require NDAs of your own employees?
No. I'm, as much as I know, no. I do not have to sign an NDA.
Okay, I've heard otherwise, but I'll go on. I want to underscore, revisit a question you had answered before, remind you you're under oath, and ask a version of it again. With the commissioner, I pointed out that before the budget was even enacted, there were media reports, multiple media reports, about how it was expected that PPL, again, before the RFP, before the budget was even enacted, that PPL was expected to be awarded this contract. I have a affidavit from a executive director of an independent living center who was part of a meeting where the chief disability officer and her staff were openly speaking about PPL receiving this contract before the budget was even enacted. And of course, I mentioned before to you that PPL was specifically named in a bill draft for a no-bid contract during budget negotiations. I want to ask you again, remind you that you're under oath, that was there anyone at PPL who had any conversation with anyone in the executive branch, including the Department of Health, prior to the enactment of the budget about consolidation of fiscal intermediaries?
No.
Nobody.
No.
And so you were just shocked, as everyone else was who was part of negotiations, when you found out, no doubt, that you were named, PPL was named, in a no-bid contract, in draft budget language for a $9 billion contract. You were just shocked by that.
Yes,
Completely caught off guard.
Again, yes, we were not part of any conversations, but again, given our presence in the national market, my guess is that we were under consideration, but we did not have any conversations. But Senator, if I could say, I do think it's important to note that PPL has been providing services in the state of New York with a traumatic brain injury, so we were a known commodity here in the state.
Surely you can understand our perspective here. It seemed like everyone in Albany, everyone in state government was talking about PPL getting this award before there was an award, before there was an RFP, before there was even a state budget. But PPL wasn't part of any conversations. You can understand how we are flabbergasted by that.
And Senator, as the head of government relations for PPL, me saying, yes, we did not have any conversations is also, the same vein. So I understand what you're saying, but we did not have any conversations.
Okay. I want to provide you an opportunity here. There's been a lot made, rightfully so, about how difficult it was in the transition for many of your now consumers, the people you serve, as well as employees, to enroll with PPL and to get in the system. And horror stories, and certainly the transition affected the livelihoods of many thousands of New Yorkers. Do you feel that PPL owes an apology to any employees or consumers here in New York State?
No, I think that we have, continued to work with people that have had issues and concerns and brought them to our attention. Again, we have open lines of communication for them to express their concerns. So I do believe we have done, while there have been people that have been vocal, we have over 400,000 people that have successfully transitioned over to PPL.
Okay, thank you.
I'll take my second round now. Ms. Burns, are you familiar with Section 13 of the subsection A of the subcontractor contract that you folks have with your subcontractors that reads as follows? Communications with representatives of New York State prohibited. Subcontractors shall not directly or indirectly communicate with any representative, official, employee, or agent of New York State government, including New York State Department of Health or any other state agency, the governor's office, or the legislative or judicial branch regarding matters related to PPL. This agreement on the subcontracted services, except as expressly authorized in advance in writing by PPL president or chief executive officer. Are you familiar with that section?
I believe that I'm not as familiar with that, but I believe that yes, that is true.
So that directly contradicts what you said earlier, that there is no language in subcontractor contracts related to a non-disclosure agreement. It explicitly states, and it doesn't even say, even at the end, it says, except as expressly authorized in advance and in writing by PPL president or chief executive officer. What you testified earlier was that the language was, you need to ask us. That's not even what's in here. So I'm just saying, and by the way, it's possible that you might not have been familiar that is, in fact, the language in the subcontractor language right now, which again brings up, are you sure that you're the best person to be here testifying on behalf of your company related to any of these matters?
Again, I've tried to be as prepared as I can be for this. I've talked to your team every other week and asking for this. But again, I think what you just read was what I also, maybe not as the verbatim that you kind of indicated there, but again, it is the idea that we were not prohibiting, we were saying that they needed to talk.
See, Madam, again, I'm sorry, maybe I misspoke. Communications with representatives of New York State prohibited. That is in bold at the beginning of that paragraph. There's a subparagraph that deals with media communications and lobbying activities, et cetera. But the first one specifically deals with talking to the legislature, right? So.
But again, as you got to the bottom, it said without.
And I did get to the bottom, and I'll read it again, word for word. This agreement on the subcontract, except as expressly authorized in advance and in writing by PPL president or chief executive officer. So what you testified earlier was that it is not accurate that they can't share things with with you as a legislator if you ask them, but they have to come and ask us, as opposed to that's not what that says. that specifically states that you have to clarify, that you have to tell them up front the things that you are willing to testify or not. Are you familiar also with the fact that we invited subcontractors to come today because it would be very valuable to have subcontractors come before us, and that basically they told us in no uncertain terms that they would not unless they were compelled? You familiar with that?
I'm not aware of that, though I will say I did ask our facilitator partners and that are in charge.
One of the folks that you suggested as a facilitator is one of the people that's going to testify later. But the subcontractors, including independent living centers, they were not. The subcontractors specifically were invited. A number of them, particularly the folks that are in the city of New York, and they declined because of that clause. It would be let me be clear. They did not state that they were declining because of that clause. But when this was made available to us, I guess that's why they declined.
So I can't speak for them, Senator, but I will
Gotcha.
say that I did talk with, we have a facilitator team. I did ask if
1
any of
minute,
them were
20
invited.
seconds. I'm going on to the next
right.
one. Does the contract with Leading Edge, we talked about the insurance, include any provisions for financial returns to PPL if the benefits are not fully utilized by workers, including the Flex Card?
No, there is no provisions to that.
Okay. Is all of the funding from increased reimbursement from wage parity being utilized to support health insurance?
I'm not able to provide any information due to the ongoing and active litigation.
So you probably would not be able to answer the following either. How is PPL utilizing any remaining wage parity funding it receives for workers?
Correct, due to ongoing litigation.
Gotcha. We talked earlier about the total debt rating, debt to equity. You can't do that anyway. Why did PPL, though, this is an interesting one, this is the one that I will end with. Why did PPL seek to restructure their payments under Medicaid as a proactive payment, which is unlike any contract that we have with healthcare providers across the state of New York? You folks said you will have proactive payment rather than reimbursement for services rendered, as in the case with everything else in the Medicaid program.
I'm not privy of those conversations.
All right. Thank you. Round two, Senator May.
Thank you, and thanks for hanging in here with us. So I had a chance to talk with Agnes and Charles, whom I mentioned before, from my district. They live in Syracuse, as I do. And Charles told me that they do a lot of traveling. They travel a lot to Albany. They travel a lot. They came all the way here, but Agnes serves on a number of boards as well. The app that he uses to enter his hours only allows him to enter hours in Syracuse. So when he's here, he cannot enter the hours that he's working. Are you aware of that the apps are locations, geofenced?
So I would have to go back and discuss this on the basis of, again, it also may go to the service hours that he is authorized for, so that is something that I would also have to look into and address. So again, happy to discuss what his personal issue is and have that clarified, but there are other outstanding aspects that could go in. And again, I can't get into the personal aspect in a private setting, but happy to talk to them after this.
But geofencing would be an issue if you're trying to, if it would imply that people who are receiving these services aren't allowed to travel somehow, which seems crazy.
That is not necessarily the case. Again, I think it goes to the service authorization that is associated with that individual.
Okay, well, he also told me when he calls to try to resolve these issues, he always gets different people and they give him different answers. That is a recurring theme that we're hearing about complete chaos in terms of the information that is being communicated to people through the call centers. So I hope you will take that into account and see what you can do about that, because they should at least be getting the same answers from the people they speak to.
That is a fair, and again, we continue to do continued education with our call center, so I will take that back.
I will say one of the strengths of the previous system was there was an agency in Syracuse who knew them, and they could talk to them. You know, they could reach people that they knew in order to get answers to this. In terms of,
and if I could, I apologize. I did just get a note. We are not. We do not have geofencing in New York.
All right. Well, then he needs to have some. Okay.
Again, we'll touch base on that.
He also said he can only see. He's getting a lot of money taken out of his paycheck. He can only see a primary care person once a year. That seems highly inadequate, and I just want to make a comment that this hub that you use for your insurance brokering, perfect example of why we need single-payer health insurance in this state, because it's ridiculous that people are making money off of finding different plans, and or that you had to wait until there was a critical mass of people enrolled before you could offer them even remotely adequate insurance. We all ought to be part of the same risk pool, and this is just an example of insanity to me of our healthcare system.
But Senator, I will follow up with you. I know time is up for you, and get the information, and we will follow up and have somebody from HR address the insurance issue specifically for that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Rhodes, second round.
Ms. Burns, just a couple of follow-up questions. You indicated during your earlier testimony that about 400,000 PAs had been transitioned into the system. Is that accurate? Consumers have been
So I think what I said is there's been 233,000 consumers, 236,000 personal assistants. And then at the end, I said over 400,000 altogether. But specifically, I did say in the opening statement, 233,000 consumers, 236,000 personal assistants.
Okay, so that's combined. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Since the transition began in January of 2025, are you aware of any instances where PPL inadvertently assigned consumers to different facilitators than the ones they were previously enrolled with prior to the transition, despite their historic relationship?
So again, I can't speak specifically to that situation. Again, it was the result of the consumers who, well, I won't say it was the result. The consumers were able to choose their facilitators and continue to be able to choose their facilitators.
In an instance where a facilitator is not chosen, does PPL take on the responsibility of making that assignment?
I would say that PPL takes on that responsibility, again, after communicating with the consumer.
So you're saying that that would only occur after there's been a conversation with the consumer would have to consent to the assignment of a facilitator?
I would say it would go to PPL, and if we would have a conversation with that consumer to decide if they wanted somebody else. But if they did not choose a facilitator, they automatically would go to PPL.
And this kind of goes to my earlier question. We've received reports that it's a regular occurrence that consumers are not given the option of choosing a CDPAP facilitator of their preference, but are instead defaulted to PPL. For each month in April to July of 2025, can you tell me what percentage of consumers were actively assigned to a CDPAP facilitator versus to PPL directly without a CDPAP facilitator?
I would have to go back and ask the team how we broke that information down. Again, it is the consumer who is able to choose their facilitator. Again, if they did not choose one, it would automatically default to PPL. But throughout this process and as it's ongoing, they can choose to move to a different facilitator should they choose to do so.
Because my earlier question was with respect to PPL functioning as the fiscal intermediary versus functioning as a facilitator. And I was told, I thought, if I understood your earlier testimony correctly, that PPL does not function as both. But it seems as though PPL is functioning as both if there's no selection made by the patient.
I think if I remember correctly, I think you asked if we were Alexa, which we are not.
Well, I did ask that question as well, but there was an earlier question that I had asked.
Then
with
I
respect to
apologize.
function.
I don't remember that
So there
one.
are instances where PPL is functioning both as a facilitator as well as the fiscal intermediary.
It would, for all intents and purposes, yes.
I do have several other questions, which may be better off submitted in writing, but I will just ask one with respect to, and I do want to mention, since Senator May reminded me, I do want to mention that we have Gina Barber here from my district, who has been a passionate advocate for individuals with disabilities, and I want to ask you some questions about system accessibility. We've heard that PPL's core systems, PPL at Home, Time for Care, and even its website have been inaccessible to individuals who have visual or auditory impairments, posing significant barriers to self-direction. They've reported difficulties with viewing small print on web-based forms or dashboards, navigating the EVV app without distorting visual settings, encountering no accessible design features or accommodations for screen readers or other assistive technologies. Is PPL aware of these issues and also aware that the systems may be non-compliant with ADA accessibility standards, and what specific changes have been made to ensure equitable access for individuals who require reasonable accommodations?
So, Senator, I believe that all of our websites and applications are ADA approved, and
Well, I guess
It's-
you're here. I
yeah.
guess you're hearing that
Well,
that may not be true.
You know what? As somebody who is actually disabled myself and has to utilize these systems, they are, you know, again, everybody has their own disabilities that may require special circumstances and issues, but for the whole of the program, that these are websites that are ADA, they are accessible for the individuals. We take into consideration the coloring of the web pages to address those issues. But again, everybody has a unique experience as to how their systems are set up, how they are utilizing the information, and
I appreciate your answer, and my
Yep.
time is up. Though it says I've got 99 minutes and 56 seconds.
let's go. But we
Though
will
I
be
think
happy.
this is an opportunity not only for feedback for us, but an opportunity for feedback from you. Based on the people in this room, and I'm sure the people that they represent all over the place, there may be a problem.
Thank you, Senator. And I will just reiterate, as we stated before, let's make sure to not interrupt the folks who are testifying. There will definitely be an opportunity for folks to testify later at length and on the record about what their experiences have been, and I'm sure that those will be illuminating. Next, Senator Fernandez for a second round, please.
Thank you so much. On July 15th, 2025, there was a news article talking about, I think, a security breach, how dollars that was supposed to go to PAs went to a PPL employee. They were able to take that money. Can you please explain how that was resolved and how we're preventing that from happening again and how that even happened?
Sure. So that individual was a contract employee with PPL. We had fired that individual because they had not followed protocol. In reviewing their outreach and the work that they did, what we saw is they created timesheets fraudulently. That information did not have money coming directly from a consumer or PA. It was creating fraudulent timesheets. The money did go into an account to which we have been working with federal officials to bring that money back. Since then, we have put in additional protocols to address that issue, but it was something that was identified by the protocols of our customer service line and our supervisors in the customer service to understand that issue.
Has this ever happened before as the biggest company doing this in the nation?
We have not had somebody who has created fraudulent, that I am aware of, create
So
fraudulent
how could this happen
timesheets.
now with New York?
Yeah.
Why?
Again, I can't talk to the intent of the individual that they created it, but it was immediately identified and addressed by the person not following protocol. And when we saw where the money went, we have been working to actively bring those dollars back.
Okay, for hiring purposes, you mentioned you hired hundreds of people doing this. When the transition started, there was I would say, a lack of people available to help with those trying to call in, meet up, everything for the transition. How many more additional people did you hire? When exactly did you hire them? And was it because you saw that there was not enough being done?
So I would say that when we opened up our call center in January of this year, we had over 1,000 employees started and trained to be able to address those issues. We knew that we would need to hire up as we got into the March and April timeframe, knowing people would wait to the last minute to register and to come over to PPL and the CDPAP program. So in that instance, we did do a surge hiring. We did bring in per week, I think the weeks leading up, it was a couple hundred people each week, getting them trained and prepared. So I wouldn't say that we weren't prepared for it. We were aware that we were going to have it based on the dynamics and the misinformation that had
But you
people
said in the
wait.
beginning you were aware that people would be late, so I feel like
Yep.
you could have known that more was needed from the beginning.
So we did know that there was more. There wasn't a need to have them in place when people weren't calling in. We had them in place in March when we knew that people
And there
would
was
be-
no outreach to current consumers and employers from PPL to help facilitate transition?
Oh,
You
100%.
just waited for the calls to come in?
No, 100% that we were working, doing outreach. Again, we got information from DOH as to the consumer information. I will again say for PA purposes, we did not have that line of sight because the former FIs did not provide that to us. But in getting that information, we worked with DOH for the consumer information. We also worked with the essentially the MCOs in the local districts to get the information they had on the consumers and the PAs to be able to do that outreach. We also
Thank
had
you.
the
My
former
time is up.
facilitators as well.
Thank you.
Senator Ryan, second round.
Two, real quick. We've talked about the call center a lot. Inquiring minds would like to know, where is your call center located?
In Latham, New York.
Latham, New York. Okay. So,
Happy to have you over there. Take a tour. Let us know.
all right. I'll take you up on that. So, second question. So, if you do have, like, if it's do they do all of the language, every secondary language, or do they have to kind of go someplace else if it's?
Again, I think it depends on, who is there in the room at the time. We do try, if there is, we do have people that are bilingual and be able to address those issues. And especially with the call volume that we have currently, we can have somebody address those issues.
Right.
So
And if it's a secondary language that you can't handle there in Latham in that specific time,
we
you
have a
then use
translating service that
You have
helps.
a contractor which is translating. And
Yes.
where's that located? Just out of curiosity.
I'm not sure. I would have to get that information to you. I hate to say that again, but I'll get that information to you.
Oh, I feel like you've been saying that a lot to me.
I know. I'm sorry.
No. Thank you.
Last but certainly not least, batting cleanup, Senator Webb.
Thank you. Two quick questions. So, one of the things that, again, we've lifted up is that we get calls from our constituents about issues they've experienced. So several longtime personal assistants in my district have reached out because they have lost substantial paid time off, sick accruals that were not carried over to PPO. Was this not discussed with the PAs at the time of transition?
So I would say again, PPL did not get the PA information, which included all of those kind of information data points. What we have, when people have brought that to our attention and said we have not gotten PTO or the sick time, I can't attest to what the former FIs that provided their services told them or did not tell them. But as we have gotten the inquiries, we have told them that they needed to go back to their previous FI to get that information. But again, we were not privy to those conversations between the previous FIs and the personal assistants.
So is it the case that they will no longer get paid for this earned time?
If it was under the previous FI, that is correct, but they are now accumulating PTO under PPL.
Okay, my last question also just kind of deals in a similar fashion with regards to consumer choice. So also, when people are calling the call center and they're specific about which ILC they would like to use, it's not offered to them as an option. And so they're given to one they're not familiar with. Again, how or why are consumers being dissuaded from utilizing ILCs that they choose?
Again, this is a consumer-directed program. I'm not sure who is telling them that they are not eligible to choose their own ILC. If you have a
Well,
specific...
they're calling the call center and they're being told.
Again, I'm not sure that is, again, I can't attest to that being the truth on that, and it's not to say that your constituent is not explaining that correctly or the ILC. Again, I can take that back. Again, this is about consumer direction, and if the consumer is calling saying they want to utilize a facilitator, that should be the case. And if that is something that was told by an individual, again, offline, I would like to get that information and we'll do outreach. Again, I don't know why somebody in the customer service line would say that.
Okay.
Ms. Burns, thank you so much for being with us. This brings to conclusion your panel. So folks, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we'll be back with panel number 3, just so that folks are prepared. That would be Lindsay Miller, the Executive Director of the New York Association of Independent Living, Bruce Darling, President and CEO of Center for Disability Rights, Susan McCormick, Executive Director of Long Island Center for Independent Living, and Evan Yankee, Advocacy Director for the Brooklyn Center for Independence. We will be back. Thank you. All right, folks. If people could take their seats, please. All right. All right, folks. Good afternoon. Okay, so I want to thank everybody for their patience. I want to thank everybody for their patience and assure everyone that that this part we're going to pay as much, if not more, attention than we did during the beginning of the day. We thank you for being here, all the folks that are going to be in the afternoon. who are going to be telling us about their experiences with the system. Without further ado, we're going to kick it off, but Senator Skoufis, do you want to do the...
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. If you could please raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay.
Please proceed.
You can
Yeah.
proceed in any way.
Yeah.
You keep talking, and he'll turn it on. Keep going. He's going to do it.
Is it working? Oh, there we
you
go.
See,
All right.
There's a lot of buttons back there. Homeboy's trying his best, and thank you for the Senate staff for putting this together, particularly the folks that came down from Albany
Yes.
to set this up. So please.
Yes,
continue.
great. Thank you. Good afternoon, chairs and members of the committees. My name is Lindsay Miller, and I'm here on behalf of the New York Association on Independent Living, which represents 41 independent living centers statewide.
One thing that I would suggest, you can read the testimony word for word if you'd like. Know that we have it here.
Yep.
So if you'd want to refer to it, and then take the rest of your time, and we assure you we're going to have plenty of time for questions being asked, et cetera. But if you want to refer to it, and
It's
then,
all written up based on what I heard
Right,
earlier.
But I just want to say it to everybody.
Okay, thank
Since
you.
we will have versions of your written testimony, you don't have to read it word for word when you get up here. You can refer to it and certainly share with us anything that you'd like to share about your experience, et cetera, what your expertise is. But just wanted
Great.
to say it in general. So please continue.
Thank you. My comments today reflect the experience of the full ILC network and the consumers and personal assistants that we support statewide. Independent Living Centers helped create CDPAP over 45 years ago, and for decades, many of us ran the program as fiscal intermediaries with integrity. We didn't just process payroll, we provided supports that made it possible for consumers to successfully direct their own care. The move to a single statewide fiscal intermediary wasn't about fixing CDPAP. It was about the Department of Health's long-standing failure to exercise oversight. DOH allowed unchecked growth for years despite pleas from advocates and fiscal intermediaries, and then chose an extreme one-size-fits-all solution rather than fixing the real problems. Their justification was cost savings, yet more than 80,000 people have moved to more expensive agency-directed care, eliminating any savings and destabilizing CDPAP in the process. Sadly, that same lack of oversight is now threatening another program created by and for people with disabilities, the Nursing Home Transition and Diversion Waiver, because it's easier for DOH to shut down a vital program than to address its own mismanagement. CDPAP is now in crisis of DOH's making, and I just want to respond to a few points from earlier today that I heard from the commissioner. One piece that he left out of his testimony about the RFP process is that they changed the eligibility criteria at the 11th hour. So there were only 4 eligible bidders because they changed the eligibility process. We actually, the independent living centers, were working together on a proposal. We had a member independent living center that was eligible, and so the centers were going to form together to provide a statewide fiscal intermediary services based on the successful model they've had for 45 years. But the change in eligibility criteria at the 11th hour by the Department of Health deemed us ineligible. We got into the process and contracted with PPL as facilitators as the statute required, and hit the ground running in terms of trying to help make the transition successful for our consumers and their workers. And we knew from day one that it wasn't possible. I mean, we knew prior to day one that based on the timeline, it was unrealistic. We were engaged in biweekly phone calls with the governor's staff, bringing all of our concerns, and they wanted to hear nothing of it, and they went through great means to avoid extending the deadline and questionable loopholes and extension periods to do anything other than extend the deadline and ensure safe transition. The Department of Health had to be sued in order to create the consumer hotline that they're promoting at the hearing today. So that wasn't, their own making. This process has not just been about an irresponsible and botched rollout. The model represents a fundamental change to the program. It eliminates choice, and it strips away the consumer supports that FIs have historically provided. PPL is simply a payroll company. Despite statutory language to ensure a continued role for ILCs in the program, the ILCs have been severely underutilized. The ILCs, as part of their contracting process with PPL, submitted capacity plans with the expectation of serving 60,000 consumers by this summer. Instead, we're serving fewer than 9,000 right now. And just to clarify, when the independent living centers were fiscal intermediaries, they were serving 5,600. So it has not doubled. We've seen a slight increase. The increase is by no means a result of promotion of independent living centers as facilitators or referrals. And in fact, the number of people we've served has gone down since May. So in May, we were serving over 9,000, and now we've actually seen a decrease in the number of consumers that we're serving as facilitators. This is a clear indication that contract provisions requiring PPL to promote ILCs haven't been honored. The $68 PMPM that the commissioner is bragging about doesn't leave room to pay facilitators, and it creates an incentive for PPL not to use them so that they can retain the full $68 PMPM. More troubling is that we're hearing multiple cases of consumers who are being reassigned between facilitators without proper consent, which I know some of you asked questions about. PPL has directly acknowledged to us the misconduct by at least 2 CDPAP facilitators, and to our knowledge has yet to resolve the matter. So the exact practices that we were trying to make this move to get away from are now replicating themselves in the current system. While some of the problems stem from the rush transition, many are structural and ongoing. And I will note that all of the issues that we talk about today, we have brought directly to PPL, as our contract requires, and to the state. Payroll errors are constant, paychecks are wrong, late, or missing altogether. I know you all hear about that all of the time. The EVV and portal systems are unreliable. They reportedly crash regularly, they lock workers out, they create duplicate or missing errors, and there have been issues with sensitive data, including Social Security numbers and bank account information being mishandled or exposed to people who shouldn't be seeing it. The system wasn't built based on New York system or processes. There's a looming crisis afoot based on the fact that the system failed to enforce caps on weekly authorized units, which led many consumers to exhaust their hours early in the 6-month period, and they'll be without hours. Okay. Facilitators are powerless. They don't, despite assurances in a court order, we don't have access to information to help people. The health assessments is a looming crisis, which you all made note of. Wages and benefits have gone backwards.
Yeah, you have
Thanks.
a chance to get
Okay,
a little bit
thanks.
into this. And also, please identify yourself when you begin speaking.
Yep.
Bruce Darling, I'm the CEO of the Center for Disability Rights in
Please
Rochester.
tell me you're not reading all of this.
I'm not reading all of this. I am going to reference it, though. First off, we're a disability-led organization, and that's important. Sometimes people don't realize that. But if the National Organization for Women were run by men and only staffed by men, it would be a very big, different place. That's how independent living centers are different from other providers, and we want to make sure you understand that. CDR literally wrote the book on this topic over 30 years ago. This is a copy of the book. I've given you a copy. We were volunteer disabled people, not policy people. No one was paid. We wrote a 200-page book about why we needed to create this program, and under the Pataki administration, made it a statewide program in one legislative session because of this work. So it's really important. This program was used to support disabled people in the community. It's critical as an infrastructure for that work. And this transition to PPL has undermined the work that our community has done for decades to support significantly disabled New Yorkers in the community. You've heard all about the problems with the transition. You actually nailed it with the problems with the call center and all of that. I remember very vividly when my staff, most of whom are bilingual, realized that the Spanish language line to register with PPL, the people didn't speak Spanish, but they immediately contacted everyone else and said, but they do answer the phone. So call with your English-speaking people, and we translated for the Spanish-speaking line for folks who spoke Spanish. So this is really a critical thing. That the issue that you've heard is real. People had problems getting through. As a facilitator, we had no resources other than to call customer service. The system was never designed to include us in it as a way to promote that. So we simply were a go-between, and it didn't really, all we did was provide support to folks. There's a lot of story about us not handing over data. I want you to understand, we made a deliberate decision that we were not going to transition people's confidential healthcare information at the word of state government. I need us to think carefully about what that means. If state government can say, you as a healthcare provider must provide detailed information about specific people to another entity, what's going to stop Texas from doing that kind of thing? We need to really think about the precedent that we're setting with that space. And we drew a line in the sand. We came up with a plan to facilitate people moving in by moving one by one and having PPL assign a designated customer service representative to us. And then PPL told us that the state of New York, the local administration and Department of Health told them they could not move forward with that plan. So for us, the issue is they are looking apparently for compliance, not success. So we are concerned that this PPL campaign with the administration has undermined disabled people. Even listening to this hearing, it's painful to hear how disabled people don't understand what's going on, and you, no offense, non-disabled people have to tell us what's real. That's not true. We know what's real. We've lived this experience, and what you heard, a lot of it under oath, was not accurate, and that deeply concerns us. And finally, these transition problems persist. They weren't just one-time thing. As of yesterday, we were still escalating a situation where workers were not able to get paid for a month because they couldn't log into PPL system. Our organization, Center for Disability Rights, we didn't even want to do this work. We wrote a policy report, and when no one did it, we realized if disabled people want something done right, we have to do it ourselves. So that's how we got into the process. Once we were in, we realized this was an incredible resource. We used the funds to transition folks out of institutions, to develop models, to uplift our community, and that was all taken away with this transition. What I see this as is a redistribution of wealth. What we have done is taken money from a marginalized, oppressed community, nonprofits in our state, and given it to a private equity, for-profit corporation. That's what's happening here. And if we're not concerned about that being done to disabled people, the question I have is, who is next? Because it doesn't stop with us. That's what history has taught us. And then, honestly, I just want to say, and I realize that I have 46 minutes, or seconds. CDR had systems that prevented fraud, waste, and abuse. We followed all of the rules. We were meticulous because we were disabled people. For 25 years, no one ever could insert fraudulent hours into a system. PPL came in and they couldn't manage to make that happen in 4 months. Really, we had 25 years of experience, we had an infrastructure, and we didn't have the backing of private equity to invest in infrastructure. We did it all on our own. And in fact, some of us needed to actually put our own personal homes in mortgage to get the resources to start this program and operate it, while the state is basically prepaying PPL to do services. So with that, I want to call on the legislature to take some action on this, because disabled people are being pushed out of this system that we created.
Thank you, Ms. Darling. And you'll have some chance to follow
Yep.
up, because I'm
Thank
sure
you.
my colleagues will have some questions. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Hello. I'm Susan McCormick from the Long Island Center for Independent Living. We've had the CDPAP program for 25 years, servicing Nassau and Suffolk County. And I'm going to go a little off my testimony because I'm in shock to know that the Department of Health does not oversee this program. He sat here and he said that they had no idea how many of us there were, that they had no idea how many consumers we had, they had no idea how many aides there are. How can that be? Every single year, we submit a cost report that has all of that information. So how can they say they don't have this information? Every year, and some of you may recognize us, we come and we spoke to you to put Department of Health's feet to the fire. We knew that there was a disaster coming. When the managed long-term care was allowed into this program, it became the Wild West. Every healthcare company from all over the country came to New York State to get that New York Medicaid dollar. They bought up all these small companies, and all of a sudden they saw the profitability of getting involved in CDPAP. And that's what we're dealing with. Sorry. But to just go back to what's going on for us as facilitators. We're talking to people here that have been in this program for 25 years. Every week, we sit on phone calls, and most weeks I get on with my staff because, and we tell them, this person isn't getting paid. This aide can't get their physical to download. And they say, oh, give us their PPL number, and then do we hear anything back? I have a consumer who has a live-in situation. She is actually on my board. She actually used to be an advocate on this program. She has not been able to get her aides properly paid till today. She sent me a text today. Her aides are still not being properly paid. And I have brought this to their attention numerous times. Nothing is happening. So we continue. Some might say, why are we acting as a facilitator for a company? Well, I have a staff, and I have to keep them employed. And without this little pittance that we get paid for them, I would have to lay off people that work for our company for 22 years. We need this program. And my plea to you is let the independent living centers back into this program. People deserve a choice. Are there a lot of people that can pick up their phone and call in and enter things? Yes. But there's a lot of people that are not technically savvy, and they need the support of centers like us that can help them to navigate the technology. And by the way, we have an EVV system. I've had an EVV system at my center for over 20 years. EVV. EVV, yes. Oh, sorry, electronic visit verification, because he said in his testimony that we don't. Legally, we have to verify every year that we do. So what is he talking about? I mean, and then he's passing it off to the managed long-term care companies, and then they pass it back to the Department of Health. I mean, who's really in charge? And I see it as a failing of the Department of Health. Department of Health, every time there was going to be a licensure procedure, there was going to be an RFO. This is, in my 20 years, this is the only thing that they carried through on. And that's because the governor wanted it, bottom line. And look, were there some bad actors? We're going to keep referencing this guy with the $64 million. I mean, okay, people commit fraud. We catch them, we take care of them, we get them off the program. We all believe in corporate compliance. We all make sure that people are using the program properly. And we don't go out and, let anybody come onto the program. This program is for a certain person. It's not for every person. And we make sure that the people that are on our program are using the program properly and that they are qualified to be on the program. And once again, I think people deserve a choice, and right now, I'm sorry, they don't have a choice.
Thank you, Mr. McCormick.
Good afternoon.
Whoa.
Good afternoon. My name is Evan Yankee, and I am Advocacy Director for Brooklyn Center for Independence of the Disabled, one of 41 independent living centers in New York State. BCID has advocated in support of CDPAP since it began as an experiment in giving disabled New Yorkers the power to control their own care in the late 1970s. We are not a service provider for CDPAP or a fiscal intermediary, but we do support people with disabilities to leave institutions and live in the community. In New York, CDPAP has been the program that makes the freedom to live in the community possible for so many of us, including several people on our staff. I have worked in the disability field in New York for 18 years, and to see someone leave a nursing home because CDPAP is available, to see someone in a rural area be able to hire their neighbors for care, to see the many nonprofits run by people with disabilities be able to help people pay staff of their choice, has felt like a ray of hope in a long fight across generations of advocacy. With the transition of CDPAP to a single statewide fiscal intermediary, that hope has been snatched away. What did the transition look like for us? It was a flood of calls, emails, texts, and pleas for help descending on our office. We are not an FI, but people come to independent living centers for help living in the community, for help staying out of nursing homes. A year ago, before the transition, if we had been beset with a flood of calls from people worried about losing their care, staff going unpaid, shifts being unfilled, then we would have called for help from fiscal intermediaries who cared, who had open lines of communication, who were known by consumers and who knew the consumers they served. But during the transition, the new fiscal intermediary, PPL, was and still is a black hole. And we've seen that this morning. People could not get in touch with them. And when they did, the information was uniformly unhelpful. One of our staff who uses CDPAP was directed by PPL to an in-person office. And when she arrived and found it closed, she was redirected to an office in the Bronx. When she finally made it there, they tried to poach her staff for a non-CDPAP home care agency. As the transition entered its start date, our staff and the many, many consumers who contacted our office relentlessly experienced roadblocks to registering, an inability to log hours, staff who went unpaid, and devastating losses of care. We, in fact, had to sue the state because of its inability to make the transition work and achieved a settlement in the Engesser lawsuit. Living in the community is not a selfish act. For years, New York State has worked alongside people with disabilities and others to keep people out of nursing homes, institutions, shelters, and hospitals because it benefits us all. Today, the state claims it will save money through their changes to CDPAP. But what will they say when nursing home costs and populations rise? When people who have lost staff fill up emergency rooms? If you think the opposition to PPL is located solely amongst disability interest groups, you are wrong. The impacts of people losing options for care in the community will hurt us all. Whole generations of New Yorkers are seeing parents age, family members risking loss of independence, and fewer options for care. A year ago, we would tell people, you can stay in the community. You can get help from a nonprofit committed to independence, an agency who will get to know you and will let you get to know them. Today, New York State is telling people in need that they or their loved ones are going to be under the administration of a for-profit, private equity-funded corporation, min-maxing their profit margins against whatever neglect they think they can get away with. And this morning, New York State was telling people that they're running a misinformation campaign. For what reason? This debacle won't be solved by PPL or health department promises to tweak the system or do better or troubleshoot or follow up with the individual cases, especially since PPL claims it's doing just fine. The way to fix this is to start where CDPAP began, with independent living centers and other trusted not-for-profits serving our community. By ending PPL's contract, New York State can make a statement that the government and its not-for-profit partners care for the people of New York, and that the social welfare of New York citizens will not be left in the hand of corporations. As generations change and age, and as families find it harder to care for loved ones, as rents and costs for care rise, what will New York say is our future? Will we tell New Yorkers they are on their own? Will we force people to quit jobs to care for their loved ones? Will the people who can't find care be sent to overcrowded institutions? Or will we return to a system of people working together with nonprofits in their communities to keep people in their own homes? It is our hope that this hearing today will be the beginning of a path forward that works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, I'll lead off. Okay, so we have Long Island Independent Center, the Brooklyn Independent Center, and Center for Disability Rights. I guess it's an advocacy organization generally, or?
Independent Living Center, and we're.
Oh, you are also an independent living
we're-
center.
We are also, and we're based
Gotcha.
in Rochester.
Gotcha, based in Rochester, and then the New York Association of Independent Living is an advocacy organization for all of us. Okay, so so you were an FI before. Could you tell me the number of people that you were responsible for as FIs?
We were 1,000.
1,000?
300.
300?
We're not a service provider.
We're not a service provider. Okay, so 1,300. So certainly it's a small number of people in the system as a whole, but in your experience, particularly considering what you heard this morning, and you are in Rochester and you are in Brooklyn.
Long Island.
And Long Island. And who's a Brooklyn person?
He's Brooklyn.
Oh, but you're not a
he
service
doesn't
provider.
have-
No, but
Colin.
as I said, we received hundreds of contacts from people
Okay,
requesting
yeah.
help.
So this is what I want to kind of get to. So it is certain, and then certainly in your capacity as somebody who talks to independent living centers all across the state, there are literally thousands and thousands of people that they serve collectively. And so based on the conversations that you had, based on what you heard this morning, do you think that there was an accurate portrayal of the process when it was described by this is what is known in the business as a gimme, but I still need to do it. Do you feel that what communicated this morning between the representatives of PPL and the Commissioner of Health is an accurate representation of the process itself, in your experience? Anybody can chime in.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Okay. Would you say, in your case, just 1,000 people, you're 300?
300.
And 1,000. Of those 1,000 people that you were responsible for, that were part of you, that you managed to, that you were a fiscal intermediary for, how many of these were workers or consumers?
Those are consumers.
Consumers. And how many workers were attached to those consumers?
So, well more than 1,000. I think it's 1,500.
Okay, so let's say 1,500 roughly. And could you give me an approximation of how many of those folks, maybe not a number, but by percentage, how many of them found it easy to make the transition to PPL?
None of them found it easy.
None of them.
No.
Not a single one.
No, not a single one, because
Okay.
no one could get calls. They couldn't get through. When we did, and we know what happened, because what we ended up doing was we were doing three-way calls with the individuals to try to navigate them through the system.
So basically, you obviously would consider yourself, not only you, but probably your team as well, as people who are experienced in dealing with systems overall, figuring out how to get reimbursements, figuring out how to deal with government agencies and getting responses. And so you found that you had to basically, in every case, or in the overwhelming amount of cases, hold people's hands through it, and still there were difficulties in the process.
Absolutely. That was exactly the problem.
That's the case in Brooklyn as well?
Definitely.
Okay. And certainly the case,
Yes.
and probably the case with you as well?
Everyone who called us.
Everyone who called you. So it's, maybe this is, because that is certainly, in your case, each one of you, it's in the smallest case scenario, only 300 individuals. Obviously, I'm not diminishing these 300 people, but I'm saying even that small number, and then you multiply it, and certainly you represent the chunk that is small in comparison. But in your experiences, and we're going to have folks from other parts of the state. So, did you find, was anybody in your experience said, you know what, I'm sorry those folks are having difficulty, but to me, I found it I was able to do the thing. Like, did you hear that at all? I'm really scouring here to see if, please.
I would say that, somebody from a younger generation, a worker, a couple of them, yes, they didn't have a problem. But all in all, I would, percentage-wise, I would say like 95% of the consumers had issues, and most of their workers.
Got it.
Now, a lot of you have to figure sometimes on this program. Like I have a 78-year-old mom who is the aide to her disabled daughter. So she's not a technology savvy at all.
And you're probably not describing a hypothetical situation. You know a patient that you're thinking about right now.
I'm thinking of this patient right now.
Right.
And this is what I'm saying. These are not technically savvy people. Even when we instituted the EVV program 20 years ago, and obviously it changes over the years when we had to come in compliance. Those were difficult transitions.
Okay.
So we knew having a company that was so technology based was going to be difficult for these people.
Okay. I have two other general areas. One related to fraud, right? We talked about fraud, and certainly there was that phrase has been certainly abused in national conversations: fraud, waste, and abuse, et cetera, et cetera. And certainly, I'm not someone who wants to be supportive of any program that is fraud laden, wasteful, or abusive, et cetera. But could you tell me about the systems that you put in place to be able to manage and identify fraud, and if in your experience it was as a whole, considering there's always bad actors, there's always knuckleheads everywhere. So there's going to be some people that are going to, fraudulent. Every system has it. But as a whole, did you ever see that there was a problem that was so widespread, and certainly, particularly for the folks that deal with stuff that's more statewide, that required such a severe change in the system?
No. My personal opinion, and Bruce may differ with me, but most of the fraud and abuse within the systems happens at the higher level, like what they're talking about with this person with the 64 million. But on a lower level, definitely we had ways to detect fraud. When we first had timesheets, you could look at a timesheet and you could say there's something going on here. People, if there was like a pro forma every day, 949494. With the calling system, the same thing. You would be able to identify things that were going on with the call-in system that would put up a red flag. So we had corporate compliance, so we had things in place and ways to investigate.
Linger on this for a second.
suspicions.
This corporate compliance that you spoke about, was this something that you established yourself?
Well, this
as
is
an
something we're
organization?
required as somebody that gets over $1 million in Medicaid, I believe. You have to have a corporate compliance plan. You have a corporate compliance committee. The committee reports to our board.
And this is a requirement that existed in the system as a whole.
Yes, this is any provider that can believe, is it over $1 million or $500,000?
Half
Half
a
a
so-
million.
the-
So
the
basically-
peanut gallery said 500,000. I believe the peanut gallery. So 500 million. So half a million. So $500,000. If there is a, so you're saying that prior to the change, if there was a fiscal intermediary that had more than $500,000 flowing through it, then there was a set of requirements
Right.
that you described quickly,
and we
but
had to we had to outline like what we would do if we saw fraud and who we would and where we would contact and
such
we
and-
followed all of that.
And these are and granted, it is likely and certainly more than possible
Yeah.
that certain people had this operated under the same requirements and did not observe it, and were irresponsible. There's always, as we said, there's always the case. But in your experience as a whole, I see Bruce shaking his head. So you have something to add in this conversation.
We put in, even before EVV, we created a timesheet where every attendant logged in on the same sheet.
Hold on a
Center
second.
for Disability Rights.
Right.
We created a timesheet where it was all logged in, so there was transparency for all of the workers.
But would you say that there was systems like that? Because I'm
We
obviously you wouldn't be sitting there if we didn't think that if we didn't know that you were like upstanding, entities. But would you say that this was that the practices like this were widespread prior to the change? As far as, because I'm
we
trying-
were all, as an association,
Yes.
we were meticulous about this kind of thing. We talked about it and we brainstormed ways to be more effective at fraud control and catching these things because we were concerned. When you think about fraud, we're thinking about people going without services and neglect. We were thinking about it from the other perspective. For us, it was about making sure that people got the services that they need.
And when you say us, it is broad. You're speaking
I'm
broader than
broadly
you. as an
about
organ-
disabled people who are running I'm talking about my board members who are disabled
Yeah.
people who use the program, the other independent living centers, the other ally organizations that were part of the Consumer Directed Association. We all worked together to develop a system that was strong and could withstand this.
Okay.
That's why you didn't see that kind of thing with us because we were actually paying attention. The real issue is in the space where we put everything into managed care and managed care companies started to leverage the fiscal intermediaries as marketing firms for themselves. That's where, and those are all backroom deals where between private companies that you have no access to. Heard that a bunch of times today. And honestly, that was supposed to be fixed in this, and it wasn't, because when we said we want, as the Center for Disability Rights, we want referrals, a PPL representative told us, get a preferred contract with an MCO, and you will be able to get referrals. And that is how we believe people are being stolen from other FIs.
So I figure
or
my colleagues are going to go
facilitators.
deeper into other
Sorry.
aspects. There's
I
one
apologize.
thing. No worries. There's one thing that I definitely want to revisit, and that's something that you mentioned earlier about eligibility criteria. Now, you made the case earlier that of the process of narrowing down the people who were potentially contractors, that as the commissioner kept saying, there were 136, I believe there was, that were bids, and of those, only 4 were deemed eligible. And you talked to us about a shift in criteria. So could you get a little bit more specific about that, particularly the dates where you're from, maybe not the exact date, but how did you become aware that these eligibility criteria were changed, and what eligibility criteria was changed that made it impossible for you folks to even be eligible?
Yeah, the original RFP required that any applicant have a statewide contract to provide fiscal intermediary services or provide fiscal intermediary services on a statewide basis.
Yeah.
After the I think it was after the Q&A period, but about a week and a half before it was due, they changed it so that it had to be a statewide contract with a Medicaid-funded agency. So, for example, we have an independent living center who had a statewide contract in Pennsylvania to provide the veteran-directed services. Very similar program to CDPAP, would have been eligible, but because their veteran-directed services program wasn't funded by the Medicaid state agency, they then were deemed ineligible.
Do you have a sense of how many of those? I mean, you obviously don't know who.
Yeah,
the
I don't know who
136
else
were,
applied, right.
But do you have a sense of who else could have been? Whether were there other changes that might have been changed, like that?
That was
eligibility
the most
criteria?
significant change, I would say, and I know that
This
there
has
were.
certainly impacted you, which is the reason why.
And there were other FIs operating in New York State that also had programs in other states statewide. So local New York-based FIs would have been eligible, but then once that criteria changed, they were no longer deemed eligible.
Gotcha. All right. Anything on the eligibility thing that anybody want to chime in on? All right. I thank you for being here today, and I'm sure that my colleagues have a lot more stuff to follow up on. Senator Skoufis.
Thanks very much, and thanks to each of you for your testimony and being here, and most importantly, the work that you do back in the places you call home. first, I want to touch on a meeting that I've referenced a couple times with previous panels, and that's this April 9th, 2024 Zoom meeting. I understand it was comprised of a number of folks, stakeholders in the independent living center space, with the Chief Disability Officer and members of her team. And I have to say that the Chief Disability Officer is fantastic, and she's a professional. I've known her for a very long time. She's a great advocate. So this is in no way should be interpreted as casting aspersions on her office. But this meeting has caught my attention. And it's in this attestation, sworn attestation under penalty of perjury by the executive director of Bridges, which is the Rockland County Independent Living Center. Were any of you on that Zoom with him?
I don't recall that exact meeting. The one thing I'll just say is that, similar to what you guys have pointed out, like when the budget language was getting pushed to at the 11th hour, we heard on multiple occasions that they're going to do a statewide FI to PPL. I mean, so that was, so I don't remember that exact
and that
meeting.
was before April.
Yeah, but we were
that.
hearing
when we
that
were up for
PPL was gonna
Advocacy
be
Day,
the-
like in February, March, we
Yeah.
were hearing PPL. I mean,
w-
but I
was-
can't
was-
give you specific dates, but we were saying, oh, we heard from somebody in the governor's office and it's
Well, so
gonna
that
be
was going to be
PPL.
my follow-up
Yeah.
question is, is this just you hearing through the grapevine
Well,
from
no.
random people, or were you hearing from people, and if so, who would know?
Once again, we were hearing it from supposedly people in the know, but second, third hand. Carlos was on a call and heard it from their mouth. So
He's the
oh,
the
sorry.
guy who signed
Sorry.
the attestation. who else was on that Zoom that you're aware of from your
I don't know.
from your association?
Yeah.
You don't know?
I can find out.
But we had conversations, I had conversations with SEIU about this prior to that. So there were, because I specifically said, oh my God, I have a board person from Colorado who uses PPL and is horrified by this. She said she wouldn't wish this on her worst enemy. So these were conversations that we had, and that was where I heard about it, was through SEIU, 1199.
Okay. I'm going to ask a couple of questions here that will challenge you a bit, if I may, out of fairness. So first, there's been a lot made of administrative costs. PPL comes in at $68 per member per month. I raised the point repeatedly, did not really get any sort of answer from either PPL or the Department of Health about, on the back end, reimbursement rates from MLTCs and the other math that apparently one thing we did learn is that the other math is not included in that projected $504 million in savings. But nevertheless, the administrative costs for PPL are much lower than the average FI administrative costs prior to this consolidation. What were your administrative costs for the two out of the four of you who were providers?
So we were at, my percentage was around 4%. So it was
Okay.
4 cents on the
I
dollar.
don't know how to
the
compare that
dollar.
to- okay.
I apologize, I don't know how to compare it either.
PMPM.
And the PMPMs varied based on the acuity of the individual and the significance of their disability, so that we got larger dollar amounts for people who had more significant disabilities. But the question you're not asking is, what did you do for those dollars? Because we weren't just a payroll processing firm. No one just manages a staff of 6 on their own, fresh out of a nursing facility. What we did was we provided training and support, and we were problem solvers. We would cut checks immediately. If there was a problem, there were always problems. Overlaps are not uncommon. People forget to clock out, or that's common. It's not fraud, it's just a mistake. We would call people every single day. We would get a report. We would call them and check to say, hey, what happened yesterday, so that we would be on top of it. We provided support 7 days a week by phone, so that if people had an issue, they could get support on the weekends.
And I appreciate
So I just want you
all
to, so
that,
I understand.
yeah.
So the difference is, you have traded in a system that supported disabled and elderly people in managing their services for a call center and an app.
Do you heard, and I appreciate everything that you just said. Nevertheless, do you feel that administrative costs were too high in the previous system?
Okay, originally, we had we could go up to 18%. We never exceeded 10. we were like at 9. So like, I just want you to have a sense of the issue is in this space where the deal between the managed care companies and the fiscal intermediaries came in, because what the managed care companies could do is channel dollars into the MCO or into the fiscal intermediaries who were marketing their services. That's where the real problem is. So were the administrative costs too high? No, we were serving people with those dollars. The issue was, because we're doing something different. In other states, it is simply process payroll. In New York, the system evolved to recognize that folks with significant disabilities needed some support to navigate the system. All of you have an HR person, I assume, that you can go to ask a question. That's what every manager needs, is an HR person. I have an HR person I go to. That's the function we provided for people.
Okay. Mr. Darling, you had mentioned before that, actually, let me first ask this question. Did you, and for the rest of you as well, I think I know the answer to this, did you all advocate for a delay in the deadline as we were approaching the April 1st deadline?
Definitely.
For
And-
weeks
and-
on
and-
end.
And we thought there would be no way, because we looked at other states.
Yeah, understood. And we saw the numbers on a near daily basis as well. And
There was no way.
there was an enormous sum of people who were not enrolled with PPL as we were approaching April 1st. And I think everyone, just about everybody here, supported that delay with all of you. But I do have to ask, especially Mr. Darling, you had noted that you were resisting, and I'm paraphrasing here, so correct me if you feel I'm paraphrasing incorrectly, but you were resisting compliance with the law and handing over, transferring the data from your fiscal intermediary list of consumers. Don't you feel that contributed to some of the problem with getting folks enrolled by that April 1st deadline that you then sought to delay?
So I didn't see anything in the law that said anyone had to transition personal confidential data to anyone else. There was a transition to it for a statewide fiscal intermediary. The difference was, instead of just handing over a spreadsheet with people's Medicaid numbers, diagnoses, and personal information, what we did was we did one-on-one calls with PPL and facilitated the process. In fact, PPL told us we were one of the most effective facilitators because we got all of the workers onboarded as well as the individuals. That data at the beginning just talked about how many consumers were in the system. That's only half of the equation. So we were actually one of the top performing organizations around getting people enrolled. We did it differently because we respected the fact that people should have a right to control their personal information and make those decisions themselves affirmatively, and that government should not have a right to just tell an organization, release the confidential records from everyone in this organization who may have received reproductive services or gotten Viagra or gets personal assistance. We have a hard line on that as disabled people.
Okay. And I just do want to revisit another comment that you made, which was that none, I think was the word you used, none of the 1,000 or so of your consumers found it easy to transition to PPL. That does seem a bit hyperbolic to me. And I wonder if you maybe want to revisit that characterization.
So the people we had in our program were people who had transitioned out of nursing facilities who were elderly, people who we bought fax machines for when we had paper timesheets because they didn't have the technology to be able to use other things.
But none? I mean, certainly there were some consumers who did enroll with PPL rather expeditiously after January 1st. There were some.
Okay.
There were a lot who were challenged, but for you to characterize it as none of your 1,000, I wonder if you stand by that characterization.
Every one of the people that we transitioned had a three-part call involving us, and it was my staff who were expressing their frustration with the system. And it was my staff who identified that the Spanish-speaking line didn't speak Spanish, but you could get people enrolled. So I'm just telling you, like, my staff are creative people who find solutions, and they were having difficulties. So I'm going to stand by none. If you want to say that maybe 1 or 2 people in 1,000 did it fine, that may be the case. But I know younger people who were tech savvy who still struggled with the system.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, Senator Webb.
Thank you all for being here. So, again, a lot of things have been discussed this morning, afternoon rather, with regards to accountability and needing more clarity. So, can you all reflect on what has been, or maybe describe what reporting mechanisms or requirements were in place prior to the transition to PPL, and what reporting mechanisms are in place currently, to your knowledge? Whoever wants to.
Reporting as far as what?
Like, just like information you were required to provide to the state
Yeah.
about, enrollment, overall, kind of reporting things that you were required.
Yeah. There were not a lot of requirements from the state. Obviously, every year we submit a cost report. That contains a lot of information about how many consumers we have, how many aides we have, what counties they're in, and so forth. Any other information that was requested by the state, we would give them. But once again, they would have to request it. Any information that was requested by an MLTC, at different times, they might request information about certain people on the program, but truthfully, not that much. We're audited whenever they came in, they checked our records, we always passed with flying colors, we always had our physicals and all of that.
Can I interject just to ask a clarifying question? You were audited by DOH?
We've been audited by the OMIG, we've been audited by almost every single plan. Recently, we've been audited by HHS on our EVV system, and just the other day, I was audited by Nassau County. So yeah, we're audited.
So it's not that you all, I guess I'm trying to make a point of this idea or notion that there was no way of knowing who was actually administering the program, how they were doing it.
Yeah.
What I'm potentially hearing from you, at least from your standpoint, is that you were providing information to DOH and whomever else, whether it was through an audit or most certainly
Right.
through a request.
Anytime the information was requested, and once again, we repeatedly asked the state to come up with a licensure procedure because we saw what was happening, to come up with some way to control the growth of the amount of FIs that were coming in. In my testimony, which I went off script on, but you'll see that there were 5 FIs up until 2010 in Nassau County. By 2013-14, there were over 300. Okay? What you might think, why I'm in Nassau and Suffolk County, I have 300 people. I got cannibalized by all these companies coming in. So, although I believe that the single FI model is not great, do I think we need 700 FIs? Absolutely not.
It just seems apparent to me that folks who have been participants in this program in terms of providers have in fact been complying and doing the work and somehow have been lumped in with those who have created the experience for some folks, unfortunately, of being having fraud or abuse happen. My last question goes to reimbursement. It is my understanding that reimbursement that's been offered to our ILCs is less than what they received under the previous iteration of the program. Has DOH shared with you, or are they taking any steps to make your organizations or others who may be experiencing this, to your knowledge, whole?
So there is a plan to provide state grants to the 11 ILCs, but that was intended to be temporary funding to sort of bridge us through this process. The difficulty we're having is PPL is not referring people to us. CDR submitted a capacity plan that said we could serve 11,000 people in July of this year. We have less than 1,000. They are not referring people to us, and they have told us point blank that the issue is they have concerns about things that we and our state association have said about them. So what they're looking for is compliance, and as opposed to competence. We are extremely competent at this work, and we are good advocates. We understand the issues. They don't like that, and they've made that clear, and they're showing it by who they're not sending to us. And honestly, by contract, they're required to recommend people to us. Our contract is different. They're supposed to recommend up until we hit the level of our capacity plan. and they are not doing that. My thing to you is, I would pay attention. If they're ignoring the terms of the contracts with us, what are they doing with the contract that they have with you?
Thank you. Again, I want to thank you all for being here. I have ILCs in my district, and again, these are folks who have been doing this work for a very long time and have been doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jackson.
Let me thank you for the voices that you put forward on behalf of all of the people you served. My older sister is part of the CDPAP program. She lives in the Bronx. But my brother-in-law, he's fully employed, he's a licensed social worker, but he's totally blind. And I am basically, when he runs the marathon, I'm one of his guides. When he needs a check written up, I have his checkbook and I do all of the things that are necessary. He's looking to get Medicare. He's age 65 yet today. And I'm read to him the aspects from the Daily News that has about, before you think about retiring, consider all of this. And so I called him up at home. He lives across the street from us. And I asked him, I need to discuss this with you because you need to know. Because he has to make a decision, not me. So everything is him and not me. So I truly understand working for someone that cannot do everything for themselves. And so I'm glad to hear, and I'm waiting to hear from others that are in this room compared to what we got earlier. So I thank you on behalf of those that you serve with honesty and integrity and doing what needs to be done. Because I know what it feels like. Thank you. And he's 65, and my wife is from Tanzania, East Africa. So going back, when he was a youngster, we brought him over here because he needed the medical attention that he received. And the disease is retinitis pigmentosa, so the retina goes down like this, and then it's closed totally. And so that's what we've been dealing with since he was 19. And he got his undergrad degree, his master's degree, and he's fully employed. He travels every day from Washington Heights to Brooklyn to a homeless shelter where he's the only licensed social worker that can sign documents.
That's great.
Thank you, Senator Jackson. Senator Ryan's next.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. So I have two questions. First, of the testimony that we had heard before, prior, both with DOH and PPL, what would you say you would disagree with most and why? And second question is, with the rollout of with PPL, how has it been? What are the negative consequences, I guess, or the implications on the people who you?
I can start quickly as the representative of, we don't provide CPAP services, we're not an FI, but we do have helplines where we help people, and people know us, and we help support people we are a service provider for helping people get out of nursing homes. So the biggest disagreement with what we heard this morning for us was that there was a misinformation campaign that was preventing people from enrolling based upon self-interest. You know, I don't have self-interest in this because we're not a service provider. We weren't sharing information. What we saw before the transition was so many people, everyone who reached out to us, it's not hyperbolic to say everyone, was making good faith efforts to enroll. Often for weeks, in some cases months. We're desperately trying to enroll, and we're failing
prior to the rollout.
Prior to the
Okay.
rollout. What is happening today? Have things improved? They have not. People are still struggling. There's some people in the state who are still struggling to enroll, but people are still struggling to get their staff paid. They're still struggling to fix problems in the system. They're still struggling to use the app. And for us, as not a CDPAP service provider, you know, we're trying to do work helping people with other things, with food stamps, getting them accessible housing. And so much of our time is taken up by helping people with these CDPAP problems. We don't have any financial interest in this. So for a state commissioner of the Department of Health to come here and say that there was a misinformation campaign run by people like us, it's just completely counter to reality. I'm sure others have things to add.
I mean, to me, I'm furious with just how cavalier they are about people not being paid, and that they thought it was great that, you know, they could work and they'll get paid later. I mean, these people are living paycheck to paycheck, and how can you say, oh, well, it's good, they can work the next 3 weeks, and, you know, but we're going to pay them, we know we're going to pay them. I mean, that doesn't work when you're making what they make and living paycheck to paycheck, and they're just both the commissioner and PPL seem very cavalier about that, and that's infuriating to me. And of course, those people are calling us because they were with us for the last 25 years. Now we're their facilitator on the program. They're calling us. And also to imply like that people like us didn't pay like the vacation, the minute we were not their employer, we paid out all their vacation, all their PTO, any monies that were owed, because we knew they weren't getting their check from PPL too quick. So we wanted to kind of bridge the gap with that money. That's, you know, and once again, we took a big hit. We're, you know, our cash flow is not great, and but we were more worried about the consumers and because if the aides aren't getting paid, that hurts the consumer. The aides need to be paid.
There were two things. That were fraudsters. That killed me every single time because we were so meticulous. And the second is that disabled people didn't know what was going on. Disabled people were making active choices about their lives, and they were completely disregarded. And basically, that PR campaign promoted an ableist idea that disabled people don't know what they're doing. And that is really damaging to our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Bynum.
So I want to circle back. You talked about your transition process that was more, it was over the phone. It was a direct communication as opposed to some sheet that went out. Ms. McCormick, could you tell me about how you transitioned information?
We did both. We did some three-way calling. We did a lot of on the phone talking people through it. We did in person. I had, you know, any day during that transition period, you could find 20, 25 people waiting in my lobby to come sit at a desk one-on-one with our people to help them do it. They needed hands-on help for a lot of them. Once again, a lot of them we could help over the phone. We could walk them through and tell them where to go. All of my staff became very.
That sounds good and detailed. Quick question for both of you. You transitioned the PA's information as well, correct?
Yes, and we got a signed release from every aide and every consumer before we released that information, but we didn't hold it up. We got it to them in plenty of time.
Okay, because I heard plenty times today that there was no transferring of information during the transition.
We gave them all the information, and but once again, we got a signed release.
Which
we were
shocked.
advised by our attorney that we should.
Which actually struck me as odd, because some of you transitioned with them. So it wouldn't have made sense that you would have withheld information. So in terms of, and I talked to them a little bit about attrition. And so I kind of toggled between attrition in their call center and attrition in terms of the PAs, the folks that are providing the services. And I suggested that there might be some attrition based on the lackluster, subpar medical service, medical benefits they were providing. Can you speak to that at all?
That was a significant concern of a lot of people, was that it was going to either make them ineligible for something that they were already receiving, and that it was inappropriate or inadequate. But the attrition on the other side is also important. One of the things that was said is that they expected everyone to transition. From the very beginning, we were told, and I had to look it up, people will attrite. We were told at one of the first meetings with PPL that they knew from their experience that people in the program would attrite. And I'm like, what? You're supposed to be a noun. So no, I looked it up. It is a verb. They did a trite, but by a trite, what they meant was go without services, go to a nursing facility, maybe go someplace
On
else.
the
and
other
in
side, in
case
terms of the
someplace-
consumer, okay.
Yeah, no, I just want you, there is an issue on the worker side, but there was misinformation about disabled people were not all expected to make the transition. Savings was going to be achieved by disabled people falling out of the system.
And shouldn't the Commissioner of Health be curious why 80,000 people chose to go to a different service?
Yeah, I would think so.
But
And-
they don't
and-
seem interested in
Yeah.
serving those people and getting that information.
Yes,
And
I
who
agree
are
with
those
that.
people? They're some of the most marginalized, isolated people, and that's the scary thing. A lot of people have talked about language access, but no one's talked yet about easy read or plain language. There's a lot of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities who also use OPWDD services, who use CDPAP services. The people who are toughest to keep in the community, who have the most severe challenges, those are the people who are facing attrition, and then they end up costing elsewhere. Shelters, emergency rooms, hospitals, psychiatric units.
Thank you.
Huge cost.
You were psychic in the sense that you answered the question. Am I out of time? Oh, okay, I heard a beep or something. So in terms of training, right, they were brought in because they, in some way, were going to be experts in, eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. How have they worked with you as subcontractors to ensure that your programs and the folks that you are responsible for oversight and processing, that there is no waste, fraud, and abuse? Were you trained?
I mean, once again, if we lose our contracts over this, but I will tell you that the first time, because once again, we notice things. We're in this program for 25 years. We notice things. And the first time we noticed something and we told them, we could not get a straight answer, like where it should go. Where should we go with this call? Who should we tell? So we went over their head and we reported it to the 1-800 fraud number because we didn't have any faith that there was going to be any follow through.
So there was no framework?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rhodes. Thanks. First off, thank you so much for your testimony, for your honesty, and giving us some insight from your perspective as to this process. I think everyone would acknowledge that the system as it existed did have some hiccups. And certainly the process as it exists now, in my view, has been an abject disaster, and I'm sure that you might actually agree with that as well. I suspect you would. There's got to be a happy medium between the two. From your standpoint, having worked inside the pre-existing system, what specific changes would you have made if you were sitting in the seats that we were in to make the system more efficient, more effective, provide the services that needed to be provided while being respectful of taxpayer dollars to eliminate that waste, fraud, and abuse that everybody keeps talking about? I know you offered some solutions, limiting the number of fiscal intermediaries that
Sure.
would have been one instead of just allowing whoever wants to get in the system to get in the system. It sounds like in both cases, now and previously, the failure was really on the Department of Health in
was.
refusing to provide guidance or guidelines or oversight that they're supposed to provide. Do you have any specific recommendations for how it should have been changed?
They had an RFO and knocked it down to 63 across the state. There was an RFO process where they had selected fiscal intermediaries and then they just stopped.
They
There
threw
was
it
a
out.
The certification, yeah.
there was we worked on licensure, certification. We tried to advance systems that would ensure that that fiscal intermediaries recognized the role of the disabled person and were implementing the program correctly. And that is all on the Department of Health. And honestly, the reason they don't know who's doing what is because they've handed off all of their responsibilities to the managed care companies. They used to know every Medicaid recipient and what was going on because we all billed through the MMIS billing system. When they moved it into managed care, it's now behind a corporate entity in a black box that you don't know what's going on, and then they have their contracts with these other private entities. We've privatized the hell out of this system and basically left disabled people in the lurch. So like, are there other things? Like we identified require people to submit a cost report because there were FIs out there that never submitted cost reports. Like they were penalize them, audit the managed care companies, require reports from the managed care companies. There were a lot of suggestions that we put on the table.
I think Senator Rivera should reintroduce his bill, and I'm terrible at bill numbers, but I mean.
I don't remember the bill number.
7,800.
But, I mean, we need to get rid of the MLTCs. I mean, I think that's where this problem started. Like I said, before MLTCs, we had five fiscal intermediaries in my area. Then we had 300. There's gotta be a correlation.
And now they're attacking the NHTD waiver because of bad behavior by the managed care companies. A service that's incredibly important to support elderly and disabled people is being capped because of the bad behavior of these MCOs.
Any other suggestions?
You know, we're not a service provider, but we would hope that the service provision environment is not for profit. I think we've all been talking about profit incentive here. The other advantage of the independent living centers, it's controlled by people with disabilities. You know, the senator from Brooklyn, Senator Chan, today spoke about his community and about businesses and organizations that are accountable to different diverse communities that are built by people in those communities. And that's what we'd like to see in all sorts of service providers, but especially for CDPAP when people are facing all of these challenges to live in the community.
Thank you very much.
One more thing. RFP the managed care companies, take it down to 2. States generally have a very small number of managed care companies and a robust service network underneath it. New York is doing the exact opposite.
We'll also do it by region in other states, correct?
They do, yes. So regions, but you get a choice. There's 2 managed care companies, so like there's a broad spread of individuals who are receiving services. Like their capitation group is large, so they can accommodate the higher cost people in that system. We broke it down into such small units that basically the high cost people are the problem. The MCOs are basically trying to use these fiscal intermediaries to bring in low cost people to address the capitation problem. It really comes back to a capitation model problem.
Thank you
And we have been saying that since the implementation of this process.
Thank you for your insight. I appreciate it. Call you
Folks,
back.
thank you so much for being with us today. We are good. We're going to move on to panel number 4. And we will be joined, I figure there's probably Jose Hernandez, Iris Jimenez, and Jerry Mariano are all CDPAP enrollees. Is that correct? And do they all have? 3 out of 4 are. Okay. So give us a second so we can make the dais accessible there. Absolutely. And we also will be joined by Heather Burrows, who is a designated representative of a CDPAP enrollee. All right, that one's good. So we will do it. So after Miss Jimenez, Señorita Jimenez. Andrew, give me 1 second. Jimenez, what we'll do is when she's done, Andrew will move the microphone to you, and then we will remain and we'll stay around, because if you want to participate in the answer into the questions afterwards, then we certainly want you to be a part of it as well. Okay? So it'll be you'll be right there, and probably we move the microphone a little bit closer to Miss Mariano.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Probably give us a sound check. Just
So Jamie's just gonna adjust the sound.
yeah.
Okay.
Just give us a sentence. Just say whatever sentence. Tell us
hi.
the blue dress that you're wearing. Is this a blue dress that
Have
you're
the
wearing?
Mets started playing yet today?
Boom. The Knicks have not started playing, but I'm very excited about them. Thank you. So that's good. So we will do is that when you are done, Miss Mariano, then Andrew will come over and bring it over to Miss Jimenez, okay? And then we'll make sure that the microphone will be available to both of you so that you can answer questions afterwards, okay? Follow. All right, so once again, we are joined by Jose Hernandez, Iris Jimenez, and Jerry Mariano, who are CDPAP enrollees, as well as Heather M. Burrows, who is a designated representative for CDPAP enrollee. I figure someone who you will identify when you speak and who could not be with us today. Okay, so we will kick it off with. Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Before you get started, if you can, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. I do.
Thank you.
Okay, good. So we'll start with Jose, then we'll go to Miss Mariano, then we'll go to Miss Jimenez, and we'll come back to Miss Burrows.
Thank you, Senators, for giving me the opportunity to speak on this important topic. My name is Jose Hernandez. I have been a consumer in the CDPAP program for over 20 years. Today marks 142 days since PPL became New York State's sole provider for the Consumer-Directed Personal Assistance Program serving people with disabilities and seniors. To say it's been a rocky start would be an understatement. Many personal assistants, PAs, are still not being paid correctly. My testimony is longer, but I'm just going to skip ahead.
Please.
I would like to address the broader changes to the consumer-directed model under PPL. The company has made it significantly harder for people with disabilities and seniors to manage their care. PPL now requires consumers, including those with cognitive disabilities, to approve time using a computer, smartphone, or by navigating a clunky telephone system. The process is so cumbersome that it is often becomes impossible to approve hours. Under our former fiscal intermediaries, these hours were approved automatically using compliant EVV systems, to the contrary of James McDonald's earlier today. But instead of staffing appropriately, PPL has shifted the administrative burden onto consumers to save money. Consumers who have successfully participated in the CDPAP for decades are now finding the system impossible to navigate. Before the transition, we were repeatedly told by PPL and the Department of Health that the new system would be easier and would streamline payments. That has been far from the truth. In my case, I received 24-hour, 7-day-a-week care. Overnight shifts are still experiencing frequent glitches that result in lost hours or missed overnight payments. I often have to manually correct these issues or spend hours on the phone with PPL to fix them. Another recurring issue happens when service authorizations end. For example, mine ends today, August 21st, but PPL cuts it off at 12 last night. And that results in a 24-hour gap where many of my PAs are not able to log hours by any means. Even though I have a service authorization that starts tomorrow, we are forced to wait and ask for PPL to back pay with no clarification whether those hours are being taken from our old or new authorizations. The situation becomes even more complicated in live-in cases where one PA stays for 24 hours but is paid for only 13. At one point, PPL system was paying PAs for 26 hours in a 24-hour shift. To correct this this. Customer service agents, representatives, or PPL, advise consumers to clock PAs in and out after 13 hours. And in legal practice, if a PA were injured during the hours they were not on the clock, they wouldn't be covered by workman's compensation or insurance. These issues become even worse for overnight shifts that begin in the evening. For example, if a PA begins to work at 8 p.m., the shift automatically cuts them off, clocks them out at 11:59 p.m., and then clocks them back in at 12 a.m., splitting their shift across 2 days. PBL's system simply can't handle live-in or overnight care. We never faced these problems with our former fiscal intermediaries who acted as true partners. They helped preserve our role as consumers and supported us in managing our care. For many of us, CDPAP is the only option. I require medication administration, wound care, catheter care, and bowel programs, services that are not permitted under the traditional home care model. Without CDPAP, I would most likely be forced into a nursing home. This is a grim reality for many seniors and people with disabilities.
Thank you. You still have 30 seconds if you want to add anything else.
Well, I have a lot, but
we'll definitely there'll be some. I definitely have some follow-up questions for you afterwards.
Well, I'm going to do the last paragraph. Private equity companies never belonged in New York's healthcare system. It is a tragic mistake that such a critical program was handed to a company driven by corporate greed rather than public service. Sometimes the decisions made by our elected officials, although well-intentioned, have devastating consequences for people with disabilities and seniors. I hope the governor realizes that the choice to contract with PPL has made life significantly harder for hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Ms. Mariano.
Yes. Thank you, Senators Rivera and Skoufis, for your invitation to speak here today, and all other senators. I'm honored and humbled. I thank two of my PAs, one who volunteered on her day off to drive. They know the importance of me addressing this most disastrous transition of New York's CDPAP to the Single Fiscal Intermediary Public Partnerships, LLC, PPL. I know my time's limited, so I'm glad that you have my written statement, and I'm glad that you can read it in full. Legally, I am Geraldine Pinciero. I was given up by my biological parents at birth when they saw that I had dystrophic dwarfism, and I was left behind at the hospital. I became a ward of the state under Westchester County DSS, and I was at Blythedale Children's Hospital for about a year and a half, and social workers back in 1968 wanted more from me. They didn't want me to be hidden away in a hospital or institution. They placed me with William and Doris Mariano, and I was their foster child. I went home with them in March of 1969. I was born in 1967, so yes, I'm going to be 58. When I went home, Bill and Doris always introduced me as their daughter with no foster adjective. And so that's how I became Jerry Mariano. I only became a consumer in CDPAP in 2003 after hip replacement surgery. With additional surgeries, I have needed more and more assistance. I now have 24/7 home care with 4 personal assistants, PAs, each working 3 or 4 12-hour shifts for a total of 14 shifts weekly. PPL taking over as New York CDPAP sole FI is jeopardizing my future to continue living in the community, and if I'm no longer able to, my life, such as it is, would be over. CDPAP has been transformative for so many of us who would not be able to continue living in our homes without it. Without CDPAP, by the end of 2015, I would have absolutely ended up in a nursing home following disastrous spinal surgeries. All right, thank you. Short arms and all. PPL has been a disaster since they were given this $9 billion contract to become New York's sole FI. Where were the written information and welcome packets about the transition from PPL? CDPAP deals with a population that is elderly and or has disabilities. Why is everything now subject to being online? It's absurd how many consumers and even PAs are not able to use computers or smartphones. I mean, look at my hands. Regardless, I believe in documentation that I can hold and read from, like papers like we all have today. And PPL was completely unprepared as of January 1st, 2025. Why was there not an advisory council set up before with consumers and PAs and former FIs to work with them on the transition? Instead, all we got was a horrible traffic jam as people who do not know our CDPAP in New York jammed 600 plus lanes of former FIs into one lane of PPL with an untested payroll system. My chaos started when I first called PPL on January 6th to verify that my ladies were listed in the system. I was put on hold numerous times, and then I was assured that my PAs were listed. Fast forward to March 1st, and guess what? All of a sudden, my PAs had to be enrolled ASAP. So why was I told something different in January? Getting my 6 PAs registered by April 1st deadline was a frantic rush. My PA's information was incorrectly added by PPL staff. I was not involved at all. Previously, as a consumer, I had always been involved. My most pressing concern then became that my PAs were not fully compensated for all of their respective shifts for 3 months following the April 1st transition. To be fair, I believe that as of July 3rd, ironically, all of my PAs had been fully paid, yet I cannot say for sure because of the lack of the paper pay stubs. Regarding paper pay stubs, I have been repeatedly told and even chastised, bullied by PPL that paper pay stubs were no longer available, but that was a blatant lie. Apparently, my PAs were opted out of them without their knowledge. When faced with a second surgery in less than a year on May 7th, I actually hoped that I wouldn't wake up post-op, as my ladies could then be free to gain employment elsewhere, and I wouldn't have to be frantic then that they might leave me when I was in rehab because they had not been fully paid. And if I don't have sufficient staffing, DSAs could exercise its oversight and strip me of CDPAP. My dear friend Tom passed away on June 8th, and I honestly thought, why him and not me? Then there's the stupid telephony system that PAs used to clock in. It's not working for one PA since mid-April, when the system had her clocked in for over 24 hours.
Ms. Mariano, if you could.
And it's still not fixed 4 months later. She can't use it.
If you could wrap up, we'll
Yep.
definitely have some
Okay,
follow-up
I'll do the
later.
last paragraph.
Yep, ma'am.
Will my PAs finally have enough of PPL and take off for other opportunities? If my ladies leave, I can't imagine being able to find others leaping at the chance to work for me with PPL's horrible reputation hanging over my head. Without PAs, I will not be allowed to stay in CDPAP, and what a slap in the face to the original social workers and to Bill and Doris Mariano, who willingly gave me a home. I feel like I can be left behind now again by PPL and even New York State. Thank you.
Again, thank you for sharing all this with us, truly. Next up, we are joined by Ms. Iris Jimenez. Not sure, can the camera reach over there? Yes, yes it can.
Just let me know if the microphone's close enough.
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, and thank you to everyone for the opportunity. Robert Jackson, thank you so much for representing Washington Heights, especially me. I'm Iris Jimenez, like he said. I have been with home care since I was a child and with the CDPAP for about 20 years. I'm alone. I don't have anybody left as far as family. My family are all gone. And with this PPL in the picture, now it's life threat to me. I'm constantly nervous, having a lot of panic attacks. I feel that one day, with this PPL, I'm going to be left all alone. And I cannot be left alone because I cannot do anything for myself anymore. I require of 24 hours, 7 days a week, split shift care. And I'm sorry, but
Take your time. Take your time.
it hurts. I mean, I have an aide who's been with me 26 years. And when this BPL came into the picture, she wasn't getting paid at all. And she was like, Iris, as much as I care for you and I love you, you like my family, I cannot live like this. How am I going to pay my mortgage? How am I going to pay my bills? I understood her. I'm like, well, I don't know what to do at this point. So you know what I went through. It's a nightmare. I mean, I'm talking about this woman. I got sick back in November. I was in the hospital. And even though she didn't get paid at that time, she stood with me every night in the hospital because I was practically dead. So when I come home out of the hospital, I find this problem with BPL, which to this day, it hasn't been solved. My 4 PAs that I have don't get paid for the full 12-hour shift like they should. Every week, there's a shortage in their check. Every time I call PPL for the question, they don't know the answer to it. Always saying they're going to call back. They never call back. If I ask to speak to a supervisor, there isn't a supervisor, or they get nasty. They're very rude. Mind you, not everybody knows how to use a computer or a smart telephone like they're required. My aides, they don't know how to do that. So all their work is on me. I have to do it for them. That's the way it works. So it's a lot on me. I never knew that I had to do all this. I thought that, okay, PPL comes to the picture, they're going to do all the work as far as the time is tracking time and all that. No. Just the other day, one of my PA happened to call them, I don't know for what, and they told them that they didn't have some idea or something, whatever, something like that, which they did. We sent that in over 3 or 4 times to PPL. They keep claiming they don't have it. And every time we call, it's something new. Always something new with them. So, yes, like I said earlier, I am I'm very much afraid. I'm not sleeping these days since this happened. It's 3, 4 o'clock in the morning and I'm awake. I find myself during the day very, very agitated, very nervous, thinking what's going to happen to me. I don't want to go to the nursing home. I refuse to go to a nursing home. And it's like I always said, if it comes to that point, might as well just kill me. I am alone, like I said before. And if that's the case, then no. Might as well just kill me. I don't think it's fair what they did to us. We don't have a choice. And I thought this was the country of choose like everybody else. That's how we want to be treated, like everybody else, and we're not. It's like they put you there, and that's it. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's fair. When I had the regular home care system, I didn't have to deal with any of this.
Ms. Jimenez, if you could wrap it up.
Okay, so what I'm asking here for is to have a little more compassion, to look at us as regular people, though I call myself being handy-capable.
Mm-hmm.
So please, work with us. Work with us.
Thank you for being
please.
here today. Thank you. Ms. Heather M. Burrows, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm from Rochester, New York, and my husband and I have 4 children that have disabilities. So I'm here as a mother and a professional. I'm a psychologist, and I spent decades inside education systems, healthcare systems. I was in a 500-bed nursing home, and now I'm working in the nonprofit arena. And I'm hearing these stories about nursing homes, and I feel like first, like the little part of me wants to defend the nursing home because I worked in one, right? And I worked in it during the height of the pandemic, and there's good people in nursing homes. But there's that chance for really horrible things to happen too. And the bigger the facility, the less personalized it is. And you just think about someone like Jose and having their child have to visit them in a nursing home, having to schedule an appointment, and it's not fair. So my daughter, Devin, is wonderful. She's 18, and she's had a disability since she was born. I evaluated babies. That was the beginning of my career. So just a picture, they hand me the baby, and it's like the most magical moment. And I'm doing the developmental checklist in my head, and I'm like, she has every red flag. This is really serious. And everyone in the room didn't seem like they understood. Oh, she's perfect. She's fine. It's like this trauma that we go through over and over again because we had to keep proving that the person that we love or who we are, that we're disabled, that we're deficient, that we lack the things that we need, and we had to keep asking over and over again for help. And we have these systems that are supposed to support us, but they don't. Like at school, Devin, my daughter, she had a service dog, but because she was non-speaking and she couldn't speak to the dog, the school refused to speak to the dog, and they wouldn't let her one-on-one aide or a one-on-one nurse speak to the dog. Fast forward, the Department of Justice flew in from Washington, D.C. We had an 8-year federal court case. Sitting here right now is like the worst kind of deja vu because it's like all over again. We're trying to tell people we deserve accommodation. We have laws that are supposed to protect us. There's departments like, where is the Department of Labor? I just can't understand how one of the largest workforces in our state has violations of this magnitude and at this scale, and there's been no action. There's been no statement saying we will protect this class of people who have dedicated their lives to supporting other people. That's shameful. It's shameful, and it has to stop, and that's why I drove here from Rochester. I have 4 kids. If you want to know how hard it was to get here, I mean, I could go on for hours about all the things I had to do, and I've had to do it twice because the first hearing got postponed because they needed to prepare. Prepare for what? They answered nothing. And I thought, I already lost my PTO from the last time. I had all the caregivers lined up. I had already paid for hotels and travel arrangements. But putting that aside, my phone has been ringing off the hook for months. My messenger on Facebook, I became known as this person who could help. And I was happy to help. But just like so many of the people, Bruce and the panel before us, you could be very knowledgeable, you could be very tech savvy, but that does not mean you could navigate the system. Did everybody have trouble? No, some people somehow slipped through. Some people, they did. I don't know how, but I doubt highly that somebody like my daughter Devin, who has 6 to 8 caregivers at all times, that those cases are going smoothly, because every single week somebody's paycheck is messed up. Maybe just one person, or maybe 2, and then you call, and like you were saying, forms just disappear. You upload them, they're in the system, poof, they're gone. You don't get a direct deposit, you wait for the paper check. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's to the point of you feel like you're going crazy. You know what I mean? Like, you call and you're on hold, and every single person tells you something different. Your internet family tells you something different, and you don't know what to do. I'm a person who makes decisions, and I move forward, and I feel panicked because I don't want my daughter in a nursing home. I don't want anybody to have to go there when they're young and vibrant or when they don't want to. You should be able to live in your home and be part of your community. I have so many things I want to say about the testimony this morning, but I know I don't have much time. But when we were pushing PPL for answers, and I really appreciate the way you guys were doing that, she just kept saying that we were the ones waiting until the last minute, that we were making this difficult. Our lives depend on this. there's no way we would make this harder than it has to be because our lives are already hard enough.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I'll take my time now. First of all, again, thank you for being here. We're gonna have Andrew switch around. So if you want to participate, let us know, and if you want to participate, let us know, and Andrew will just switch the microphones over. Okay. But I did want to ask you kind of collectively first. Certainly, again, thank you for being here and sharing your experiences with us. Number two, so Jose, we've known each other for a few years, and you would, and considering the work what work did you do before? Like, what work are you doing right now? The work that you do professionally?
I lost my job because of this.
What was the job that you used to do?
I advocated for the workers that work for me, making sure that they're paid a living wage and make sure everything stays compliant with the Consumer Directed Program.
Would you consider yourself knowledgeable in how this program works?
Extremely, yes.
And would you consider yourself savvy in how to deal with government agencies and paperwork and stuff of that nature?
I would believe so, yes.
Right. And in your experience, and you've already told us a little bit about this, but considering particularly what you heard this morning related to the what was described as how, the fact that this was an easy process or what have you, did you find in your experience or because you're in a community of folks who are in the same or similar situation as you are, right? So did anybody say that it was an easy process for any of them?
So I have a computer science degree, and technology.
Yes, I'd forgotten about that. So you have computer science degrees. So you know a little bit about computers.
Yeah. So their system is antiquated to say the least, and at the very beginning they required everyone to upload documents, right? And you could either use your phone, take a picture, or fill out the paperwork on their website. Many elderly and people with disabilities, they don't have that ability to fill out that paperwork. So you either was going to a fiscal intermediary or a facilitator, or going to PPL's I think 5 in-person things, and it was not very easy or intuitive.
Gotcha. So what are these in-person things? What do you mean by that?
So PPL decided to host some in-person registration events.
Okay.
And they didn't publish the location until, I think, 12 hours before, not even giving enough time for people with disabilities to set up access.
Yeah, let's linger on that for a second. So there were, was this the experience for other folks as well? You found out about these types of events, you had that opportunity. So 12 hours, is 12 hours, you were just about to talk about this, but I just want to set you up for it. So 12 hours, does that allow for you to be able to make the arrangement that you need to make to be able to transport yourself somewhere?
As a person with a disability, everything takes longer. And in New York City, and I'm pretty sure in other counties in other parts of the state, setting up transportation takes a minimum of 24 hours, and in some cases longer. So PPL setting up an event, signing an event to fill out paperwork with you and your aides. If you have multiple, you won't be able to take them to the event themselves on your paratransit. Is impossible.
Okay. Was that did you have that same experience?
I was going to say, they kept talking about the in-person in Rochester, New York, and that building was like empty. There's nobody in it. And
you mean to say that their office, they had an office in Rochester that
right.
That you went to?
They say there's a location in Rochester.
Right.
So we looked for it. We found it.
We as who, madam?
Other people who were in this situation that were struggling. So I said, let's go. And there was this one woman, and she needed verification that she was employed. We had called PPL numerous times. She was going to lose her subsidy. So she said, I just need proof that I work for you. I don't get a paper pay stub. I can't figure out how to do it online.
We're going to get to the paper pay stubs in a second because I want to talk about that.
Yeah, and she got to the building. She walked inside, and they said they were going to arrest her. Well, we don't do that here. We're not here to serve you. We're doing so. Like, they say one thing, but when you actually try to push for help, you don't get the help.
So you're saying that PPL claimed where did you find the address? Was it online?
Yeah,
the PPL website?
yeah.
So the PPL website had an address for an office in Rochester that you physically went to, and in this case, it was this person that you're speaking of had a need to be able to access someone, because if not, she was not going to be able to get paid. And you're saying that that security escorted her out of the
Yes.
out of the building. So
Yeah.
okay.
Can I just add?
Yes, please.
The lieutenant governor went to the Albany office, and there was no one there, and they didn't let him in.
The Albany office. So that's 2 out of. So I guess they have less offices than they claim, huh?
Yeah.
And if
And
I
that's
could,
their headquarters.
And if I could, and we're just going to maintain it to the folks who actually testified before, if I may, only because I certainly and I have some limited time. So I do want to ask you, Ms. Mariano, there's something that you said about opting out of pay stubs, of paper pay stubs. Could you tell us a little bit more about that, and what was the experience before, during what the system was before, and then what happened in the transition that all of a sudden your caregivers were not getting that?
I had the creme de la creme of FIs.
Hold on a second. Could you put it a little bit closer to her, please? Thank you.
I had the gold standard of FIs, Concepts of Independence of New York.
Yes.
And the consumer, me, would get the paychecks and stubs and distribute them to the PAs. And then if they wanted to go over it with me, I could, and we could go over everything. Now, apparently, when they enrolled without the consumer involved. And one of my ladies she doesn't have an online presence, so she got the paperwork. And my friend Tom, who died, he brought the paperwork to fax, one of the very last things he did before the deadline. And apparently, when I was talking with an ombudsman at PPL, who was only hired in February, he said, no more pay stubs, period. That's not an option. Then when I talked to my FI facilitator, which they're really not sure what they're supposed to do, and I'm not, every time I ask, it goes back and forth.
Right.
But she said that, no, paper pay stubs are available. She went into the system that she could see, one of the only things she could do, and she's like, oh, they opted out. And I asked my ladies, I said, did you guys opt out of pay stubs? And they said no. So she went in and had to uncheck the boxes.
And now you're receiving the paper pay stubs?
They are to their own homes. I'm not receiving anything.
But at least now they're receiving them.
Yes, yes.
Okay, got you. But there's another thing that you said, which was in changes. You said something about changes in how you as a consumer were involved in the process before. Could you tell us a little bit more about that? How did you?
Okay,
What ways were you involved outside of directing your own care? What ways were you involved before that now have changed?
We were the employers. We got the enrollment packet. We went over the enrollment packet. We had to sign numerous pages. They had to sign pages. They had to decide if they wanted a vaccine, Hep B. They had to decide if they wanted direct deposit. And I would say that's your choice. But then I had to prove their employment status. I had to look at either their passport or their driver's license and social security card. We had to fill out forms. I had to sign, talk about attestation. I had to sign and say, yes, okay. Then the enrollment packet was delivered to the FI, my Concepts of Independence. They would enter the information, then set up the physical for them to go for their physical. And we would be part of that. We would also be part of when the annual came up again and said, okay, we would get the notice, they can't work past so-and-so if they don't get their annual done. Now, apparently, we're locked out of that, too. They're communicating directly with the PAs.
They being PPL?
PPL, yes.
Was
We are
communicating
locked out.
directly with the personal
Yeah.
assistants and all those things that you mentioned.
Correct.
Which you were involved in directly
Correct.
before. You were no
Yes.
longer involved in.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if you wanted to chime in on that one.
I do want to chime in. We were joint employers. Even through this
We
system,
being the FI and the
the
individual
FI
as an
and
individual
us
consumer.
as a consumer are considered joint employers. I was in the same company with her, Concepts of Independence, which started. I think they were the first fiscal intermediary. We had a bigger role in the delegation of our own care. we hire, train, which is all still true, but right now all of the communication, everything goes through PPL, and I'm not even sure how this health assessment is going to go. So they get them done this year.
What is what is the health assessment?
The
Tell
health
me.
assessment for our PAs to make sure that they are compliant with New York State law.
And you were responsible for. You did that before. Or how did it work? How did it work before?
The fiscal intermediary would advise us that our PAs need to do their physicals.
Okay.
And we made sure that they stayed compliant, right?
Okay.
Under this new system, they communicate directly to the PA, whether they received it or not, the communication. So if they have a lapse in their health assessment,
They
then
being-
our PAs,
Yeah.
if they lose if there's a lapse in their health assessment, we lose our caregiver. And as joint employers with the fiscal intermediary, they should also advise us because it's something that is important to us.
Yeah, go ahead.
With the messages that our PAs are getting, our caregivers, it's like constant barrage of false alerts. Your authorization expired. There's no hours left. You know, you're too much overtime. Punch out. Every single alert is telling our caregivers to punch out, which means people don't have care. And for a caregiver who's nervous, they're going to punch out. They're going to say, well, I'm not going to get paid. And they punch out. I've told all my PAs, don't listen to the false alert. Screenshot it, send it to me. I will investigate because I know we have an auth. I know we have hours left. And sending out mass text messaging for every single consumer and every single caregiver when they don't apply, that should be illegal. Like that is like sending out chaos. They're just causing chaos continuously and disrupting care.
Has that been the experience with other caregivers you've seen as well?
I get 24 hours, 7 days a week. I have no service limits, but I get those same text messages.
Gotcha. All right. All right. Again, thank you all of you for being with us. Senator Jackson.
Thank you. I want to thank all of you because this is my first year on the Health Committee, and I'm getting to listen to all of the issues and concerns.
Closer to the mic, sir. Get closer to the mic.
I'm getting to listen to all of the concerns and details, especially after hearing the commissioner and the other group, and then listening to you. Who am I to believe? Based on your testimony, it's you that I believe, obviously, and so that's important. And Iris, I'll talk to you later, because it's about staying together. And so we have to help one another. Yes. And that's what it's about. So you have a partner in me, even though you live, I don't know exactly where you live, but, not too far to see how you're doing. Not too far to get on the phone and call you, how you doing today? And you calling me and says, I'm doing okay, and this, that, and the other. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Senator Ryan.
First and foremost, thank you for being here and being able to get here. And I really, really appreciate your testimony. And, today here in these hearings that, I think there's blame, and let's not perhaps maybe point fingers, but I just want to say that through the Health Committee, we're gonna do our best to help, right? There's a lot that was said, and, we hear you. I hear you as a member of the Health Committee. I believe that we all hear you, and I think more than a few takeaways from today is certainly this. You are very, very impactful testimony because, it's one thing to hear from PPL, or it's going to be for people who manage or adult assisted living, doesn't matter. But here, knowing what it is every day that you go through means the most to me. And, when we get back to work, I promise, my pledge is to make sure that we're going to do our best to see this through, and whatever the hiccups are, well, not just hiccups, there's a lot. We have some serious, serious problems based upon what it is you're going through each and every day. So we'll do our best, and we won't stop working, and we won't stop advocating, and we'll see to it that we do our very, very best to make this right. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Ryan. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you for
Can I?
continuing to advocate. Oh, who's, oh. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you so much, Chair Rivera, and I wanted to come and thank you all so much for being here today. I was able to listen in on your testimony, and it is incredibly powerful. I want you to know that we share in your frustration because, like you saw today, there has been such a lack of accountability and responsibility from the Department of Health and most certainly and most from PPL. And while they may refuse to apologize for the harm that they have absolutely caused, I certainly am so sorry that we are in this situation. And as you heard from my colleague, we are here to work with you and certainly support in any way that we can. And so on that note, your voices are the most important to us in this fight. And I guess my question is very simple and brief. What in this moment, very succinctly, what do you want our governor to know, and what do you want PPL to know? And what would you like to see happen? Yeah.
Do you want to talk?
We can do like a round robin, I think would be great, yeah.
Hold on.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
PPL has to go, definitely, without a doubt. I believe that when the senator did, the governor, whatever, she says she's all about people.
Mm-hmm.
That's very wrong. She didn't mean that. She's not doing that to me.
Thank you. Thank you.
I agree that PPL should go, but I agree that there might have been fraud before, but instead of going after the bad apples, they punished all of us. And I have always felt like I've been under the microscope more than anybody else as a disabled person getting state assistance, that I have to cross every T, dot every I. My father was a lawyer. He worked with actually up in Albany with elected officials. There was a better way to do this, not to throw out the baby with the bathwater or whatever that expression is. There were good FIs, like concepts, even if they had done regionally, like 10 or 12 or 20 across the state instead of one who just took over everything. It was a disaster. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
I just want to say a couple of statements here. Senator Rivera, I vividly remember going into your office 10 years ago with my PA Fausto, advocating for better pay for them. Unfortunately, he passed away at the beginning of the pandemic due to COVID. And I never, in my wildest nightmare, would have thought that I would be here advocating for my very existence and my very independence. And I would hope that the governor, in all of her statements saying New York first, it's New York first unless you have a disability or need home care. PPL was not the answer. They're private equity. They're always going to side with money over people. And that wasn't the case with our former fiscal intermediaries, in the most part.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Let me
it's
cut you
okay.
off.
Like I said, I worked in a 500-bed nursing home facility at the height of the pandemic, so I really do know what stress is, and I know about hard decisions and making things work when it's hard, but this was different. This didn't have to happen. This was manufactured, and the devastation that we're going through right now was really avoidable. And I just hope that people act with courage right now, because this is an attack on human rights. This is our dignity, our voice, the dignity of choice. I mean, not being able to choose is a big deal. So investigate the contract like you're doing right now, end the monopoly, and reopen our trusted FIs.
Thank you all so much for that. And I think these are exactly the messages that we will all be working to amplify in the next few months ahead of the next legislative session. So thank you so much for being here and sharing that. Thanks.
Thank you, folks. We're going to move on to the next panel. That will be Michael Kanukin, from Senior Health Policy Advisor from the Fiscal Policy Institute, Ilana Berger, New York Political Director of Caring Majority Rising, Valerie Bogart, an attorney for the New York Legal Assistance Group, NILAG, and Rebecca Antar, Director of the Health Law Unit of the Legal Aid Society. You're off. Thank you for being here, brother. Thank you, man. Yeah, no, I've met him. I've met him before. Yeah, go ahead. Huh?
Kanukin.
Kanukin. I just like, it's like, I get
That's
it
a
right.
great name.
It's like, no, I came up with that first. I came up with that first. Kanukin. We're bringing the table back. Everybody go. Absolutely. Thank you. All right, Senator Skoufis.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. If you could please raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right, starting with canoe and going this way. I actually did that.
Should I start now?
Yes, yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Michael Kanukin. I'm the Health Policy Director at the Fiscal Policy Institute. Thank you so much for inviting me today. I'm going to talk narrowly about just one aspect of the CDPAP transition to a single FI, which is the health insurance offered by PPL. This did come up this morning, but it bears further examination. And so I want to make just 3 points about the health insurance. Number one, it doesn't cover anything. Number two, it leaves workers worse off than if PPL offered no health insurance at all. And number three, it raises really serious program integrity questions because health insurance that doesn't cover anything has no value, and yet state taxpayer dollars are being directed to this health insurance. So I'm going to roll through those points really quickly and then offer a recommendation, which is PPL should simply drop health insurance. Past FIs mostly did not offer health insurance. Workers got it through the essential plan or in other ways. That's the right model. There is no fixing this health insurance. The suggestion this morning from PPL that they would make it better is not credible. So, but on to the problem with the existing health insurance. So PPL is offering two health insurance plans. One is paid for through wage parity dollars, and it's mandatory for every CDPAP worker downstate. And it is politely described as a wellness plan. That means it covers only preventive care, only an annual checkup. If you need another primary care visit because you get sick, it's not covered. If you end up in the hospital, it's not covered. I don't mean there's a high copay. I don't mean anything like that. I mean there is no value from this health insurance. And for folks who have my testimony printed out, there's figure 1 lists the various services that are not covered, including diagnostic tests, cancer care, outpatient surgery, inpatient surgery, most pharmaceuticals. Nothing is covered. And conveniently, the official legal documentation that PPL has provided to workers of this plan, they're legally required to give specific examples of how this would affect people in different situations. First example, Peg is having a baby. The total cost of that, like all of the medical care involved in having a baby, $12,700. Peg would owe out of pocket under this plan $12,600. So this plan doesn't cover anything for full-time CDPAP workers anywhere in the state, anyone working over 30 hours a week. They do have an opportunity to buy up for $200 a month to what is sometimes referred to as a minimum value plan. This plan also pretty much does not cover anything because the deductible is $6,350 and nothing is covered before the deductible. And I mean nothing. And so just for instance, someone who has type 2 diabetes that is well managed, they're using in-network providers, the total cost of that care, again, according to PPL's official documentation, would be $5,600. Someone in that condition would owe $5,420 out of pocket every year, every single year, after paying $2,400 a year in premiums, right? So essentially, this health insurance says if you have type 2 diabetes, you cannot work in CDPAP, right? Like, that's it. If you have any chronic health condition, any regular medical need, you will be paying out of pocket up to the first $6,350 a year care. So it's not health insurance in any meaningful sense. I want to just be really, really clear about that because I think we've all dealt with health insurance, and health insurance sucks, right? So we've all had the experience of we go to the doctor, we owe more than we thought, we're out of network when we didn't realize. That's all normal. This is not normal. This is fake health insurance that is of no service to anyone. So I want to be really, really clear about that. Now, PPL and the Department of Health and Governor Hochul have made the argument, well, okay, it's not great health insurance. It's not health insurance. It's not great health insurance, but past FIs weren't offering health insurance at all. And so, you know, something is better than nothing. But in the case of health insurance, that's not true. And it's not true for a number of reasons. First of all, giving someone something that looks like health insurance and then until they try to use it is confusing and can make them make very bad decisions, right? Like, you know, you get a new job, you get handed something that says Anthem in the title, you know, you might think you have health insurance, but you don't. Second, yeah.
Chance to give me the rest of the reasons when I have questions, but we have to go to the next panel.
Yeah,
All
sure,
right?
sorry.
No worries. Madam.
Okay, that's it. Okay, I'm
And
Valerie.
point the microphone at yourself right there.
Valerie Bogart with the New York Legal Assistance Group. I am part of the organization that brought the M. Gesser lawsuit. However, I'm not on the litigation team, and I'm not authorized to speak about the case and won't be answering questions about that. So you heard so much great testimony later today. And when the governor kept saying, oh, we're not reducing services, it's not reducing services, it's just changing the payment. And as the commissioner said this morning, it's just simply not true from everything you said, because the CDPAP program was not just a method of payment. It's really an infrastructure. The CDPAP FIs provided an infrastructure of support by mission-driven, some mission-driven organizations, and the state, the Department of Health, let it expand into, you know, more profit-centered organizations, and that was, as everyone has said, really rooted in the managed long-term care capitation model. So everything is connected, and the department's really responsible for just dropping the ball and just letting it all go crazy, and then closing it down. So there's been a huge loss in services and support, and I hear, my heart breaks to hear the testimony, and I hear it from our clients too. Many will really end up in nursing homes because they cannot navigate this against a bureaucracy that is not interested in helping them. It's only interested in barricading them. But I'd like to address a couple things that were not hit today. One is this issue of authorizations. So in any consumer in Medicaid, you're getting a service, it has to be authorized once a year by your managed care plan, by your DSS. Somebody's got to authorize it, and that authorization goes to PPL. If that authorization isn't current, I think Jose mentioned, like, his expired, that's an annual authorization. PPL won't pay. Now, in the old system, because we're in New York City, I work with New York City people, HRA was always behind on processing these authorizations. It's a whole battery of assessments. They're having a nurse assess the person. So they're always behind. So what happened for many years is that the FIs just knew, okay, their HRA is good for it. They're going to reauthorize. It's paperwork. We're just going to pay this PA, and in a month or so, we'll get the authorization. We'll have to eat some cash flow in the meantime, but that's okay because we want to support our consumers, not PPL. That authorization ends, care stops on a dime, and you heard Jose say, not only stops the day the authorization ends, they're ending it the day before. So the state has tried to address this. They just issued on August 1st some directives that are in my testimony that I just want to turn your attention to. They don't go far enough, and it's something that this might require legislation. We'd be happy to talk about it. It's just all that they did in these directives was tell HRA, DSS, hey, why don't you get your authorizations in a little earlier to PPL? Don't wait till the last minute. Well, maybe they need to throw a few million to HRA to staff up. They're low staffed, they're depleted from COVID. That's just not enough, and for the plans. So we troubleshoot these problems, and we see every month hundreds of people losing care just because of really a systems problem that DOH has to address. Health insurance is a huge problem, but you've heard about that. The last thing I want to address that really hasn't been addressed so much is what oversight and transparency is needed. 80,000 more people are in personal care. Has DOH ever done any monitoring to see how is the worker shortage affecting consumers? Are people getting AIDS? We have submitted many reports, and there's some in my testimony that CMS has given toolkits to states. Hey, states, how you can monitor and just do some measurements to track how your state is doing in delivering long-term care. And the worker shortage is like number one that has to be tracked. And there's nothing. Plans aren't, they don't staff up. A case isn't staffed for 2 months. Nothing happens to them. They don't have to report it.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, we'll definitely, I'll probably let you finish afterwards. Madam.
Thank you to Senator Rivera, Senator Skoufis, and the other members of the committees for holding this hearing and for the opportunity to testify. My name is Rebecca Antar. I'm the director of the Health Law Unit at the Legal Aid Society. Our Health Law Unit represents many consumers who participate in the CDPAP program, and I'm also testifying on behalf of our Employment Law Unit. Some of its members are here today, who represent personal assistants who provide care. So we have heard today about the devastating problems for consumers and workers from the PPL takeover, including the failure to pay workers, the offering of useless health insurance, and these have all been well documented. We were among a deafening chorus of advocates pushing for delays and changes to this process as soon as we heard the implementation schedule well before. And we were very, very frustrated by the lack of a response from the Department of Health or an acknowledgement of what we were facing and the unprecedented challenges of this transition, especially given the PPL's history of payroll mismanagement and an assortment of many other problems in other states. Advocates immediately asked, upon hearing about the length of this transition or lack thereof, what would happen to New Yorkers who couldn't enroll before the April 1st deadline. The department failed to answer this question with any details and repeatedly stated, if anyone wants to be enrolled by April 1st, they would. And when confronted with the obvious failure to achieve this, the department has continued to intentionally place blame on consumers and on personal assistants. This has continued today with PPL stating multiple times people waited until the last minute to sign up. The transition was doomed by the department's refusal to take even basic steps to protect consumers and by its refusal to ensure PPL would properly administer wages to prevent wage theft, despite repeated warnings from advocates as to both issues. The DOH narrative that concerns about the transition were propaganda spread by legacy FIs and those with financial stake in this, which we have repeatedly heard today, was disheartening and insulting and continues to be so. There was a failure to engage with the advocate community, with consumers, with workers, and we're seeing the results of that now. We've obviously heard so many compelling examples, and I want to thank all of the consumers who are here talking about their experience, and this is what we saw as well. I mean, one example that was just so striking because, and I know there has been discussion of the fact that DOH had to have their own staff step in and help with the transition. We have a client, incredibly tech savvy, totally on top of everything, could not get enrolled. Happens. He has a relative who works for DOH who was deputized to do this. Lo and behold, it was the only way he got enrolled because of that coincidence. The systemic failures of PPL's faulty payroll and timekeeping system have led to widespread wage theft from the personal assistants. 4 CDPAP personal assistants, represented by Legal Aid and Katz Banks Cumin, filed a class action against PPL in federal court, Calderon v. PPL. The plaintiff's first amended complaint sets forth in detail the widespread failure to pay personal assistants on time for all their hours worked at the correct rate. It has been very frustrating, as I said, to hear PPL blame workers and consumers for the failure to be paid on time. In addition, it appears PPL is assuming roles that have not been allocated to it by statute and contract, such as trying to limit overtime. Specifically, PPL has sent excessive overtime warnings through repeated intimidating email messages and phone calls to some personal assistants who are working overtime hours. While claiming to be concerned about the well-being of the personal assistants and the consumers, these communications appear to be attempting to deter personal assistants from working or reporting overtime hours. PPL's contract with DOH prohibits it from limiting overtime hours. PPL is overreaching beyond its statutory and contractual role to protect its bottom line. Michael obviously really described in detail what has been going on with the health insurance, and the Calderon case addresses this as well. Today, the commissioners seem to acknowledge that this insurance is inadequate, but offered no solution other than maybe it'll be better next year. And really want to also emphasize how disheartening it was to advocates to hear the state saying, well, this is better. It's better than nothing, because it's not. It's not better than the essential plan, the comprehensive insurance that many personal carriers have had. And I'm almost out of time. Thank you very much.
All right. Ma'am?
Hi there. I just want to start by saying I'm so glad we gave DOH extra time to prepare, because you could really see how well used that time was. So I want to thank the senators so much for putting this hearing together, and I know how hard your staffs worked over the summer, and I want to appreciate all the work they did. I'm Ilana Berger. I'm the political director for Caring Majority Rising. We're a membership organization of home care workers, older and disabled New Yorkers, and family caregivers. We have sometimes been referred to in this context as a special interest group, so I will say that our special interest is making sure people keep their home care and home care workers get paid a living wage. We have no financial stake in this system. It has been really frustrating to be here while the DOH commissioner can answer nothing. PPL can't even send their CEO, and it almost seems like they cannot or do not want to answer questions because they have nothing good to say. And they cannot give us any good information. On the other hand, consumers and PAs and people who've had to live in this system have been providing a lot of details and a lot of truth about what is actually happening with PPL. And this has been for months, actually almost a year. People have been putting in hours, even weeks or months, in every forum possible to convince leaders of this state that we need to make a change. Despite this, Governor Hochul's refused to budge and fix anything with this disaster. She's not listening to her constituents and preferring to believe an out-of-state private equity company. So on behalf of our members, our bottom line is we need to see actions now. The problems that we have been hearing about today are features, not bugs. This is a private equity company. Private equity 101 is maximize profits by minimizing costs, regardless of the human consequences. So we are asking for action today from the legislature and the governor. Reinstate put comptroller oversight over this contract and all operations, and require an immediate investigation into PPL's finances, payroll operations, data security, and anti-fraud measures. We want to reinstate immediately trusted FIs, independent living centers, nonprofit FIs that provide services for people based on language, culture, disability, and region. End the contract with Leading Edge and ensure any insurance. Well, I'll agree with Michael. Just end the contract and don't provide health insurance, which is actually better. Ensure a mechanism through which consumers and stakeholders have a meaningful input in the future of CDPAP. And I want to agree with earlier testimony that the Home Care Savings and Reinvestment Act and eliminating managed care is an important reform, particularly when we're about to lose all of our Medicaid dollars. Or a lot of our Medicaid dollars. So it's been an honor to testify, to be asked to testify, but what I want to say is nobody can say anything better than consumers and PAs. So in the written testimony I submitted, there's a QR code. We have over 160 pages of testimony from people going through this, and every single thing there can refute every single lie that was told today by PPL. We also have been doing water coolers on Zoom since January 2 to 4 times a week, where people around the state have come together to try to solve these problems. We have a week-by-week understanding of what's happening, and I'm just going to, for the last moments of my testimony, read some of the highlights that you all have in your testimony. So about people not getting paid, Sophie from Valley Stream says the governor switch to PPL has failed me because I wasn't getting paid on time. I had to humbly ask my church for assistance in paying for groceries and medical bills. Without that, I wouldn't have been able to take care of myself during the PPL transition. Debbie, who's a personal assistant, said it took 6 weeks for me to get my first paycheck after spending months trying to sign up. Now I'm having the same problem I had for the whole month of June. A PA in Brooklyn said, since a PPL worker diverted paychecks from my direct deposit, I haven't been able to receive my checks direct deposit. Instead, they mail me paper checks, which come whenever. I've had to borrow up to $400 from the consumer I work for while waiting for my paper check. Rather than timesheets being the issue and workers not being able to fill out timesheets, it has been PPL systems. Christina, a family caregiver in the Bronx, said the Time for Care app constantly glitches, making it difficult to clock in or submit time. Amy in Queens says the app malfunctions, most recently a couple of weeks ago, failing to record logging in or out of shifts. I was told by a consumer service rep this is a widespread problem. We have people telling me that PPL reps are telling them to commit fraud. We have multiple people talking about issues with the programs for logging hours are very impractical. Telephony is in English only. I called PPL's Spanish line with one of these PAs because she only speaks Spanish. Of course, the person who answered the phone only spoke English. I could go on, and I hope you read the testimony, but all the truth is in there, and we hope you will act to fix this.
Thank you all for being with us. I'll take my time first. Michael, I want to drill down. I want to do two things. First, I want to give you an opportunity for you to quickly finish the list that you had. So repeat the first one and then go to the second one. Remember, you left off in a particular part of your.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. So do that quickly. But then I have questions to follow up. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure thing. So the first problem making this worse than not getting health insurance is that people think it's health insurance. It's confusing. Second problem is people are paying for it, either out of pocket or through wage parity money that's supposed to go into their pocket. And the third and biggest problem is that it makes them ineligible for other sources of insurance, including the Essential Plan, also including pre-Medicare retiree insurance, the insurance they may have through a spouse. All that kind of insurance, if you're offered insurance at your job, or in this case, fake insurance at your job, it disqualifies you from those other sources of insurance.
All right. So part of this might be, you might have to speculate here, or you might have some information that doesn't come easily to my head right now. Why are they doing this? Why did they choose to, as you said, many of the FIs before the transition didn't offer health care. They chose to do it, or were they forced to do it? Was it part of the contract? Maybe I'm a little lost here. Why are they doing it?
Yeah, great question. One I've spent a lot of time wondering and asking about. The RFP at least does not require them to offer health insurance. My understanding of their version of events is that they feel that
they're being
PPL.
Thank you.
Is that they believe they're legally required by the ACA to provide health insurance.
You are quite a wonk, if I may say so. So do you believe that that's accurate?
I don't believe that's accurate. It was not the understanding of the previous FIs that they were employers under the meaning of the ACA, which is a different legal test than for NLRA employment, right? The implementing regulations for the ACA specifically call out consumer-directed home care as exempted. So it doesn't seem right to me, but that's what they say. I think the other...
They meaning PPL.
PPL, sorry, yes.
Right.
I think the other interpretation that's more concerning is there's a long history of FIs and agencies, home care agencies, LICSAs, prior to the transition, using health benefits as a way to sort of funnel money from wage parity into their own pockets. The idea is, on the pay stub, it says you're deducting 50 cents for health insurance. Okay, you send that money somewhere. There's no usable health insurance. The money winds up back in your pocket.
Let's dig a little deeper into that.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, you're not making any allegations here because
Certainly not.
But based on the conversation, because there were a series of questions asked of PPL and the commissioner earlier about this issue in particular. So let's dig a little bit deeper into that. How would such a thing, like, how would that work? Like, if that was, what are the type of questions that we need to ask to make sure that is not happening?
Emphasizing that I am not making any
Absolutely.
allegations about PPL. The activity that sometimes goes on and that Attorney General James fined 2 home care agencies $16 million last year for doing is you take some money out of the wage parity packet and send it into a captive insurance company, and then that captive insurance company sends it back to the employer. That is activity that PPL's benefits administrator, Leading Edge, was involved in, although it was never prosecuted for it. There's court
I'm sorry. Maybe we need to I want to make sure that I heard you correctly.
Yeah.
So you're saying the company that was chosen by PPL to provide this, we're going to use this from now on, the quote-unquote health insurance, which we obviously, as we've talked about endlessly, is not that at all, has been in the past allegedly involved in just such a debacle?
Yes, that's correct. So the various owners and former owners of Leading Edge have extensive civil litigation with each other, and one thing that comes out very clearly in that civil litigation is that at least through 2020, they were serving as a benefits administrator for a bunch of home care agencies in Brooklyn, and what they were doing was managing an arrangement where wage parity money was funneled through those home care agencies into a captive insurance entity, and then that money was then rebated from the captive insurance company back to those employers, right?
So they were you here during the entire today?
Yeah.
So you got to hear all the conversations that we had with the particular PPL folks. So I know Ms. Burns, I asked a particular question of her specifically related to this, and she testified that is not the case, that they're not doing that, right?
Yeah.
And I'm going to take her at her word,
Yeah.
so at least as far as she knows that is not the case. But I guess the question that we should be asking, we should probably be digging a little bit deeper into that piece of the entire thing, right? The
Yeah.
fact that there is money that is being taken from paychecks before it gets to the employee and is being used to provide something that they refer to as health care, but we know is only health insurance.
Right.
So we should figure out what happens to the money there.
Yeah.
Okay. So certainly I will be digging a little bit deeper into that. I know that my colleagues have a couple of other questions. I'm not sure if anybody else has anything about this particular craziness to talk about. No? We're good. Okay. Thank you.
Well,
Senator
you can, just in the consumer and PA testimonies that I submitted, there are people who will share their actual experiences trying to use these benefits.
Yep.
So you can, it's there. They don't work.
Gotcha. Thank you so much for that.
Yes.
Senator Skoufis.
Thank you, and thanks to each of you for your testimony and being here. I want to follow up on some of the back and forth with Senator Rivera and Mr. Knugan. What precludes, is it state law regs, is it federal law regs that precludes eligibility in the state's essential plan if an employer offers health care?
It is federal law and regulation, and it's the essential plan. It's also premium tax credits on the ACA on the individual market. The way that works under federal law is basically the federal government says, will provide a subsidy for you to get health insurance if you have no other option. But if you have an option from an employer that is sort of minimally compliant with ACA, then you can't get that federal subsidy.
There was nothing in the RFP that required the awardee to offer health insurance?
Interestingly, there was not, and several vendors asked about this exact issue. Will we be required to provide health insurance? And the state said, ask your own attorneys. We can't advise you on that. Just to say, like, the average employer-sponsored insurance plan in New York costs $9,000 a year. I think people don't understand how expensive health insurance is. It's quite strange to put out an RFP like this without clarifying that issue because, frankly, the rates offered are nowhere near enough to provide a $9,000 a year health insurance policy. There's just no way to do it. And so it's not clear to me whether what the state thought would have been.
I know that they are on a forthcoming panel. It's widely expected that 1199 is going to seek to organize the single fiscal intermediary. Is it your expectation or is it anyone's expectation that as part of, if successful, that collectively bargained agreement will include a better healthcare offering?
I can't speak certainly to their intentions or what would happen in negotiations, but unless the legislature is prepared to come back and put a whole bunch more money into the home care rate, there is no way to provide a financially sustainable real health insurance policy in this program.
Okay. And a question for all of you, though it's possible that this is not posed to the right panel here. I raised the issue, and it's come up a couple of times, the lack of comptroller review as part of this contract. I think one of you actually mentioned it in your opening testimony. Two things. One, do any of you have a sense of how unusual it is for there to not be state comptroller review, particularly when we're talking about a contract this large? Is this the first time it's ever happened? Is it rare? Is it semi-common? Anyone have any sense?
I can't speak to that.
I would think it's rare because
Remember to speak close to the mic.
I would think it's rare because they had to put it in the statute. It's so much, I think, I don't know which law it is, but that the comptroller does review every contract. That's why they had to put it in the statute, excluding them from what is the norm. So,
And again, I don't know if any of you have the sort of procurement expertise to answer this question, but I'll ask nevertheless. Do any of you have a sense of whether anything that you know of that occurred in this procurement that would have likely been flagged by the comptroller if there were comptroller review? No. That's okay if you don't.
I mean, I think certainly the things that have come up today regarding the history of PPL in other states, I mean, that was well known. And as was discussed a lot this morning, and I certainly can't speak to where the information or the came from, but I certainly remember during the budget process last year that it was well known in the advocate community that PPL was who they were going to hire. And again, I don't know who told me that, but it was just well known. And as that information was coming out, what was also circulating in the advocate community was, here's what happened in Pennsylvania. And we were talking to people in Pennsylvania about what happened with PPL in Pennsylvania. And here's what happened, I think, in Massachusetts, but someone should correct me if I'm naming the wrong state. And so that was very well-known information, that they have had big problems with rollouts that were much, much smaller than this in much, much less populous states. So I don't know if that answers your question at all.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Senator Rhodes.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate it. Just a couple of follow-up questions. I'm trying to understand, because obviously the allegation, the testimony is that the for-profit model for PPL is problematic. I'm trying to understand, though, where it is that PPL is actually making money. right? My understanding is there's no incentive-based system within their contract that requires them to meet a minimum level of savings or an additional incentive. They're not getting paid more for saving more, right? And my understanding is that they're capped, I think the figure was $86.08 per patient,
But
if I'm not
that's just an
mistaken.
administrative rate.
For the administrative rate. But where,
Right, they
where are
also
they?
get, they also get a piece of every hour paid. Someone has 168
Oh, so
hours
that's
a
where it
week.
is. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And they get paid $25 an hour. The aide doesn't get $25 an hour.
Right.
Right? Or $30, whatever it is. They're getting a piece of every hour. So that it's not just the administrative rate.
So every dollar that they can take away from an aide's pay, theoretically, is one more dollar that they're putting in their pocket because they're getting reimbursed at the same rate from the state, regardless. So we've heard about the health coverage and the possible, health. We've heard about the health coverage. What other areas, in your experience, do you see as being potentially exploited by PPL?
I mean, I would say, and again, I don't think it was covered enough, but
Okay.
one of overtime is a hugely important component of how CDPAP is functioned. Consumers get authorized a certain amount of hours. They are able to choose how those hours are filled in terms of how their aides work, and oftentimes that does require overtime for a variety of reasons, including the worker shortage in New York State. There's not always enough workers to fill all the hours, so you do overtime. PPL has started sending, and again, in the testimony of consumers and PAs, you'll see mass emails, threatening emails, robocalls, telling people when they approach 50 hours that they, for their own health and safety, should not be doing overtime. And they have started threatening more intensively that people shouldn't be doing overtime. And it appears at some point they might cut overtime, which is not legal. But it's more money. They don't want to pay the overtime. So that's one. I mean, everything with wage parity that we've talked about, pulling money out of workers' checks for fake benefits that they're not getting, where they may end up getting some of that money, we don't know. They don't pay spread of hours accurately, which is confusing, and somebody else should explain exactly what that is. They're not providing holiday pay, so I know Jose he's talked a lot about the fact that his aides are not getting incentivized to work on Christmas or New Year's. So they're not going to work on Christmas or New Year's, so consumers are not going to have support on holidays to be with their families.
Now, I'm
That's
assuming
more
that
money
that
they're not
incentive
paying.
is they're supposed to be paid time and a half.
There's
Is there
also,
some?
I think they're supposed to be, but from what we've heard is that they're not.
Okay.
If they have any overtime, right, then if you have any overtime, you don't get paid for your time and a half for holidays. This is what I've heard.
Yeah.
But also to answer your question, and this is getting into Michael's territory a little, they're a self-insured plan. So, like, if my employer pays $9,000 a year for my insurance, and I never use it, my employer still paid $9,000. They're not making any money. They're self-insured. They're not putting a big pocket of, a pile of premium money somewhere. Yeah, they're paying leading edge something, but if the employees don't use any of these so-called insurance plans, the money's left, and that was their wage parity dollars.
Yep.
So they get that back. I know they're denying that, and there's some, the follow the money somewhere, but it doesn't add up.
Now, if I can ask, in the experience with PPL in other states, and I don't know, it may not be a fair question for this panel, it might have been a fair question for PPL. In the experience with PPL in other states, is this a pattern?
Yeah, I think there are serious program management problems here. I think, I worked in Pennsylvania during the PPL transition and sort of saw some of that. I think just on the profitability question, a very small slice of a $9 billion program can be a lot of money, and PPL now, manages vital social infrastructure in this state, and as we all know, it's really hard to switch fiscal intermediaries, right? So I would just encourage the legislature to watch it, keep a hand on its wallet next year and the year after that, because if PPL is losing money on this, they're going to come back for more money. And what are we going to say? No, we're switching everyone else to another single FI. It's sort of a guaranteed little tariff on the whole home care system. So.
Okay. I appreciate that. Incidentally, I just want to raise one point and one additional question. I think it was Ms. Berger, right? Berger, Ms. Berger. I know you spoke about authorizations. If I can just ask, how frequently are authorizations required today? Sort of a two-part question. And who determines the time frame within which? Is that in statute?
Yeah, it's actually a federal regulation and a state regulation that services have to be reauthorized every year. And the idea is that for home care, the entity that's authorizing it, whether it's the Department of Social Services or a managed care plan, has to be checking on their member and see, hey, any changes? Do we need to, are you better? Can we reduce your hours? Are you worse? Should we be increasing your hours? So it's really just making sure that they know what's happening with their members and getting a current sense. So that's what it's for. But, it becomes, all these people have chronic disabilities, right? They're not changing. It's not like...
Right, and that was kind of my question, because my dad, for example, had multiple sclerosis. We weren't a participant in the CPAP program. We kind of managed all that ourselves, but I knew that he wasn't getting better, right? If you have a chronic illness where your condition is only going to deteriorate, in a best case scenario, it stays the same.
Right.
Are these authorizations really necessary?
Right. Well, yeah. Well, we don't get to decide that because the feds say they are. So it does really just become more of a bureaucratic requirement. But that's where things get delayed, and that's where PPL is not paying, and the problem is that the state has to figure out a way to make sure there's no disruption of care, which there has been.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your presence here, and thank you for your expertise. All right, moving on to panel 6. We are almost there, folks. Reminds me of those budget hearings that last 25 hours. I love them. We will be joined by James McGregor, Director of Research for 1199 United Healthcare Workers East. I'm sorry to say that Elizabeth Polanco had to leave us. It's unfortunate. She is a CDPAP personal assistant, but we have her written testimony, which will be included for the record. We are also joined by Lolly, I hope I pronounced this correctly, Lolly Edinger, and Maggie Ornstein, all of which are CDPAP personal assistants. So thank you for that. Do we have James McGregor? Yes, we do. Lolly and Maggie Ornstein. So we do not have Senator Skoufis here, but if you could all please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And I guess we start from James and move our way that way.
Okay. Do I need to do anything to turn this on? No, it sounds like
No,
it's up and
they
running.
got it over there.
Okay.
I just did.
Oh, you just did? Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, no.
I waited.
We could do it a second time if you want.
Exactly. He was like, he does the right thing.
Okay. James McGregor, Director of Research for 1199 SEIU. First, I just want to thank you for holding this hearing today. Our local union, 1199 SEIU, has historically represented consumer-directed workers in New York. We currently represent over 80,000 consumer-directed workers in Massachusetts, and our international union, SEIU, represents over 650,000 consumer-directed workers in 9 other states. This experience, including a familiarity with transitioning to a single statewide FI, has allowed us to identify both challenges and best practices nationally. We made previous recommendations on the transition that included lengthening the implementation timeline, undertaking concerted outreach to both consumers and caregivers, and strengthening the roles of the Centers for Independent Living and other facilitators who have deep knowledge about the CDPAP landscape. The concerns that we raised proved accurate as the transition unfolded. The April 1st deadline was set by the budget legislation mandating the transition to a single statewide FI. The 5-month period from the awarding of the contract to transitioning hundreds of thousands of consumers was not realistically achievable, and did not allow for systems to be tested and scaled up. It would have been preferable to begin the transition with a smaller cohort of consumers, learning the issues that would be challenging for both consumers and PAs, and then expand into the larger CDPAP population. PPL was not fully prepared to respond and manage the scale or nuance of New York's CDPAP program. Many consumers were used to paper timesheets and intensive support from their old FIs. Some of the old FIs allowed timesheets to be submitted without consumer approval. The move to an online payroll system was challenging. New York is an incredibly diverse state, and PPL relied too heavily on translation services. Documents were often not available in all languages. And the fast timeline meant PPL had to rapidly build their staff infrastructure. When consumers reached call center staff, they were not always able to correctly address the problem or give consistent and accurate information. One tool that PPL should use more effectively is the deep institutional knowledge and cultural competencies of its facilitator partners. The authorizing legislation required the conversion of the SILs and some high-performing FIs into facilitators, but their use has been uneven. Community-based facilitators should be a core support for both consumers and workers. Their on-the-ground knowledge, language capacities, and specialization make them key partners. Both PPL and the state must ensure that there is a robust network of high-quality facilitators that are appropriately compensated for their work. On misinformation, which we've heard about earlier today, many sponsors of the hundreds of pre-existing fiscal intermediaries were also owners of licensed home care agencies. Many of those LICSAs helped drive the growth in the CDPAP program because it was financially beneficial to them. This process then happened in reverse when they were threatened with the loss of their FI business. In too many cases, this was without regard for which program best served a consumer's needs. There is also evidence of former FIs actively misinforming consumers, telling them that they had to switch to LICSA services to keep their PA. We strongly urge the state to audit the training and background check records of LICSAs. If a LICSA is found to have deliberately misinformed consumers or hired workers without going through the required training, they should be disqualified from providing Medicaid services. On wage and hour issues, workers have made numerous complaints that they have not been paid timely, correctly, or at all for hours worked. These problems are not entirely new. There were numerous instances of wage theft, illegal bans on overtime, and other pay problems with the former FIs. The state now has considerably more tools to hold a single statewide FI accountable for paying workers correctly and legally, and must do so through its contracting and oversight powers. PPL must pay workers promptly for actual hours worked, and any systemic underpayments must be immediately corrected. Workers must be able to get support from PPL or facilitators to quickly correct any pay issues they experience. On benefit standards, there were wide variations in the benefits offered by the previous FIs. Some former FIs did not acknowledge that they were joint employers subject to the Affordable Care Act and other employer requirements. The new single FI is required to do so. To meet its minimum obligations under the law, PPL chose to offer a bronze-level health insurance plan. These types of plans with high deductibles are not affordable for low-wage workers. Going forward, PPL must improve the health insurance offered to PAs to reduce barriers to access. To conclude, there are important issues that need to be addressed, but the transition to a single statewide FI is an opportunity for reform that benefits CDPAP consumers and workers. The hundreds of millions of dollars in administrative payments to 700 for-profit FIs, much of which went into the pockets of owners enriching themselves from the Medicaid program, should be reinvested in services for consumers and stable jobs for PAs. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank Senator Rivera and Senator Skoufis for holding this and the chance for... Can you hear me now? Oh, there we go. Okay. I want to thank you for having me speak today. My name's Lolly Edinger, and I'm a personal assistant through the Consumer Directed Personal Assistance Program, or CDPAP. In my testimony, I talk about the people that I have cared for. I am going to skip that in order to beat the clock. But I feel that that is really important to understand because the people are why I work in CDPAP and why this program exists. They're why I stand up and speak out and demand change. While I've been advocating for many years to bring respect and fair wages to home care workers, the recent disastrous move to PPL has been all-consuming. While we've had many helpful conversations with electeds, the ones with the power to make change refuse to meet with those who are actually affected by this transition. In fact, the next part is taken directly from an email that I sent to Pavan Nayu, hopefully I said his name correctly, that was a follow-up to a press conference that Hochul gave in Kingston where I respectfully listened. It was an important topic. I respectfully listened and then afterward tried to speak with her as she was greeting the audience. I was blocked out, and Mr. Nayu kept telling me, I got you, I hear you. When we hear that now, it's triggering. I just want you guys to know that, because we don't hear from people. I'm only going to read part of it, but my whole thing is in there. It is disheartening and infuriating to read comments like those by Sam Spicone, saying that those like me who want the system fixed are wanting to go back to waste, fraud, and abuse. We've asked for the return of the current facilitators to FIs, many of them being independent living centers. If the governor believes that these ILCs to be rife with fraud, then we have so many more issues with how the governor views the disabled of New York. By betraying the ILCs as greedy middlemen, consumers is unable to make choices and direct their own care, and home care workers as greedy, dishonest people who can't use the broken PPL applications. And by continuing to refuse to bring us to the table, the governor makes it clear to us that she has no regard for older adults, disabled individuals, or home care workers. I've never received a reply. In fact, that's been most of my experience, ignored or victim blamed. When PPL was first selected as the single fiscal intermediary, many of our concerns were voiced, and we were told it will be okay. But it has been even worse than we could imagine. My testimony is for myself and the coworkers for Zachary. He receives 24/7 care. He is a quadriplegic man in his 30s. We were able to get most of us on the PPL system by April 1st, but it was only because in my past life, this was a late in life career change, I worked as an HR manager and payroll for several years. I knew what was needed. The system was clumsy and not intuitive. In order to get things uploaded, I had to help most of the my coworkers, with their private information. I spent many hours at Zach's house unpaid, helping my coworkers get through the system, not because they're not smart people, as has been implied, but because the system sucks. There's no HR support on PPL's end. Despite being told repeatedly that nothing would change, we then received offer letters after the fact, although we've been asking since the beginning. And our offer letters were 75 cents less per hour than we had been making. A huge hit, especially for caring for a quadriplegic person in a hard-to-service area. We live in a rural area of Ulster County. The first month we were repeatedly told, I'm speaking slow here, we were repeatedly told that we were over authorization hours, which is ridiculous. He gets 24/7 care. We then started noticing we were being only paid in hour increments. The rounding in the PPL's clocks during clock in and clock out were adding up to more than 24 hours in a day. The 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. staff were regularly denied their pay for the first part of their shift due to what the system said were too many hours entered. Eventually, that seemed to get fixed, but getting the back pay took a lot of on-calls and re-explaining why their application was at fault and not us. At least one overnight employee has still not been paid fully for hours worked in April and is being told it's too long to get it fixed. She's looking into reporting that to the Department of Labor. I've got a lot more, but I'll just say the couple of blurbs. Okay. Paid hours. We figured out why we were only being paid in hours. Zach's authorization is reimbursed in hour increments. This was never a problem with our ILC. They paid us what we worked, and they did the math and got reimbursed. PPL seems to find this too difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators Rivera. Is this okay? Senators Rivera and Skoufis for holding this hearing and for your ongoing support. I'm Maggie Ornstein, a PA for my mom, who nearly 30 years ago suffered a near-fatal brain hemorrhage. She was in a nursing home for 5 years and has been home with me for 24 years. Before CDPAP, I was one of New York's millions of unpaid friend and family caregivers, contributing $40 billion. It's an important number. Unpaid friend and family caregivers contribute $40 billion worth of unpaid care to New York State every year. I'm also a public health geographer and long-term care researcher, so I have extensive experience working with systems and managing my mom's care. Prior to CDPAP, I was on call for the equivalent of 3 full-time jobs, 128 hours of care every week, all unpaid, unsupported in any way. I like that look on your face. Staggering, yeah. The only program in the state, CDPAP is the only program in the state that helps older and disabled adults and otherwise unpaid friend and family caregivers, and it should be supported and expanded and not decimated the way that it has been. 3 years ago, my mom was diagnosed with cancer, and I became really afraid that I would have to give up my part-time paid employment to care for her more than I had been, with increasing care needs because of now aging not only with a brain injury, but also with cancer. And so we started looking into the CDPAP program. We had choice in agencies. I learned that we could go with an agency that either paid roughly $1 more an hour or that offered benefits. None of the 4 PAs who were going to be working with my mom needed health insurance, so we went with an agency that offered a little bit more money. That was amazing to have that choice, and it was very valuable for us. We know that when private equity is involved in the provision of health care from hospital to nursing home to hospice, that care provided is worse. PPL has now given us further evidence of this truth. Watching them sit here and lie today, and the commissioner lie, triggering was used earlier. It's really the neglect that I feel for myself as a worker and my mom is just really beyond words. So my written testimony, I shared themes of the problems that we've had. I kind of put them in buckets. Problems with communication, lack of information, and contact with PPL, both during registration and ongoing, checking in and out, technology problems, unpaid and stolen wages, really stolen. And unpaid labor, in addition to not being paid, we're also doing PPL's job. So consumers and DRs and PAs, Department of Health staff, you've heard all of this, you know this, elected officials staff, the untold number of hours that we are putting into this process so that it doesn't implode is really unreasonable, unmanageable, and absurd when they have been given the money that they have been given to do this work. Wage parity and health insurance, forced health insurance, all impact us, and I can answer questions and speak in depth about any of those if you would like. But I'm going to just give you an example of communication with PPL. 2 Saturdays ago, I spent about 5 hours. So between waiting for calls back, calling PPL, speaking with people on the phone, it was actually miraculous that I got a call back on the same day. That rarely happens. So the 2.3 minute wait time, I don't know where they get that number unless they kick people off. Yeah, usually it's a 15-minute wait and then they say, we'll call you back, right? An automatic, we'll call you back. When I was preparing this, I thought I probably have called about 4 times for these 5 issues. I have called 9 times since the beginning of June, and as of today, they are still not fixed. So they are problems with PPL. So this message of if you just fill out the timesheet, you will be paid on Thursday is complete BS. I have a PhD. I know how to fill out a timesheet. All of our timesheets are correct, and we still have problems. I was paid for an 18-hour shift that should have been 6 because PPL put in PM instead of AM for one of my timesheets that I submitted. Paid for not enough hours, not paid for a shift one day, not paid for a shift a week later, another PA being paid for my shift. When I was on the phone with this woman on Saturday, I spoke to her for half an hour, got disconnected, she didn't call me back. I had to call the hotline back and get a call back, and then eventually they couldn't find the timesheet despite me telling them it was sent at 7/26 at 11:16 p.m. from this email address. They still couldn't find it, and then they said, oh, that department doesn't work today. I'm going to end. I will stop with the details. Please ask me questions. Having my mother, who I love more than anything, and who I've spent my entire adult life protecting from things like this, to have her look at me when I'm frustrated and say, maybe I'll die soon. is the worst thing you can imagine. This was preventable, and it doesn't have to be this way. And I ask you to please fix it. I brought my PPL notebook, which I will explain to you if you would like. I have a spreadsheet, this notebook, and a 50-page Word doc. Yeah.
Thank you all for being here, and thank you for sharing your experiences with us. And I'll take my time first, and I'll start you off right there. Tell us a little bit about the book that you brought with you. What are we looking at here?
So it's so complicated and confusing keeping track of their problems that we have all these different, I have a spreadsheet that has details of all the 4 PAs. These are mine, right? So I don't know if you can see. So these are the weekly hours that I have worked.
Yeah.
Can you see red? Can you see red ink?
I can see red, yeah.
The red ink are the problems. And so
The red ink are the problems.
Are the problems. So
There seems to be a problem in every...
there is not one week
Okay.
that there is not a problem.
Describe a usual problem. Like, what would you say a problem? What do you mean?
So I've never been paid spread of hours, so I'm supposed to get an hour for spread of hours. That has never happened. So from the beginning.
And I'm gonna interrupt plenty just because I want to be able to,
Yeah.
to drill down. So I apologize ahead of time. You've communicated with them and they've said that they're going to fix that?
No, I actually haven't spoken to them about that issue, but it's something
okay.
they're supposed to do.
Then go to another one that you have spoken to them about.
So I was paid for an 18-hour shift. I worked 6 hours. I submitted a timesheet for 6 hours.
And you got paid
PPL's
18.
data entry, instead of putting 6 p.m., they put 6 a.m. So my mother's service authorization was docked for 18 hours. I was paid too much.
Okay.
And they have not fixed that.
And because you not only the problem is not really that you got paid too much, it's that there's 18 hours, meaning 12 hours less.
Right, and it impacts other PA's shifts because they say that there's overlap, but this was their mistake, right? Another more unbelievable, so I got a supervisor to call back 2 weeks after my last call.
Yeah.
And she said, how about for
This
the
is
6
supervisor
hour
from PPL.
PPL supervisor.
Yeah.
So I wasn't paid for one of my shifts. Another PA was paid for my shift. And she said, let's just apply we'll apply you to Wednesday instead of Thursday, and we'll just say you worked then.
Okay.
Now, if
so-
anybody looked at this,
Right, I was about to
Yeah.
ask, when you have to basically, it's basically a legal attestation. If you're saying an official document, I worked a certain day, I need to get paid for this day because I got worked that certain day. And then they were suggesting to you that you claim that you worked another day, which you didn't.
she said, I'll input you for Wednesday instead. And I said, well, that's,
So the supervisor from PPL suggested fraudulently to put you on a day that you weren't even working.
yes.
How helpful? How
We didn't
helpful?
do that because she said, oh, that would interfere with another PA shift. I said, yes.
Got you. And then you would have to involve everybody in the, let's
Yes.
not call it conspiracy. Moving on. Okay. So you say, so I just say, this is what the one that you showed me is each one of those blocks is like a week.
So this is my shifts. And so what I do is I check off when I've been paid.
Okay.
Because they also, it's very confusing. One PA doesn't get paper, the timesheet, her pay statements don't get mailed to her. So
Right.
we literally get them, we sit down together.
So 1 second. So I see that you have another set of documents in the front there. No, in the front. These right here. These are pay stubs.
These are pay stubs.
And these are and you heard there was a conversation earlier that we had with the consumer, who told us that in her case, personal assistants, some of them were without their consent. There was a box checked in wherever it is in some electronic form
Yes.
that said that they would no longer be receiving them. And at some point, we're told these were no longer an option, and yet they are these
Real.
are they?
Yes.
They're not holographic. No, they're actually real.
I did not print them this morning.
Yeah, but so you have them, and therefore in this case you were always able to kind of check in and so. So yeah, tell us about these.
So when I get them, we all sit together. We say, are they all correct? We compare to when we worked, if we got
And
paid.
are these your pay stubs?
These
or
are
are these
mine.
like pay stubs? But all the other, you said there's obviously other
3
care
out of the
providers.
4 receive them, 1 does not.
Because they chose not to?
No, she didn't choose not to.
But
She doesn't get them. And we can't download them from the portal. Usually, as an employee, you can go to the portal and download
Yes.
a pay statement. We can't do that.
Okay, so
And
it-
things appear and disappear. PPL adds things and takes things away.
Okay.
That you just have to kind of realize that they're missing or changed.
You said I should probably refer to you as Dr. Ornstein,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Because you have a PhD.
I do.
That means you have to like read a lot, write a lot.
Yep.
and- So therefore, you're familiar with paperwork and filling out things and everything.
Very well versed.
Okay, and even in this instance, your transition period. Let's just talk about that really quickly. The transition period for both. In this case, you're not only a worker. In this case, you're also obviously the child of the person who's being taken care of. So you obviously have a bonus here of interest in making sure the transition happens correctly. Was that the descriptions that you've heard here from individuals kind of vibe with your experience as well?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
We didn't get a letter from Department of Health that this transition was happening until mid-February.
Until mid-February.
Yeah.
So you had.
I
you've met-
knew because I'm a part of Caring Majority, and we were talking about it.
Gotcha. But if you didn't, Miss
Edinger.
Edinger. So was it? How about your experience as far as the transition is concerned? Was it similar to you for you?
Oh yeah, I mean, I was helping out. I have 8 other coworkers that work with me. Some of them are fill-ins, but all total, it was that amount.
For one
person. Yeah, he has 24/7 care. So it's, a lot of us work two 12-hour shifts a week. Some work 3, and then we have people that fill
So
in.
you were here in the morning, or
Yes.
did you hear
Yes,
the commissioner?
yes, I heard
So,
it all.
I don't know if you heard the conversation. The question that I asked him, whether it was a reasonable assumption to say that if you have identified 250,000 individuals that are consumers, that you would at least have 250,000, and he said that he didn't believe that that was a reasonable assumption.
It blew my mind because most of the people that I know there's plenty of people that have, a handful of hours,
Yeah.
but there's plenty of people who have 24/7 care, and I think a lot of the issues have been with those people.
And if you average out, but certainly there's probably a lot of folks who have only one caretaker, but
Yeah.
you average it out with the individuals like in your situation.
Yeah,
like
it's gonna-
6
gonna
or
be
8.
much higher.
It's going to be much higher than that. Okay, but yeah, tell us. Yeah, you were telling us about the challenges of the
Well,
transition.
I wanted to first talk about Maggie's spreadsheet and her
Yeah.
paperwork
'Cause you have your own
because I
version of
used to do. Well, I started that. I did not have the tenacity that Maggie had. I got
So you
within
just
the
gave up on
first
it?
month, I couldn't follow it, and we weren't getting the paper sheets.
Yeah.
And so with 8 other people.
Yeah.
I work 2 12-hour shifts a week, but Zach is also my neighbor, so I'm over there a lot, checking in with people, see what's going on. I was spending most of my time there on his computer trying to update our spreadsheet. I couldn't do that, and it became such a hassle that it almost became where you're so overwhelmed you just give up.
So tell me about the situation that existed before. So before the transition, was it comparable? Like what was the differences as it relates to that particular issue, like keeping track of these spreadsheets?
Oh, that was no problem. We still do the same as we did in the past. We have our own paper book where people write their times in and out.
Right.
If there was a time recording issue, maybe their telephony system, we used EVV, so I don't know why this is like them saying, oh, this wasn't being done. If there was an issue, I picked up the phone immediately, almost always got someone online and said, hey, look, this is what it's telling me. This is the error code.
And you would call.
I would call
the
my
fiscal
FI.
intermediary.
Yes.
Okay.
And, it would be, she'd be able to look at it and she'd be able to say, okay, I see what's going on. Here's how we correct it. Now you put the time in, you're not even sure if it's going to look the same when you come back to it. And as you alluded to.
And you're not sure whether on a future call to figure out one of the problems, you're going to be in.
They're going to say that's not what we're seeing.
Fraudulently
Exactly, and I worry about that. I'm like,
Yeah.
we have a paper thing, so I can show we've been recording when we're in and out, but I don't know what's on their end anymore because things keep changing.
Gotcha.
And that's important because I talked about the authorizations. I'm only getting paid in hour increments. And it took us forever to figure out why our overnight people weren't getting paid the first half of their shift, up until from their 8 p.m. to midnight.
Yeah.
It finally occurred to us that it kept saying that they were over hours. It's 24/7. How do you go over hours? And it's because they were rounding and only paying us in hour increments. So
And how
if
did you
I
had to figure that out?
I had to figure it out. I've had to figure most of this stuff out.
And so when you did,
Mm-hmm.
and you were just wondering like, why is it that we're not getting paid, but we're supposed to get paid? You then, I figured, picked up the phone and reached out to PPL.
Yeah.
And then what did they give you? Whoopsies! What happened?
No. They said, well, all of a sudden they're like, oh, we're not sure why that's happening.
Uh-huh.
Couple weeks later, all of a sudden they're getting paid for that, but they're getting paid from 8 p.m. to midnight.
Yeah.
And then from midnight to 8 a.m. So someone was listening when we said, you obviously don't know how to deal with overnight shifts. But that leads into the spread of hours.
Yeah.
And I don't know if your hours are overnight, but what we have noticed is that none of our overnight people get spread of pay. And one of our women who works the overnight called them twice. First, she was told, well, it's our policy because it goes between 2 calendar days that we don't pay it. They then called again and said, and she was told, no, it's Department of Health who says we don't pay it. I worked in HR. I know New York State labor law. It's within a 24-hour period. Calendar days don't matter. So if you're working that 12-hour shift, then yes, you are eligible for it. But they can't. And having worked in HR, it's always been something where you have to have the hands-on for some of this stuff, especially for spread of pay. Because if it's not a clear thing within a calendar hour, trying to do something extremely online where you don't have an actual person going through it,
Right.
it doesn't always get picked up.
So I would hope that if someone from PPL is not watching, if there's somebody from PPL in the room, please be making notes about all this stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
I do want to say, though,
Yes, ma'am.
I can work 11 hours and 25 minutes. I get paid 11 hours. If I work 11 hours and 35 minutes, I get paid 12 hours. I do not get paid what I actually work. And once we discovered that, I went back to my offer letter and found that it says I'm making $18.10, just less than what I was making. And then it said, and you will be paid hourly. Now, I didn't catch that because that was never a thing before.
Yeah.
And that's been very frustrating for a lot of us working.
Well, I thank you for continuing to push through to make sure that you take care of the folks that you're taking care of, and please know that it's incredibly important to have you here and to listen to all of this, and that we're not only are we listening, but we're gonna damn sure do something about it.
Appreciate
Thank you for your time. Yep. Yeah, Senator Skoufis.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you in particular for your work that you do each day, taking care of people here in the state. My question is for Mr. McGregor. Thank you for your testimony as well. A lot of what we've heard today over the past many hours, in my mind, is a case study that underscores exactly why we need unions to deal with many of the problems that we've heard over and over again today and for the past many months. I'm wondering if you are in a position to share what the status of what I think a lot of people expect will be an organizing effort within PPL to unionize the workforce.
Okay, that's outside of my kind of bailiwick as research director. We have an organizing team that is talking to home care workers in New York State. We, before the transition, represented CDPAP workers at various fiscal intermediaries. And, we're a union. We don't make any, we're proud to be here to try and advocate for workers, try and help workers advocate for themselves. So, not shy about wanting to help workers organize. But that's kind of the limit of my
understood.
my knowledge.
One perhaps research-oriented question I will ask: in other states that have a single statewide FI, are any of them not-for-profit?
Yes, some are. I think in Washington State, they have a not-for-profit company in their kind of similar consumer-directed program. And I think the company in Massachusetts is a nonprofit as well, but I'm not sure about other states. It's just
Okay.
kind of off the top of my head.
And do you have a super top line take as to what, if any, benefits there may be by employing a not-for-profit model to be the sole FI in a state?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like one thing that we did at the kind of outset of learning that the state was going to go in this direction was kind of talk to folks in other states, kind of survey what the experiences had been, what some best practices would be in doing a transition. Doing a longer transition was certainly one of those. Doing some kind of phased-in transition was one of those. And we did advocate for those at the outset of kind of figuring out what this was all going to look like. We've definitely been critical for a long time of all of the for-profit, or many of the for-profit players in the fiscal intermediary landscape and in the LICSA world in New York State. I don't know that there's that I can pinpoint like a particular this is the thing, other than for-profit companies generally exist to make a profit, and making a profit is not necessarily the thing that we care about in the CDPAP program or in any program where we're trying to deliver people
But specifically in Washington and Massachusetts, do you find that there's a better delivery of care? Do you find that workplace conditions are improved?
I don't know that there's anything that's specific to the nonprofit piece of that. Everywhere that there's been a
Okay.
transition, there's been some rockiness to that transition, which we hoped to learn from. We certainly, as a union, endeavor to keep people accountable, keep companies accountable, whether they're for-profit or nonprofit. Of
course. Great. Thank you.
Thank you all for being part of this hearing today. All right, we've got a couple more panels. Panel number 7, we will be joined by Brian O'Malley, Executive Director of Consumer Directed Action of New York, Arthur J. Bird, Chief Financial Officer for Gerling Healthcare of New York, hope I got that correct, and Julia Hagman, Chief Operating Officer of Caring Professionals Incorporated. Oh. So Brian, Arthur, Julian. Okay. Senator Skoufis.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Welcome. Thanks for being here. If you can please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All righty, starting with Brian, working this way. No, just talk. He's
Just
got it
talk.
over there.
Okay. I should have heard this throughout the day.
Yeah.
All right. Good evening. I want to thank you for inviting me to be here today and for still being here and engaged. Brian O'Malley with Consumer Directed Action of New York. We work to advocate on behalf of the consumer-directed program overall, the FIs that administer it, the consumers that use it, the workers that work within it, those PAs. You have my written testimony. I'm going to use this opportunity to respond to much of what was said by PPL and DOH, while also just attaching my support to the comments of many of my colleagues here today. You've heard from plenty of others about the disaster that this transition has been, and you'll probably still hear from more. I'm not going to add much to those stories that the first-hand accounts didn't convey. What I can add is more context, because after listening to the commissioner and the government relations representative from PPL, I apparently know more about and have more information on what's going on with this transition than either of them. I'm going to begin by speaking to the RFP. DOH noted repeatedly that there were only 4 qualified bidders. There were some entities that were disqualified for reasons that should not have disqualified them. There were at least 2 companies that operate as single statewide FIs in other states who were disqualified and told that they did not submit a required attachment when they had signed, date-stamped versions of that attachment that they provided to me in a PDF format. And they were told, you can't appeal this because we not withstood it from the state finance law, so we're not subject to appeal. So yes, it's real easy if you falsely disqualify people to limit the number of people who are in fact qualified, so quote unquote, for that RFP. There were overall at least 3 of these companies that I heard from. Then some who would be qualified didn't submit a bid because the rules imposed by the department made the prospect of bidding untenable. One entity chose not to bid because they didn't feel they would be able to make payroll. They weren't privy to the fact that in an unprecedented move, DOH was going to force managed care plans to prepay for service usage. They also had no idea that the requirements that payments from managed care plans be used solely for direct care costs would be ignored. But there's no other way to account for the fact that the payments PPL is receiving are more than at most, if not all, of the FIs previously had received. And that really brings me to my next point, because we heard repeatedly that this switch was necessary to maintain sustainability. Commissioner noted the state's set to receive $500 million in savings through administrative expenses that are exclusively and uncontroversially lower. But when we look at the higher costs from MLTCs, the calculations become more controversial. And based on my conversations with FIs, as well as conversations with plans and others, PPL's billing on average $1.50 an hour more in New York City, Nassau, Suffolk, and Westchester, and on average $2.50 an hour more throughout the rest of the state. When we look at all of the hours through the state, I do have those with me. I can give them to you on questions. It's $534.7 million more that this is costing in reimbursed insurance costs to the state of New York. That doesn't count the added costs to the LICSAs, because on January 1st, 2024, DOH did a webinar that outlined the differences between costs for minimum wage for CDPAP versus LICSAs. That cost was $10.87 an hour in the rest of state area and $3.34 an hour in the New York City wage parity region. That is $550 million. Those two expenses right there are over $1 billion in new costs that this transition has come to. And finally, I need to address the lack of fraud and compliance. And I want to there's so much here I could do, but for time, I want to focus on EVV. Commissioner and PPL said previous FIs were not using EVV. They also said PAs were not getting paid because they were not used to completing timesheets. Which is it? They have to know how many hours PAs are working. Somehow, they're either doing timesheets or EVV. Has to be one or the other. Their own testimony discredits their own testimony. And I will say, just sorry, I'm out of time. One thing to note, while Lolly and Maggie noted they're getting paid hourly, the best of my knowledge, PPL is billing in 15-minute increments. So when Lolly doesn't get paid for 25 minutes, PPL does.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to follow up with you on that last point. But Arthur J. Bird.
How are you? Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Art Bird. I'm the CFO, Chief Administrative Officer for HCS Sterling. I've been with the company for almost 3 years. Governor Cuomo established the Medicaid redesign team in 2011, and it launched a crucial effort to realign healthcare spending while improving outcomes for all New Yorkers. By tying compensation to patient outcomes, the MRT's initiatives aimed to elevate care and quality while rewarding the providers who committed to delivering it. During my time as CFO of Emblem Health at that time, I had direct exposure because Frank Branchini, our CEO, was one of the founding members of that committee. We learned firsthand and had insights into the group's concept of that Medicaid redesign team and basically building a more efficient, outcome-driven system. Those MRT initiatives were forward-thinking, like the Diabetes Prevention Program, the EVV, which has been mentioned a number of times today, as well as expanding home and community-based services. These efforts helped to set a foundation for high-valued, patient-centered care. Speaking on behalf of 3 large certified home health agencies today, we serve 60,000 patients annually across the lower 8 counties in New York, and we take our responsibility very seriously. We view ourselves as thought partners to the state, and we're aligned in our mission to provide cost-effective, high-quality, compliant, and compassionate care. The current structure of home care programs isn't delivering on its commitment. Accountability measures haven't kept pace, and the transition to a single FI model in the CDPAP has introduced new risks. We know that many patients want and need care outside of the institutional setting. Home care-based care leads to faster recovery, greater comfort, and significantly lower costs, directly supporting the state's budget. Delivering that care has become more difficult. Workforce shortages in nursing and therapy have forced us to rely on LPNs, PTAs, OTAs. Self-directed care has been a critical tool in meeting the demands, especially for lower acuity patients. As the DOH outlines, CDPAP was designed to empower individuals to manage their care with greater flexibility. 2 major breakdowns occurred. First, financial oversight was offloaded to payers. And secondly, the compliance enforcement of over 500 FIs was lacking. Putting payers in the middle may have eased the administrative burden of the state, but it also enabled the payers to divert 10 to 15% of plan dollars toward their own operating expenses and their own profits, which should be for patient care. And I know I'm a little bit of a unicorn here. I know a little bit about this. I spent the first 20 years of my career at both Emblem Health as well as Fidelis Care. So there aren't many people that cross the stream. I'm one of them. And so I've spent more than 20 years on the payer side and the last decade on the provider side. And as you can tell, I like the provider side better. The solution promulgated in the 2024 budget was an aggressive overreaction, forcing 300,000 caregivers and recipients to transition to a single FI. New York CDPAP program is the largest program of its kind. Given the inherent complexities of the diverse population speaking many languages and cultural backgrounds, a more measured approach was warranted. Regrettably, we have been seeing the implications of a single provider through countless service failures, gaps in care, and resignation of executives along the way. Fast forward now to 2025 and the passing of the OBBBA means the state of New York, we will most likely have a reduction in federal funds, which will put significant pressure on New York and the balancing of a budget. We know that diverting healthcare resources away from the costly inpatient, ED, nursing home setting to a more cost-efficient setting like home care across all of the spectrums of home care, the CHAS, the LICSs, CDPAP, could be a significant opportunity for the state of New York and better patient outcomes. The state should reassert oversight of the program and set robust, enforceable standards for caregivers and FIs. Success would be measurable, and funding should follow performance. It should include multiple providers, putting the power back in the hands of the consumer where it belongs. The vision is consistent with Senate Bill 1189 and Assembly Bill 2735, both of which would repeal the single FI model and replace it with licensure framework rooted in transparency, accountability, and outcomes. Done right, CDPAP can remain the cornerstone of patient care in New York, but only if we hold all partners to the same high standard. Thank you for the time today.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd.
You time now?
I time myself.
Hi, how are you? My name is Julian Hagman. I'm Chief Operating Officer of Caring Professionals. I want to thank you guys all for your time today, for putting this committee together to listen and hear the feedback and gather information to gather what your next steps will be in this process. Our asks for this meeting are pretty simple. I've been asking for one for the past decade that I've been in home care, which is transparency. There needs to be transparency into this RFP process, among other things that in home care. But let's just stick to the RFP process for now before we, delve into bigger pools. To that, there need to be change to the entire CDPAP program. Your bill 1189 to repeal the single FI needs to be pushed forward. We need a licensure process, something that I have been coming to Albany for the past decade. And I know you know because I've been going to your office, and I know Amy Paulin knows because I've been going to her office, right? That the current infrastructure works. And the excuses that the governor keeps giving about these bad actors is complete and utter nonsense. We've asked her, show me the proof. Show me the proof of these bad actors. I am very involved in advocacy and organizations that look over the CDPAP community. I know the providers. I know the provider networks. We had to sit here today and listen to the commissioner say, oh, we just needed data. I met with the governor's office prior to the 2024-2025 executive budget. I met with the Council for Health for the governor. And she said, we want to achieve economies of scale and because it'll be easier to get the data. I said, hey, I have an idea. I know the president of the largest data provider in New York State. I could call him, and I bet you can get the data you want. And I know the other provider also. I said, we know these people. If the data is what you're looking for, I'll get you the data. She didn't like that answer. And I went with the economies of scale approach. I said, does economies of scale really work in home care? I said, let me explain it to you. What you are doing here is ripping the local service providers out from these neighborhoods in New York. I said to her, do you understand what Queens looks like? Do you understand what Brooklyn looks like? Do you understand what boroughs look like in New York State? And do you understand that these local service providers are the first line of defense into getting into higher acuity care, which is more expensive for the taxpayer? She also didn't like that answer. I brought up the fact, because we talked about the conflict of Elixa, right? I brought up the fact, well, Elixas, as you also know, have been going to Albany for the past decade, saying, hey, there's a workforce shortage. There's a baby boomer generation that's going to be aging into home care. We have a serious, serious problem. But no, now, because of Elixa, I shouldn't be able to provide fiscal intermediary services, even though they could work off of each other. When a family member gets sick and can't go care for that consumer, they could call me, and I can send a personal care assistant into the home to make sure the consumer is receiving the care they need in the home, in the community. Blows my mind. And then we hear from PPL. Well, they've been in New York State, for working in the TBI program. Isn't that a conflict right there? All right, I can't own Elixa, but you guys can be working in a TBI program that services home care? Like, is anyone else picking up on this stuff? Or am I the only one going crazy here? Because it's absolutely nuts. I also want you guys to get a list. However HIPAA protected it is, you can make it unique identifiers for everybody, whatever, of the people enrolled in CDPAP prior to January 1st, because that's when their rollout plan really started, right? Started January. They were then to handle the upstate areas, right? And then February, we'll handle mid-state and mid-Hudson Valleys. And then March, we'll handle New York City. Right? Smart. Sorry, my lawyers are going to be mad at me because I'm not reading from anything I wrote. No, I wrote. They might have tweaked. But when the 2020, why are we leaving the livelihood for 280,000 consumers, plus their PAs, plus their family? Because remind you, right, this is more than just an individual factor. Why is it that there was no impact study done? There was no studies done on what the actual effect of their decisions are going to be. Right? It's crazy. It's crazy to me. $9 billion a year in a program and no impact study? I mean, it's like doing a book report, not reading the book, not reading the cliff notes, right? And expecting the best result. She had no idea what she was doing, and yet we're giving them the power to control the people in New York's future.
Thank you, Mr. Hackman. I wouldn't have thought that you would have had that much energy at this point of down. It's like
I have a lot more.
No, I'm telling you, it's like we're in the same page. Senator Skoufis.
Thanks very much, gentlemen, for your testimony, for being here. I don't think anyone would argue I was light on PPL or the Department of Health, the commissioner earlier today. But I try and be fair, and so I'm going to ask you some tough questions. And I want to start with, do you think there were too many FIs before this consolidation?
I'll take that. Yes, I do think there was too many FIs, and
So as now former FIs, legacy FIs, whatever you want to call them, how many do you think there should have been? What does right sizing look like in your mind?
I think for the state of New York should have conducted a study and brought that number to us by going into each neighborhood to make sure there was nobody left behind and everybody was being serviced.
You don't have a sense, though, like from 600 to 700, it should have been half of that, 100, 50, 10.
Yeah, sure. I mean, but you got to say over 300. I mean, you got to say maybe 500, 600. For LICSAs, there's over 1,000 LICSAs in New York State, okay? And, those are licensed entities, right, that service the home care population.
So you still
similar
think there
to
should have been
CDPAP.
400 or 500 plus?
100%.
Yeah. Okay.
100%.
Rest of you?
Yeah, I'm probably not in the same camp, exact camp. I do believe that there should be a study done to better understand, making sure that there are not pockets of the state that are, abandoned. The number's probably larger than 50, less than 300. If I had to put, a range around it, that's a big range. But, I'd say larger than 50, less than 300, because at some point it does get unwieldy to try to manage 600 FIs.
Mm-hmm.
I will say from my perspective, I don't know if I can sit here and give you a number. I can tell you that, as someone else noted, there was an RFO process immediately before this. They had 68. Literally all they had to do was hand out the contracts. That was ready to go, boots ready. Before that, in 2013, when they made the move to MLTCs, Sedany, what became Sedany, was in DOH saying, you need to create a licensure certification process. The counties were your gatekeeper. You're losing them. You need to do something or the gates are going to go open. DOH wanted the gates to go open because if you have two FIs in New York City and the plans in New York City had to contract with two FIs, well, what is PPL doing now? They're dictating the rate. Those two FIs would have dictated the rate. They wanted to create a scenario where someone would always take the rate and they could get to the lowest common denominator. We went back in 2015. There was a bill that passed both houses unanimously. It was vetoed. It was passed again in 2017. It was repealed in 2019 for the RFO. The only reason there weren't standards and a lack and more transparency and more gatekeeping by DOH is DOH and two different administrations.
Okay. I appreciate your answers. I think the very large majority of people, including stakeholders, would disagree that there should still be 500 plus FIs, but I appreciate that's your opinion. Were administrative costs too high in the former system?
Absolutely not. No. Absolutely not.
Not at all.
Not at all?
Not at all.
Okay.
No, we maintained, we had 5,000 patients, CDPAP patients. So we have three CHAs, two LICSAs, and we had a CDPAP business. We have a CDPAP business, except we had 5,000 patients at the end of last year, and our SG&A margin was minimal. I heard earlier.
And do you think
today.
there's a conflict? I mean, it's been raised a couple of times, and you raised the point, sir, before about TBI and CDPAP with PPL, but isn't there an inherent conflict owning both an FI and a LICSA?
Let me put it to you this
I
way.
think
So both programs fall under home and community-based services, correct? HCBS. So when one service, whether it's PCA, traditional home care, that aide is sick, right? People get sick, right? And they have a family member that could take care of them. But in order for that family member to take care of them, they may not need to go to work. And so there's an alternative for that person to be paid, or vice versa, right? You tell me, what's better, having a cohesive system to ensure that people receive the care, or segregating the systems and in the silos to ensure people can't get cross care to which they should and do deserve?
I think it goes back to the patient care. It does not trigger a particular conflict at all. It's thinking about the delivery of care.
Do you think it opens up the possibility for abuse by bad actors?
By bad actors, yes, but that's why we need an appropriate compliance structure in place to monitor that. But if you do it right, and I feel like we do it right, you are creating a system where it's a laddered approach. It's that CDPAP lower acuity patient having somewhere to turn to Elixir for higher acuity patients, and then even further still, working with the child. We work together, right? We work together in the community, and we make sure that we can provide the service to the Elixir patients when his patients may need more services, his Elixir patients may need more services from an RN or a therapist. We have those RNs and therapists. And so it should come to the patient making that decision, and whatever's best for the patient. And I believe that laddered approach, because ultimately the next stop is the ED, and we're trying to reduce that.
And so if I could, I think the ED is where I wanted to actually go with that question, right? Like, I'm in Albany. I live in Albany. Albany Medical Center has a hospital. They have, I think, a nursing home. They have any number of specialty group outpatient centers. They have a bone and joint center, as far as I'm aware. They have any number of different primary care affiliate doctors. Is that a conflict of interest for all of those things to exist under the umbrella of Albany Medical Center or Montefiore, or pick your major
I think
health
there are a lot of
system?
problems with the proliferation of massive hospital
But we're
healthcare
only looking to
systems,
address,
but
we're only
that's another
calling it
story.
a conflict of interest in the world of CDPAP and Lixus, right? If we want to address it system-wide, we can say you can own a hospital, and that's it. You can own an outpatient center, and that's it. You can be a primary care doc, and that's it. It may be better, it may be worse. I frankly don't know enough to know. But we're not. We're only looking at it here, and we're saying this is not a problem anywhere else in the healthcare system, just here.
Okay, I want to move on. Mr. O'Malley, I know you're participating today as executive director of CDANY. I do want to, though, because it's come up many times, depending on who you ask, either an information campaign or a misinformation campaign, if you're to believe the Department of Health and PPL. You, I believe, were, or are, I don't know if it's still in place, executive director for a group called the Alliance, what is
The
it
Alliance
here?
to Protect Home Care.
Alliance to Protect Home Care,
Yep.
right. Can you give me a sense of the nature of this group? Obviously, earlier in the spring, I and lots of people, when we got home, there was often a mailer in the mailbox for a while. I probably got, if I had to guess, a dozen or so of these mailers. I'm a legislator. I'm certainly not a consumer within the program. I'm not a caregiver, so I assume these went far and wide, not just to a more narrow set of residents. And I'm trying to understand two things. One, really what the mission of this group and the campaign was, and also what the impact, if any, the campaign had on some of the issues leading up to the deadline in April, people enrolling with PPL. And so I guess first, can you give at least some broad strokes who is involved? I'm guessing that legacy or former FIs were involved in this campaign and in this effort. Can you give me a sense of who was involved, the scale of the funding that was behind this effort, and when you sat down with who was involved and you were deciding what you were figuring out what you were going to do, what was the end goal? Was the end goal to tar and feather the governor? Was the end goal to lift up a potential primary opponent to the governor? Was the end goal to try and get a bill passed? Was the end goal to try and scare consumers into not enrolling with PPL and muddy the transition? What was the mission with this effort? And talk to me about what the effort looked like.
I think that the mission for the effort was to undo the state's move to a single FI, undo what became the state's move to PPL, and protect the consumer-directed model of home care. As we moved forward, that was...
This was a year after we enacted the consolidation, obviously, or roughly a year after. And
We
so,
be-
how realistic do you think it was that we were going to undo, in the midst of a transition, this thing that was passed
So our
a year ago?
Our efforts began in June. We started our organizing the group in June, came together in July, and we actually, some of the first.
And is it legacy
advertisements-
FIs? You're talking we. Who's we?
Many of the legacy FIs. Julian is actually the president of the board, and it was the legacy FIs. It was other allies, others who were in that space either as EVV vendors or some of the insurance companies, some other people in the space who had an interest in the program. There's
around $2.5 million in expenditures sound right to you over the course of 24 to 25?
Honestly, I don't have that number right now, but I will get that to your office early next week.
Okay.
I would have to go look in my bank account and just see the expenditures that went in and out.
I think that was in the lobbying file. But feel free to send along any other numbers.
The governor was right on top of my lobby reports every single time they got filed. So
I didn't speak to the governor about this or any of our people. This is from me. But
I
yes.
have no doubt. I've known you long enough to know. So yeah, I think we started running informational advertisements in probably, I want to say, September of 24, and it was information. It was, this is what's going on. This is what the governor wants to do. It was not a thing to.
Yeah. Sorry,
it
I'm
was
gonna
not meant to, lift up any one person or tar and feather the governor overall.
I had a whole bunch of Richie Torres mailers in my mailbox from your group. Why was that?
Richie Torres spoke up. We also.
No one in Orange County knows who Richie Torres is, where I represent.
He is a Democrat. He spoke up. He is, we were.
So did Senator Rivera. How come he wasn't on any of these mailers? Why was it Richie Torres?
I think, I don't know if he was on the mailer or not. I got in trouble when I started putting state officials on mailers. Recalling the exact conversations about who was on the mailers and why, I know we were looking to highlight comments people were making. And when a Democratic congressman is saying something doesn't smell right with this contract and is asking the federal office of the inspector general to look into the contracting process, that seemed worthwhile to let people know.
So the prospect of him primarying the governor was coincidental. Had
Yes.
nothing to do with featuring him on the mail.
He was an ally. We were lifting up allies.
Okay.
I have.
So more importantly, I referenced it before. I'm very interested, and I don't know that we'll ever really know the true impact, but I'm interested if we can get a sense of what the impact was on whether this campaign created hesitation among some to enroll with PPL. And so, I've got another mailer here that, and I'm just quoting from it, trumpeted in people's mailboxes, things like drastic reductions in home care workers, disruption and delays in critical caregiving will put lives at risk, elderly and disabled forced into overwhelmed and expensive nursing homes. This mailer here, if I'm a consumer in CDPAP and I get this in the mail and I don't really otherwise know too much about this transition, I haven't been following, I'm not in the political bubble, following every in and out of the debate, I'd probably be pretty frightened by enrolling with PPL after getting not just one mailer, lots of mailers like that. Do you think that this campaign had an adverse impact on the very slow transition or the slow enrollment during the transition that we saw?
The campaign was very foreshadowing of real events that took place.
So I'm not speaking to whether you were foreshadowing or the merits of the statement. I'm just talking about, do you think you created hesitancy with these mailers?
I think there is hesitancy in general. We were asking folks, I would say I created more awareness in the public about this transition than PPL or the Department of Health.
Okay, thank you.
If you had anything to add to the Senate, because I know everybody was running out of time, but if you feel you want to respond a little bit more,
Yeah,
to provide some more
absolutely. I
context.
just wanted one more. I'll take 45 seconds.
Go
I
ahead.
just want to highlight a couple things for you as we were talking about conflicts, and I think it's very important to note. I sent Tony the PPL organizational chart to see who owns it. I think it's very important to note, and everybody in New York State to know where the money and taxpayer money is going, and that over 2% of it is out of the country. All right, here we go. I have it right here. We have DW Healthcare, and you can go on the federal
Actually,
government
we
website.
had, it was well established the rules that there's no props from.
Okay,
South
sorry.
Park.
It's up. Use it for my
What
mind.
is it?
So DW Healthcare affiliates. You can go on the federal government website and see where businesses are registered. I'm sure you guys know that. All right, so go in and look up DW Healthcare affiliates. They're registered in the Cayman Islands. They own 0.9%. You can go and look. I won't look at that. I'll look at this. Athora Lux Invest in Midcap. They're in Luxembourg. So, literally, as
And
soon as
between-
they win this contract, day one,
Right,
you
but-
have Medicaid dollars fleeing the country.
So it's and while that certainly is accurate based on what you're saying, what is the percentage that all that adds up to?
Oh, I mean, that's only 3% leaving the country
Right.
of $1
But
billion
it's
profit.
because it's a company that is partly owned by these.
Yeah.
That's your argument.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just want it on
Um,
the record that
all
we're
right.
sending Medicaid dollars to different countries.
Certainly don't want to do that.
Thank you. Don't you want to reinvest in local communities? In that
Yes,
whole
sir. Trying to. Senator Rhodes.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Mr. Byrd, just a quick question for you. Thank you, all of you, for your testimony. I know you indicated that a lack of oversight, and that's a theme that we've heard repeatedly, and certainly I would certainly agree that there appeared to be a lack of oversight in the old system, as well as in the new system. What improvements would you have made with respect to oversight under the old system?
I think the body should have existed, the compliance body should have existed at the state level to not only manage those potential bad actors, because we're not walking away from the fact that there were a few bad actors, but shouldn't ruin the business for the rest. Secondly, the dollars were put in the hands of the managed care companies. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, I spent over 20 years at 2 large health plans here in New York. And they're going to take their piece to manage their admin. They're going to take their piece for their profits, lock in their profits, and then everything else goes downstream. If you create that administrative body, that compliance arm of the state, the dollars can go straight to the providers and go back to where the dollars belong, and that is to the patients. Ultimately, the patients deserve those dollars. They shouldn't be spread across health plans or across any sort of administrative. I mentioned earlier, our admin ratio is extremely low, usually in the high single digits, and that's to manage a pretty large business. And so we do it really efficiently, and I think many other, providers can do the same thing. But if you don't have the compliance in place, the bad actors are going to exist.
Should that have been within the Department of Health, within the Controller's Office? Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It could be a separate arm, just a healthcare compliance arm.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being with us today. We're done with this panel.
Thank you.
We have 2 more panels. The next one will be a virtual one, because we wanted to make sure that we were as broad in our testimony as possible, and some folks who couldn't make it here, at least we'll have virtual. Should be in the Zoom there, and we will be joined the Zoom by Marcus Johnson, a CDPAP enrollee, as well as Maria Claudia Gower, I hope I pronounced that correctly, CDPAP personal assistant. Are you folks there? Let me see. Can you hear us? Hold on, we're gonna get we can't hear you yet. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear us, though. Okay, So the gentleman on the right can hear us. The lady on the left, can you hear us? Give me a thumbs up if so.
I can hear you. I'm not on the screen, but I can hear you.
Gotcha, but you can, but we can see you though. So
Oh,
you
okay,
can hear us.
good.
All right. So we'll do Mr. Marcus Johnson first, and then Miss Maria Claudia. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Senator Skoufis.
Yeah, if I may just remotely here swear you in, if you could raise your right hand.
If you're able.
If you're able,
The
yep.
gentleman on the right can.
Do you solemnly swear that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
All right, Mr. Johnson, go ahead.
Yes, good
You
evening.
have 5 minutes,
Senator.
sir. You might not be able to see the clock when when you have about 30 seconds, I'll let you know. Go ahead.
Great. Well, good evening, senators and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Marcus Johnson, and I'm a proud representative of the Civic League for Disability Rights. We're a coalition deeply rooted in advocacy, independence, and the dignity of New Yorkers with disabilities. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today on an issue that's not only urgent, but also deeply personal. I must add, before I start, as I sitted here patiently waiting to be called on, I received a text message alert stating that my hours are getting exceedingly close and my aides cannot work no longer this week until it resets on Sunday. I don't know how that could be if I'm an individual with a detailed spinal cord injury and I have 24 hours of service each day. So how is my hours exceeding the close hours? And while I sat here waiting, I received an automated call from PPL indicating that one of my homework, my PAs are getting exceedingly close to 40 hours, and they're concerned for my PAs burning out. That's just to preface what I'm going to speak about now. So first, let me begin with the truth that demands to be heard. When I speak today, I do not speak only on my voice, but on the voice of over 3.9 million adults in New York State who live with disability. That's 26.6 of the adult population. Behind the number are elders, veterans, young adults, Black and brown communities, immigrants, and more. We are diverse, we are resilient, and we are outraged. We are truly outraged because the Consumer-Directed Assistance Program, it was a program created by us and for us. And it has radically altered the changes have radically were altered without our consent, and worse, without our lived experience informing the process. So let me be clear to exactly what happened. Governor Hochul and the Department of Health made the decision to transition the consumer program to a single statewide fiscal intermediary under PPL. This was not a collaborative process. This was not informed by the wisdom of those who rely on the program every day. Instead, it was a top-down directive based on narratives shaped by able-bodied decision makers who do not live with our realities and have never had to depend on consumer-directed services to remain safely in their homes. These conversations should always be surrounded around those of us with the lived experience that utilize the services. But again, marginalized groups like the community of disability are always segregated out and siloed. And the Department of Health is known for siloing the community of disability. Just last week, I must add, I spent hours, literal hours, on the phone with PPL representatives to address the issue with a so-called valid authorization. This administrative failure directly impacted my personal assistants who are unable to be paid through no fault of their own or mine. When I had my previous fiscal intermediary, this sort of chaos was unheard of. I never had to log into a clunky system just to approve hours. My PAs never had to fumble through uploading sensitive documents online. And suddenly, we're all become unpaid HR administrators, a role we never asked for, never trained for, and never agreed to take on. The consequences are obviously devastating. It's a burdensome system. It's pushing people out of consumer direction and into traditional home care models that strip away the autonomy we fought so hard to win. Many agencies simply do not understand our needs, nor are they equipped to meet them. Unlike consumer direction, they do not allow us to choose who
You have about a
touches our
minute left,
bodies,
Mr. Johnson.
who touches our bodies and who enters our homes and supports our daily lives. Lastly, I'm sure I got much more to say, but the CD Pass is the only way some of our community members can remain in the community. People who use ventilators, feeding tubes, or require other complex supportive needs cannot transition to agency care because agency-based aides are not legally permitted to perform the tasks that we so much need. There is no alternative without consumer direction for individuals such as myself that we would end up eventually institutionalized, which we fought so hard before I became disabled 34 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. Maria Claudia Gower. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, good evening, Senator and members of the committee. My name is Maria Claudia Gower. I have been a CDPAP personal assistant for 8 years. I currently care for my mother who has dementia, and I transitioned to PPL in January of 2025 to ensure my mother's care was uninterrupted during the state's transition to the single physical intermediary. Before PPL, I worked with Nescentia and joined the NHTD waiver program through my county social services. That preparation of nursing assessment and paperwork made my transition smoother. And when PPL registration opened, I went online, I received my unique ID, and followed the prompts. The process was simple, but there was a problem uploading my ID that led my application to show as incomplete. At first, I assumed it had gone through, so I waited several days to see if the status would change on its own. And when it didn't, I called the 800 number. The representative was professional, she was patient, and she stayed on the line with me until we resolved the issue together. Without that call, I would not have known the necessary next step to complete my registration. That level of support was crucial, and completing the process was efficient. If your application says incomplete, call PPL or visit the local PPL office. In Livingston County, I have also been able to connect with an advocate agency, and every question I've had, technical, procedural, or paperwork, has been quickly resolved. Since joining PPL, I have been paid weekly without delay, and the Time for Care app is straightforward and faster than the older systems I've been used to. I also completed the New York State Department of Health medical screening, which is required for CDPAP PAs, at the Rochester Mobile Unit in under 20 minutes. The process was organized, professional, and it was efficient. And the people we care for often face stress and anxiety. And hearing I'm not getting paid can make them fear losing their caregivers. I believe caregivers should address issues directly with PPL and avoid passing that worry to clients. And once registration is complete and payments are consistent, and both the caregiver and the client have peace of mind. My experience with PPL has been positive: responsive support, reliable pay, and efficient processes. So for me, it was different than everything that I've heard today. I will say and this is not on my statement here, but when I transitioned, I knew my mom had dementia, and the problem that I was going through with just going with Nescentia was I was not getting enough hours. And I said, at what point, if I'm seeing a decline, because I'm with her every day, what point am I going to be able to get more hours? So I was told by a nurse, and this is after being with Nescentia for a while, they said, well, there is the NHTD waiver program. So my question to all of you is, why isn't it more clear for everyone that this CDPAP program does exist, and that's for people that don't speak the language? There are quite a few. I'm bilingual, I'm fluent in Spanish, and I am very proactive. So I was calling social services and trying to find out, okay, so if PPL goes in place and nobody knew anything about PPL really. I said, then at what point, how does the NHTD waiver program work? Do I still have to have another agency? And everything was very vague. They don't give you a list or anything. It's like, you're off on your own.
Ms.
till
Gower, you have about a
finally,
minute left.
I was able to get a list, and I called a company called RCAS, which is a Rehabilitation Counseling and Assessment Service program, and they've been wonderful. Without them, I know that for me, it would have been really more difficult to understand the NHTD waiver program. It took quite a while for the county to come out because they're short on people, so I actually had a social worker that evaluated my mom, which I feel that it should have been a nurse, but that's the way it worked. And so I just left it alone. I also found out, if I'm talking about rate of pay and holidays, I just want to say that I feel that as workers, and being that we've left our jobs, other jobs as well, just to be caregivers full-time for our parents or loved ones, I feel that there should be more in place as far as they've talked about insurance. I have state insurance, and I've kept it that way.
One quick thing. So I wanted to. So thank you, Ms. Gower. I'm going to take my time, but I'm actually going to pick up right there.
Okay.
Because I want to make sure that you get the chance to finish this. So you were saying, first of all, to be clear, you're saying that your experience with PPL was a positive one.
It was, yes.
Okay.
As far as,
Okay.
yes.
This is excellent because you are the rare unicorn today. So I'm definitely
we were blessed, but I will say I was being proactive way beyond PPL coming on board.
Gotcha. Okay.
Getting my mom into the NHTD waiver program. I did all of it on my own, and I know everybody doesn't have an advocate like that.
Gotcha.
So I can.
But I wanted to
with those that have gone through a lot.
But the last thing that you were talking about, where your time ran out, but I definitely wanted you to talk a little bit about it. You were talking about your health care coverage. So are you currently covered under this wellness program that PPL offers?
No, I did not apply for any of that. I just have the New York State Health.
So did you?
And that's what
So
I
did you
kept
choose?
because of my income?
So therefore, how did you? I guess maybe I don't. It was my understanding that if you were a worker for PPL, that this would be something that would be included as part of your package, that you would have this wellness program. How did you opt out of it?
Honestly, I don't recall, unless there was a question there that said that if I needed insurance, and I didn't need it because I had New York Health.
Okay.
And when I did recertify with New York Health, and they do have PPL as my employer. So
Gotcha. But then you don't recall any point that you opted out of the healthcare coverage that is being offered to other workers.
No.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, I wanted to give you the opportunity as well. So your transition was difficult or was challenging? How was your transition?
It was challenging.
Okay.
I'm an advocate. I know Jose. I work with many of the other presenters today. And I receive my services from my MLTC, and I'm part of a great health home called the Independence Care System. The MLTC reached out to the health home, and the health home actually had care navigators calling their members to help to assist with applying for or providing all the information to PPL. And they were calling back numerous times when they said they would download the information, then it wasn't in the system. And if it wasn't for the external components, such as the Health Home of Independence Care System, I would have still been challenging. I'm a licensed mental health counselor, 2 master's degrees. I'm very savvy on the computer. If it was challenging for me, I could imagine with my other peers with disabilities in the community. It was challenging is just the light way of putting it.
Gotcha. And you're saying, and you told us that even during this, you were watching the entire hearing. You had the opportunity to see it.
Yes.
Did you see the panel that was, I believe, right before this one, or two actually? It was I believe it was Miss Ornstein that held up a book that had like a whole. She was pointing out the weeks that she was working, and the problems that you're familiar with that
Yes,
that moment earlier.
yes.
So I figured, do you have a similar system that you have to maintain?
I wasn't as savvy as they were.
Okay.
It's after the fact that, I work full time like many of them probably do. I should have been jotting down all the challenges I was having, but working at Independence Care System, I was advocating for all my other peers in the community to make sure they had what they needed, which it was just that challenging. I should have been more detailed like that, but I'm glad for such a hearing as this nature because you're getting the qualitative stories as need to be spoken.
Yep. And so in your case, you've been part of the CDPAP program way before the transition, right? For how
Way
long?
before, over 20 years. Over 20 years.
Over 20 years. And and there's a marked difference between the before and the after, I'm sure.
Oh, it's a big difference. I'm an HR professional at this point. When we have to go in and approve and the hours, and then we're getting inundated with text messages that don't make sense about where my PAs are exceeding their hours or something has to be reset.
And this is
So
what
you'll-
this is the situation that you described to us that you were literally currently in while you were watching the hearing. You're getting text messages telling you about workers that can no longer work until
Yes.
Sunday or something like that.
Yeah, at 4:08 p.m., I just received a text alert from PPL indicating that I exceeded my hours and my PAs cannot work until something resets on Sunday. It doesn't make sense if you're a person that's receiving 24 hours of service every day.
Gotcha. Ms. Gower, have you found anything similar in the situation? I mean, in your case, you are a worker as opposed to Mr. Johnson, who's a consumer, but you obviously have you have to keep track of your hours, et cetera. Have you found similar situation, or has it been different for you?
Yeah, for me, where it's been different is I was approved by the department at Livingston County for 42 hours. And so that's what I get. But I do have messages coming in. If I reach my 42 hours before Saturday, for instance, it says,
Right.
okay, don't go over your hours, basically.
Have you?
And I haven't, because I know that I felt like, well, if Livingston County approved my mom for only 42 hours, will I go over? Absolutely. She's my
Right, 'cause
mother.
it's your
So
mom.
I'm putting in 24/7 hours. but
Have you
that's not what I'm approved
have you
for.
found any of the situations that were described earlier as far as you working this, let's say, 13 hours and 15 minutes and only get paid for 13 hours, or if you work for 13 hours and 35 minutes and getting paid for 14, or anything like that?
I haven't, because usually I just make sure to hit that 42.
Okay.
And when I'm clocking in, I'm not getting paid overtime, like if I work 10 hours over. But from being a caregiver way before, I worked with a special needs person in independent care. That was another one that, there were holidays they didn't pay you for. And I always thought, why don't the caregivers get holidays, but people that are on their regular payroll for these companies, they're getting paid for all these holidays.
Right.
But we never would get paid for holidays.
And this is currently
Our
the situation.
PTO was very similar. Yeah, I don't feel that, I think they need to revisit the PTO time. Is it really fair what caregivers are getting?
Okay.
I have daughters, so thank God they can jump in if I can't take care of my mom.
Are
so I
they
don't have
CDPAP
all the
workers
ages.
as well, or are they doing that out of?
No, they're just doing it just because
Gotcha,
it's
just
their
as family
job.
members. Got it.
Yeah.
All right.
But that's not everyone's situation, and I know that. But I
Understood.
think those are things that should be, is PTO, is that fair? Are the holidays being paid for? Is that fair? Are we getting what other employees are getting in the same company? I feel if we're an employee of theirs, it should be the same for everybody,
Got it.
regardless of your profession.
All right. Mr. Johnson and Ms. Gower, I want to thank you both for your patience, right? Because you were online for either an hour or many more than that, and for your participation. And I'm hoping that your situation gets easier as time goes by.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being part of this hearing. All right. Is this next panel virtual as well? No? All right. So we got two more panels. We are now going to be joined by Laura Eric.
Last one.
No. There's 10, Bobby. There's 10.
No, it's not.
I'm sorry. It's the last panel, but it's not, but it was, I'm sorry. I thought it was just like 9 and then 10. We have one more panel, and those three folks are Laura Eric, from Vice President of Public Policy for the New York State Association of Healthcare Providers. We have Centro de Amigos, Doris Carpe Diaz, Director and Co-Founder, and Dr. Nina Bakoyanis, the co-coordinator for Downstate New York ADAPT. And if you could come over here and make sure that you set that up so that the doctor can. You good there? All righty. Senator Skoufis. Last but certainly not least, the panel.
Love to swear you in now. If you can raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you very much. Take it away.
All right. So starting with Laura Eric.
As you said, wait, do I need to?
No worry. They'll take care of it over there.
They'll
Keep
take
going.
care of it. All right. As you said, I'm the Vice President of Public Policy for the New York State Association of Healthcare Providers. HCP is a statewide trade association representing licensed home care services agencies, or LHCSAs, and the businesses that support them. I want to thank the senators and their staff for this opportunity to convey the experiences and the concerns of the broader home care delivery system. Much of the rationale for consolidating CDPAP has centered on rapid program growth, but enrollment and eligibility are determined entirely by the Department of Health, its contracted assessor Maximus, and the managed care plans that administer benefits. Providers have no role in deciding who qualifies for care or in setting the number of service hours authorized. Today's testimony has highlighted the profound human impact of CDPAP changes on consumers, on workers, and their families. LHCSAs, while less visible in these stories, have faced serious and related financial and operational burdens that further threaten the viability of home care here in New York. As a result of upheaval in CDPAP, many licensed agencies have found themselves absorbing consumers with complex needs without adequate preparation or reimbursement. In other words, a reform that was meant to improve accountability inadvertently created instability across the broader system. It's essential to recognize that CDPAP and agency-based personal care are two distinct complementary models of service delivery. In contrast to CDPAP, personal care is delivered through licensed agencies with professionally trained aides working under clinical oversight and supervision. Each model meets a distinct need. Both models are vital to New Yorkers. However, in public and in legislative discourse, the lines between the two have often been blurred with unintended consequences. Licensed agencies who operate under strict regulations and clinical oversight have been swept into narratives, specious narratives of fraud, waste, and cost overruns. The harm is reputational as well as operational. It undermines the ability of licensed providers to advocate for reimbursements and the reforms that we need. Licensed agencies across New York are facing sharp Medicaid reimbursement cuts and in some cases reverting to rates that we haven't seen in over 2 years. The impact on providers has been immediate. Rates are in some cases below the cost of delivering care. These pressures are further compounded by this transition in CDPAP and the changes in the FI payment methodology. As we understand it, some of the underlying assumptions just haven't held. For instance, projected FI administrative savings haven't been materialized. Enrollment shifts between consumer-directed and personal care have been far more volatile, pushing tens of thousands of people into agency-based care. Given all that we've heard today, I have to warn, worse is on the horizon. The Licensed Home Care Services Agency, LHCSA, request for offers remains in place. It would replicate what we've seen here in CDPAP, only on a larger scale. The loss of agencies would restrict access to care, reduce or remove patient choice, destabilize relationships, and deepen workforce shortages, especially in underserved communities. That's one of the many reasons we support your bill, Senator Rivera, to repeal the LICSA RFO, if for no other reason than to provide stability for consumers and providers. The transition in consumer-directed program has revealed the risks and pitfalls of large-scale consolidation without adequate safeguards. Going forward, New York has an opportunity to course correct by protecting consumer choice, stabilizing providers, and avoiding reforms that replicate past mistakes. We respectfully urge the legislature to repeal the LICSA RFO. At the end of the day, the number of New Yorkers who are eligible for and appropriate to receive home care, as determined by the state, whether it's through CDPAP, whether it's through a licensed agency, hasn't changed. Limiting the marketplace of service providers, including fiscal intermediaries and licensed agencies, does not change the demand or the need for care. It only limits the choices that consumers have and increases the real risk for gaps in service. Thank you.
Oh, hi. Good morning, senators, and thank you for. Good morning. I've been here since then. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'll explain that in a minute. My name is Doris Carpe Diaz. I'm the director and co-founder of Centro de Amigos, a culturally specific Spanish language senior center in Rockland County. Oh, he's not here. Rockland County. Okay, Rockland County, New York. We only serve about 70 seniors, each represented by 2 or 3 caregivers, meaning we connect with over 200 caregiving households every single week. We even have a website, mijanewyork.com, to educate and connect these families, offering a network of support in their native language. We are intimate. Our size means we truly know our families. We hear their stories, see their challenges, and feel their struggles. We are not a medical home care agency. I'll explain this in a minute. In fact, we are not a Medicaid reimbursable service at all. We are a social adult day center, a benefit contractually provided by Medicaid managed long-term care plans. Think of us as Medicaid's answer to silver sneakers, but for older adults, we need more than just exercise. We provide structured socialization for seniors who receive home care, taking them out of the house to give unpaid caregivers a break. We are respite. And this is the most important part. This allows us to see the senior alone. That privacy gives them the freedom to speak honestly, and it gives us an unfiltered insight into what's happening in their homes. These are the voices I bring to you today. And I'm all benty because I'm in the middle of surgery, but I have a hall pass to be here because it's very important that you hear my people. We support CDPAP. In our community, CDPAP isn't just an alternative for traditional home care. It's a lifeline. For my families, letting a stranger into the home isn't uncomfortable. It's unsafe, and in some cases, deeply disrespectful. CDPAP allows care in the language and familiarity and trust. It meets home care needs for seniors who would never be comfortable with a stranger assisting with personal care. I know I'm not. For caregivers, it's often the only job that pays them to do what they're already doing out of love, caring for their elders, supporting the household financially, and raising the children at the same time. I'm cutting down just to kind of get through it. At our center, and at all 400 plus social adult day centers all over New York, we coordinate directly with the plan, the senior, and the caregiver to ensure the care plan works in real life, not on paper. That direct line of communication is what keeps the focus on the person, not the business of their diagnosis. But what we've seen, before PPL, one of the biggest issues we saw was the blurring of the lines with home care agencies that also served as FIs. This created a dangerous dynamic where the agency had financial and contractual ties to the managed care plan, and at the same time, direct influence over the caregiver as a community-based provider. We saw agencies manipulate caregivers into changing the senior's health plan to suit reimbursement rates, not the senior's medical needs. They negotiated only with the caregiver, which you heard today, prioritizing the caregiver's convenience or pay over the senior's actual care, often cutting the senior out of the conversation completely. Families were led to believe that the agency, not the Medicaid plan, decided the hours of care. This was not accidental. It was a contractually beneficial behavior that kept money flowing between the agency and the plan, while the seniors' needs became secondary. And this manipulation has real consequences. Agencies poached aides with their cases from one to the other by offering higher pay through false ads, TV commercials, triggering unnecessary and costly nursing reassessments, which coincidentally contracted to the same home care agency that they were talking about. These weren't just paperwork changes. Every reassessment was a disruption to care, another chance for hours to be cut, another moment of instability for an already vulnerable senior. Even today, misinformation continues because home care agencies are still expected to assist with CDPAP, and many see it as competition. The same conflict of interest remains. Agencies tell families CDPAP is ending, like today, pressure them into unnecessary training by erroneously telling them that they can continue to provide CDPAP-type services to family members illegally. Just saying they have the same, you don't have the same last name, no one will know. Since April, we've had hundreds of caregivers trying to meet PPL requirements, but they're instead told to switch plans or move to traditional care. This isn't guidance, this is abandonment. And it's another example of how contractual incentives drive behavior at the expense of our seniors. We've heard why this all matters. But we are proof here that cooperation is completely everything. At our centers, we've provided the opposite, we've proven the opposite is possible, because we also coordinate directly with the caregiver for the coordination of care. In our over 8 years, we've kept our seniors out of the hospital for preventable causes, prevented falls, and kept them compliant with medical care. We did not lose a single senior to COVID because we used the trust we built to connect seniors, their caregivers, and their families to resources quickly. This is, oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. This is what happens, but yes.
You want to finish this last sentence?
I just want to talk about a path forward.
Okay, then I'm going to give you the opportunity to do that a little bit. Dr. Nina Bakoyanis. Close?
Yeah, that was beautiful. Perfect. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us here today. I'm Dr. Nina Bakoyanis. I'm a psychologist, but I'm here today in my capacity as an activist with Downstate New York ADAPT. And I want to be abundantly clear. Nothing in all the years of CDPAP has been as stressful, as chaotic, or as traumatic as this. When private equity-backed PPL took over, we were dropped. The promise of continuity was not lived. Starting April 1st, everyone I know had service disruptions. Consumers were left for days without care. This wasn't a transition to PPL. There was no bridge, only a gap we were forced to drag ourselves and our PAs across. People were scrambling. People were scared. While Dr. McDonald sat on my TV screen saying that he and the governor would never let anyone lose access to care, I sat alone in my apartment, wondering if tomorrow I'd be able to take a shower. Department of Health claimed that services wouldn't be lost, but on paper is not reality. Department of Health's weekly press releases boasted that 93% of consumers, most consumers had started or completed registration. It meant nothing. It didn't mean that PAs were actually onboarded. It didn't mean service authorizations were in place. It didn't mean care was delivered. The cover-up job ran deep. Even as the weeks went by, support was hard to find. Before, with our FIs, we had a coordinator who knew our case, and now every time we call PPL, it's a different person. There's constant turnover, no extensions, no accountability. Agents lie, they pass the buck, they make things up, and problems go unsolved. The Department of Health literally had to create a hotline just to deal with PPL's failures. And we, consumers, are no longer co-employers. Nor are we joint employers like the PPL contract states. Instead, we're treated like PPL's commodities. There were no materials from PPL to even explain how to hire a PA through this new system, which is so fundamental to CDPAP. We don't know what benefits we're supposed to be able to offer, health insurance, PTO, nobody can tell us. There's no handbook. PPL kept changing their website, so even when we thought we had an answer, it just changes overnight. We were left in the dark. We weren't even given a proper public comment period, which maybe we can come back to, but activists, lawyers, analysts who always knew what to say, now having to admit, I don't know, because nobody could get a straight answer. PPL phone lines went unanswered, and we had nowhere to turn. The registration process was vague and confusing. We received, a letter? Maybe a phone call with some vague reason as to why our FIs were shut down? What joint employers endure watching agencies shut down with no ability to give feedback, and then get forced to sign a contract under duress? We were told that we would have to sign with PPL or else we'd lose CDPAP. Our ability to use the bathroom, to eat, to shower. Ask yourselves, are any humane public health policies ever built on coercion? Our FIs who once supported us were now turned into PPL's pawns. They were forced to help us onto PPL's ship, but once we were out at sea, they could barely help us. And weeks later, they were instructed to harass us about our PAs working overtime, which PPL isn't even allowed to restrict. But now, all of a sudden, PPL is claiming to care about our PAs' health and safety, which was laughable, insulting, empty. The technology is clunky and inaccessible. The Time for Care app has glitches. And in the middle of a workforce crisis, nothing guarantees more turnover than not paying our workers on time. PAs have gone unpaid, a clear case of wage theft. At least 2 lawsuits, I believe, over wage theft have already been filed. Our PAs were stripped of pensions, 401ks, accumulated leave. They face health insurance that has a $6,000 deductible. After years of Governor Hochul claiming that CDPAP has just been exploding and needs to be reined in, to me that is not a coincidence. That is a strategic move to disincentivize this workforce. PPL's entire model is inappropriate for New York. Their system is designed for other states' waiver programs, models that are incompatible with New York State. Ours is supposed to be the equivalent of a home care agency where consumers are in charge, and that's not how PPL is run. So no, I don't want to hear anymore that this was in the best interest of our community. This plan was crafted by people who have no real understanding of what it is like to have the state control your ability to do something as basic as use the bathroom, take a shower, eat. The authority and dignity and respect that we fought for that built this program is dwindling. And it's embarrassing and terrifying that during a time where MAGA extremists are orchestrating extreme Medicaid cuts across the board, New York State has chosen to put their energy not into protecting us, but throwing us into the fire. We are their scapegoats. They've painted us as abusers of the system to justify gutting our programs, while the real waste runs deep. New York State has pushed agendas no one has asked for, manufactured crises while shielding bureaucrats. Some healthcare executive sits on a yacht while I'm asking to take a shower. This reform of CDPAP was everything about us without us, which is not the way consumer direction should be run. And we're here today to rebuild CDPAP around the people, not PPL. Thank you.
I think that is literally the definition of last but not least. I'll take my time for a couple of minutes. You made yourself quite clear, Doctor, and I thank you for sharing your experience with us.
Thank you.
I wanted to give Ms. Carpedillas an opportunity. Where you left off, as you said, you wanted to talk about the path forward.
There is a path forward, and it's a shameless plug. But seniors deserve the same protections we demand for our children. Safe spaces where they can speak freely without the caregiver in the room. Social adult day centers and all AAAs allow this. There's a safe space for them there. I urge you to create a formal collaboration between independent senior centers and home care programs. So there's both a social determinant of health balance and a barrier between two Medicaid-funded services, community oversight that is not Medicaid-funded.
Okay.
That keeps the focus on the person, not the business of their diagnosis, and helps prevent fraud, waste, and abuse in our vital aging services.
Okay. I wanted to give you an opportunity as well. In comparison, just because obviously I want to get the sense from everybody who actually comes up here who's not PPL or the administration on their sense based on the experience that they have and whom they serve or who they advocate for. And the differences, it's been made exceedingly clear. The doctor made exceedingly clear how her experience was very different from what was described by the administration and by PPL. I'm not sure if you have anything to add to it that, was different from what you experienced or what the folks who you advocate for experienced.
I have to say that I was very surprised to hear testimony that was positive. I have not heard any consumers, nor have I heard any workers who have had a positive experience with PPL. I have to be completely transparent and say that I do have a family member who worked at one point for the call center. So I had a little bit of a peek behind
The state call center or the PPL one?
PPL.
Yeah.
And from what she was able to share, it didn't look any better from the front than it did from behind the wall. I am desperately concerned about the future of home care in New York. You know, you mentioned Medicaid cuts coming down the pike. We're already seeing Medicaid cuts. Meanwhile, we have the same number of people who require care. I'm certainly afraid for our members who are licensed agencies. I am deeply concerned about the ability for New Yorkers to age in their communities. I think it runs contrary to the master plan for aging to have this level of disruption when what we should be doing is making long overdue investments in home care, whether it's consumer-directed or through licensed agencies.
Thank you. Senator Rhodes.
Doctor, just a question. Obviously, being affiliated with Downstate ADAPT, you are more familiar than most with what was coming down the pike. I do want to ask, though, for you and for your members, when were you first notified as a consumer by PPL about the transition?
Yes, that's a good question because being in advocacy, right, we heard the chatter, but I don't think I really got anything. And maybe December, November, can't remember exactly. It wasn't far in advance. And I'm someone who's, I'm pretty educated, pretty well connected. I did my paperwork early, and I still had service disruption. Still. There wasn't enough time, and it was vague and confusing. And my heart breaks, I think, for the people who didn't have the support that I did.
Did you have to interact with PPL, at least in the application process, or was it something you were able to complete on your own?
Yes, a lot of phone calls that went unanswered. My mom would call on her phone, I would call on my phone, and we would just wait to see who would get a representative first. We'd have to call all these different lines because you would just be waiting forever. At one point I was emailing somebody, but that was shoddy. And I mean, there are so many horror stories, so many. And they told me that everything was fine. I submitted my paperwork on time, and I finally get in touch with someone. They're like, yeah, you're good. And I was like, wow, that's surprising. And then the night before, April 1st, one of my PAs, not even me, my PA gets a text message that says Nina's service authorization is not in. So you can't start working until it's in.
And how, if you don't mind me asking, what was the time frame between the time that you were told your application was completed to the last minute, 1 minute before midnight notification that there was all of a sudden a problem?
Maybe 2 weeks, more than enough time for them to...
Was there actually a problem, by the way, or was this just an administrative glitch?
I don't know.
Was there anything that you had to do to fix it? I mean, obviously, she's getting paid
I tried
today,
to get in touch with someone from the Department of Health to get involved. I think somebody was holding my service authorization up somewhere. I have no idea. But once I got in touch with someone from the Department of Health, maybe it was 3 or 4 days after that. And that was maybe a week total that I was sitting in my apartment asking my PAs, hey, I can't promise you pay, but I need to go to work. I need to teach the class that I teach. I need to see the patients that I see. I have to eat something. And I know this is asking so much of you, but can you please still come? And I am so lucky that I had people who can do that. And I spent days calling my friends who live alone, who are bedridden, who don't have that, and just asking, are you okay? Do you need anything? Right? What the heck am I going to do? I don't know. Uber Eats them food or something, right? But it was just this hysteria and fear. And I've dedicated my life as a psychologist to really trying to give language to the inner experience of disability. And I still struggle to put into words what it is like to live in a constant state of knowing that your ability to get out of bed in the morning is regulated by people you have never met, by policymakers who don't know anything about your life, who look at you like you are this one-dimensional being. And then you're in this program that's consumer-driven, and then one day you get a letter, something vague and confusing about how you have to switch over, and suddenly your whole world is turned upside down. There are no words.
I think the one thing, I'm kind of running out of time, but I think the one thing that that's been emphasized here today is that the most important thing for yourself and for a family member that happens to be in this situation is stability.
Yeah.
Once you have something that works and a system that works and people that you can work with, any disruption to that system is dramatic and tragic.
Yeah.
And destabilizing for your own well-being. And it seems as though this entire process was nothing but a disruption of the norm and traumatic for so many families. And I appreciate you sharing your experience and all of our witnesses today for sharing their experiences with the program. So thank you so much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you for looking into this.
Certainly. Senator Skoufis.
Thank you. And I don't have any questions. Just want to express my gratitude to each of you, not only for the compelling testimony, but for at least some of you waiting and being patient for many hours to be our last panel here and close out the hearing. And in particular, I want to say how much I miss visiting your center. Since redistricting, unfortunately, I no longer represent Haverstraw, but please send my best to your seniors who I miss visiting. Thanks, Doris.
And they came to it, they sent 3 staff members, and they worked with my Latino community to get on board, because I asked. I called them and I said, I have 70 seniors, I have 200 caregivers, come help. And they did. So I think it was more about communication and collaboration and care and the coordination than really anything that needed to happen. So thank you for hearing us.
Absolutely. And I will say that we're thankful for all of you sharing your experience. And again, you have that's the second positive thing we've heard about PPL today. So I guess now it's like, listen, even a broken clock, right?
Twice a day.
Even a broken clock. As we finish here, not only do I want to thank everybody who has been here for the entire day, everybody who has testified, as well as everybody who might be online. These things are not possible without having a lot of staff do a lot of work behind the scenes. I want to make sure that I shout them out. Tony Gagaravat, my committee director, Jay Baez, my deputy chief of staff, LaKayla Steen, who should be right there, Andrew Goldston, who made sure that the room was where it needed to be, Peter Dudley and James Sotil back there, making sure that people could hear us out in the universe, and some folks from Senator Skoufis' office, too.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Rivera. I want to add also Emma, Yasmin, and Janelle from my team were very engaged with preparation for today and also preparation with your team. I want to thank you, Senator Rivera, and your staff. But also I want to express gratitude to the committee members who joined us, spent many hours with us, the majority leader for supporting the hearing today, as well as central staff, including our technical staff, who made the day possible. We have, I think, a lot of work ahead of us still. There are both many questions that were left unanswered and new questions that came about from today. And so I know that we will be collaborating very closely, and today is certainly not the end of this effort. Thank you very much, everybody.
And with that, we are concluded. Thank you, folks.